This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Victorinox and Rado.
Good morning, cricket lovers. Welcome to European cricket. We say goodbye to the capital of Spain, Madrid, and travel some 1,300 kilometers to our next destination. We are in Italia and the city known as La Grassa, which means the fat one, thanks to the magnificent cuisine that you get here in this city, and also famous for its tagliatelle with the ragu sauce. I'm Rico Full, and you're on tour with European cricket. Welcome to Bologna. Bologna, what a beautiful, vibrant city it is, rich in culture, charm, and of course that excellent cuisine. It's not the first time though that European cricket has been here. We were here in 2022. The cricket stars were crowned the champions on that occasion, beating Bologna in the final. This time round we're going to see 8 teams in action, playing over 6 days and 28 matches in total. We also go to a new ground, the Fabri ground, so really looking forward to this. I tell you what, why don't we go straight to the ground right now and see what happens at the coin toss. The first match is actually going to feature Bologna taking on Friends 11, and after the coin toss, join me back in the comfy position, ready to start the first ball.
Thanks, Rico. Bologna with Friends 11 to call. Tails is the call, and it's ahead. Bologna won the toss, they're going to bowl.
Thank you very much to the Sheriff, Charles Croucher. Buongiorno, everybody. We are here in Italy. A little bit overcast at the moment. Look, a lot of people have been talking about the forecast here. Yeah, it's not looking at its best, but for now, it's dry. We had a little bit of rain earlier on, light rain, but it's dry. We're ready to go. I have to say, this new ground, the Fabri ground, looking very nice indeed. It's we've got lovely trees around us, and behind me here, very much like the Seabarn cricket ground in Austria. We've got quite a lot of agriculture going on as well. Some fields with things growing in them. I'll find out for you in the course of the next few days exactly what's growing there. I can tell you what, there'll be a few grizzlies growing in there because it's about, I reckon, the straight boundary just shy of the 50 metres. So I think there's going to be some big hits down the ground. And I'll be in the firing line as well because I'm situated in the igloo. Yes, the ECN igloo. I'm situated at Long On. So I get the feeling quite a few are going to be coming in here. You might as well put a big bullseye where I am. So I'm going to have to be alert, folks. Hey, nice to have you all with us. Let's take a look what's coming up first. You saw there the news from the coin toss is that Bologna, the home side, elected to have a field first. They've got some good players in their setup, and some of them played pretty well when we saw them in the European Cricket Series Rome last year. And Gus Kumar, I feel, is going to be their key player. 366 runs he scored in that series. So let's have a look how he goes. Faisal Nazar in the side as well. Keep an eye on him. And they've got some good key bowlers in that setup as well. So watch out for them. And in terms of Friends, the last time that we saw Friends, they played in the European Cricket Series in Brescia last year. They finished third in the Group B with a 4-2 record and lost the quarterfinal to Brescia CC. And for them, I think everybody knows that the key player probably is going to be Vikas Kumar. And let's see how he fares here today. So we are ready to go. Bologna, of course, we've seen them in action in Bologna before. Last time we were here in 22, they were the runners-up. And they'll be hoping to find that kind of form again. They are favourites here, 67%. The 33%. Very good morning to a lot of people on the chat as we wait for the umpires to hear from our official timekeeper, Rado, to give them the thumbs up And we can start things going here. The umpires for this first match, the men in black, I should say, is umpire Nuwan and umpire Mehboob. Good morning to everybody. Very excited to be here. John Hisham, Rob Thompson, hope you're well. John Hisham in the chat as well. Hello to Urian. And everybody excited. Here's the first then. First ball of this European Cricket Series, Italy in Bologna. There's going to be a dot ball. Hey, one thing you'll notice straight away, a little bit different from the pitch that we had in Madrid, a lot wider. So I think the number of no balls should be a little bit less, that's for sure. And yeah, well done. Good finish to him. It's a shame about the final, wasn't it? The weather came and ruined things. Hello to Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo, who's in the chat saying good morning to everybody. This is calm with the ball and keeping it outside the off. That's well bowled. Good areas from Hasib. Bowling to Vikas Kumar. And you just get the feeling here that if friends are to go well, Vikas Kumar and Manpreet Singh are probably going to have to give them a good start. But at the moment, they're having to deal with this good heavy ball being bowled by Hasib. Bowling in that off-stump corridor. Nice bit of bounce, bit of carry through in this pitch. I was talking to a few of the locals about the pitch. I'll tell you what they told me in a second. And that one strays down the leg side and caught a wide straight away. Wide ball. The umpire in action straight away. Yeah, there was the pitch itself. I had a walk on it. It's got a strange feel to it. It's not. It's artificial, of course, but it's not an artificial that's been laid on concrete. It hasn't got that concrete feel when you walk on it. And when I was talking to the locals, they said, yeah, look, you've got the mat, but underneath you have got some of that shock absorb matting, a lot of gravel. So there will be bounce on it, but they say the odd one can also stay a little bit low. That was a little bit straighter from Hasib and probably doesn't bounce as much as the first one. You can see he sort of played over the top of that one. Has Vikas Kumar. Good start then at the moment here. Just the extra on the board. So friends, let's take a look at them. So Vikas Kumar, 235 runs in that European Cricket Series in Brescia. Making a change in the field here. Got a player that's going out onto the leg side after that attempted pull shot from the batter Kumar. And a little bit of something on this. Doesn't quite get the desired effect. And shot. Oh dear, this is going to test the boundary. Well, fortunately, it slows down. Another difference between this ground and Madrid is that the outfield is not lightning quick because it's not artificial. And there's a slip in. Now, fielder didn't have to throw this away. Has a shy at the bowler's end. But, well, he's quite fortunate, is Yassin, that doesn't go all the way to the boundary. Look at the bowler's reaction. Fortunately, the ball just slows up. Otherwise, that would have been 5 runs. In the end, just ends up being a single. That means that Manpreet Singh has a chance to face up. A couple of balls still to go in this first over. And he also tries to play this one away. And the field change works a treat. No run that time around. Somebody else who performed well last year in Brescia was Subjit Singh with the ball. He was their leading wicket taker with 7. But other batters didn't really stand up. So this time around, I think friends know that that's why I think Vikas Kumar is very key at the front here. They had Azam Kahil play for them last year. Of course, we all know Azam from Sweden. And that's the extra bounce. Seems to be that extra bounce outside the off. It's going to be the end of the first over. And only the 3 from it. So well bowled from Hasib. So 3 without loss after the first. So first over comes to an end. Let's try and explain this ground. We'll get some nicer shots of this a bit later on. We might get the old drone up there. First of all, I want to say hi to the guys and girls from Two Circles that are here. Reynos is in the engine room. We've got Dennis and Martha Maria. Martha Maria, everybody will know Martha Maria as the lady with the most fantastic nails that you'll see, and probably see quite a few of Martha Maria's nails when she gives us the thumbs up and the hearts when the grizzly flies her way. She says, okay. She, like me, will also be in the firing line. Martha is actually in the tower at the moment. There she is, Martha. Yeah, look at those nails. She does those herself, you know. I think she's got a nice little side number going on there. Maybe she can do Diana's nails. Diana Oro's ECM photographer is getting her burrito ready to take some photos. I think about time that Diana had her nails done. Good full delivery, nice start. And gets the ball on the money. Good start, good bit of bowling. This is Safkan Abdullah. One thing we will see, I think, here, I don't know how Madrid finished. I think probably a par score probably was around that 128 I'm going to go for in the end. But I think here, looking at this first up, we've had a look at the way the ball goes across the boundary with that overthrows. I'm looking at how this ball is bouncing viciously, really, outside the off. I don't think we're going to see his scores as high as that average scores, even though the boundaries are shorter. I mean, the short boundary is short, but I don't think bowlers will be wanting to pitch up too many. So maybe at first early call here. Oh, that's straight. That's great work from the keeper. That's Kashan Mazar. Oh, Kashan, no dekhe the Mazar gaya swere. Nicely done. Nice dive down the leg side as the bowler gets his completely wrong. Does Abdullah, but that's excellent work from his keeper, Mazar. Good stop. Yeah, talking about early calls. Vinny Sandhu had a good early call, didn't he? On day one, he was said that our friend Tatiana Sharma would be MVP, and he was the MVP, so congratulations to Sharma. Also, congratulations to Hatafe. This one's played down the ground, and that short boundary being patrolled pretty well there by the fielder. That is Hasib Khan. Yeah, so Tatiana Sharma, congratulations. Well done to Hatafe. I think they would have loved to have gone on for the second innings and chased, or had a go at chasing that 109 that Madrid CC put on the board. And well done to Madrid CC. When I left there, Madrid had just lost 6 on the spin, but they came back in fantastic fashion to get themselves in the final. Only the rain, I suppose they will say, stopped them winning it. Yeah, but here I think, hey, I'm going to go for 100 would be a good score on this pitch. Shot. Oh, well, shots like that will mean you get a bit more than that. I think this could have gone all the way, you know. And yeah, well, manos arriba from the arbitro. Eso es de primero 6 carreras. Or here they will say 6 punti. Oh, that's a lovely shot. He gets a swivel on this beautifully. Does Vikas Kumar. That's the Vikas Kumar I know. The Vikas Kumar of old. Casually has a little chew of that gum as he whacked that away for 6 runs. Now up in the air. He's going to get away. He's going to get lucky with this. This could be another 6, you know. I think it could go all the way. It does go all the way. 6 más. And this time, though, a little bit of buena suerte for Kumar. He doesn't quite get it out the face of the bat. He knows he gets the top edge, but look at that. He knows that there's no fielders that are going to get anywhere near that as it flies away. It's going to be 6 more. And a chance to look at some of the shirts. Friends 11, I like the orange, the blue. We've got that yellow and orange sort of V shape in the front. Loving the Italian flag on the back. And, well, Bologna. A bit of the blue and the red. And we're not that far away from the airport, actually, as we can see a plane that goes over us. Reminds me to say hello to a very valuable partner of ours, to Bizway. Buenos dias, Bizway. or buongiorno, I should say. Bizaway are crucial in getting the crew, the ECN crew, to where it needs to be. Got me here yesterday, and as you saw, everybody, I did have a chance to go into Bologna. Now, the last time that I was in Bologna, I have to say, back we're talking about in well, about 2021-ish when I was here, and of course it was right in the middle of COVID. And Bologna, we were fortunately allowed to go out and about. That's the end of the over, by the way, 19 without loss. That over from Safwan Abdullah, going for the 16 with those 2 boundaries from it. Yeah, it was in the middle of COVID, and yeah, everything was shut. There was only a couple of things open. There was a little pizza place. It was a Pizza Hut, really, but not the Pizza Hut. A hut. He was doing a good business, and I think the old, one of the franchises, fast food franchises, but that was it. The streets, there was nobody in the streets, and I was told at the time, as Hasib Khan comes to bowl his second, and nice looking shot. It's going to be fielded though for a single. Yeah, at that time I was told that, look, all of the walkways and the arches would normally be packed with hundreds of people sat at the little cafeterias and bars, and there'd be a real vibe about the city. Of course, didn't see that last time I was here, so I was very keen to get back there this time round, and boy, I was not disappointed. It was busy. It was thriving. It really was. And that's another one. That's the odd one that just doesn't come up. If we have a look at this one, I mean, normally Hasib is getting a lot of bounce outside the upper. As soon as it's a little bit straighter, that bounce seems to disappear. Yeah, it was thriving. You see that from the video. It was packed. But I did stop off and have a cheeky little drink. And I had some of the fantastic selection of ham and cheeses to go with that. It was very nice, I have to say. Shot. Oh, that's very nice as well. In fact, that is magnificent. That's going to end up in one of the fields. Well, there's Diana. She's got a good shot of that. Oh, he gets back and he crunches this. It's a monster strike. Boom. Shaka Lagia. What a good hit that is from Manpreet Singh. Brings up his first boundary. Cracking shot. Really was. It just held up nicely for him to get hold of it. You get a chance to see what's on the other side of that boundary fence. Is something that's been ploughed and ready to grow there. And this one is also going to go in that direction, but the fence should stop this going through. It's going to be cuatro more as Hasib Khan just losing his shape a little bit, going a little bit too straight and not getting the bounce that he got earlier. Nicely played away. Yeah, but Bologna, beautiful city. And, of course, known for food. La Grassa, that's right. The fat one. That's what they say about Bologna, because the food is so nice that you just eat so much of it. So I've got to be very careful here. It's not so good for my diet, actually. And, yeah, great food. And lovely countryside as well. This has to be stopped by the fielder. It will be. Oh, well, they're not afraid of throwing it in, are they? This time it's Mohamed Ishtaq that fires it in. See this here, Ishtaq doesn't hold back. Good pick up, and there's the throw. Yeah, La Grassa. Bologna also known for the ragu sauce, and not to go with spaghetti. No, no, no. Don't do that. You get told off. The Italians will not be happy. It's got to go with the tagliatelle. That one stays low, plays it away straight to the fielder, and it will be shied in, and it overthrows as it gets past the lunge from Akash deep, and it gets past him and does go deep, but fortunately it does get stopped on the boundary. I mean, I suppose it's worth having a throw. You see there, nice shot of Faizan Hussain having a shy. If he hits, I think he would have had his man. 32 then at the end of the 3 overs. So that's the power play done. For those people that are new to us, of course, we are playing 10 overs. It's all from one end. And 3 overs is the power play. So for the first 3 overs, only 2 players are allowed outside the 30-yard circle. After that, i.e. from now on in, you can have 5 out. And in terms of the bowlers, anything that misses the wide line on the offside, so it has to miss. If it catches a bit of it, it's fine. Anything that misses will be called a wide. Anything down the leg side, if the batter misses it, will be a wide. No ball, doesn't bounce over the waist high, will be a no ball. 1 for the over. If you bowl 3 in an over, you're off. And a bouncer, so one that bounces over the head of the batter, will be a wide. It will also be 1 for the over. So 1 bouncer that goes over the shoulder of a batter allowed. But if you bowl a bouncer and it goes right over him, wide ball will be called, but also will be the 1 for the over. That's about it, really. And if scores are tied, then we have a golden ball. So there's no super over or anything like that. There's no ties. Golden ball comes into play. It's in the air, but he gets that over the short point fielder. Nice looking shot from Vikas Kumar, showing that as well as going down the leg side, he can play the cut shot pretty well as well. This is Mohammad Ishtaq. That is bowling over number 4. Yeah, that's nicely played away. Yeah, so golden ball. So scores tied, we go to a golden ball. And basically, the teams stay as they are. And the fielding side, any one of the 2 bowlers that bowl the last 2 overs can bowl the 1 ball. The batting side, any batter that's not been out will be able to hit the 1 ball and needs more than 2 or more to win. So if you get 2, you win the match. If you don't get 2, you don't win the match. So that's basically it, really. Anything else, you can fire a question in the chat. The chat is going along nicely. Hello to Ronnie. Hello also to the ECS Sports Club in Australia. That's going to be a real challenge for the fielders, and they can't stop it. I thought this was going to be tricky. One thing about this ground as well, there weren't too many Tortugas there in Madrid. No surprises. It was as flat and quick as a carpet. But this one, it bobbles around. That was hit pretty well. Hit into the deck, and it was just kept on bouncing. And then the fielder comes across, but gets beaten by the bounce. Good, powerful shot of the back foot from Vikas Kumar. Looking good, isn't he? Pulling well, hooking well, playing down the ground and cutting. Here's the next. And that could be out, you know. That's very, very close. It will be out. Just when I said he was looking good. Oh, dear, Rico Full. That is the classic commentator's curse. But Vikas Kumar goes across the line to a straight ball. Doesn't bounce as much. Batters have to be careful with that. And I think Vikas knew he was going to be on his way after that. He'll go for 25 after 15 deliveries. Good start from him. Does get his team going, but he'll be disappointed with that shot. He chances his arm and chances his luck by going across the line right in front. An easy decision there for the umpire. So he's going to have to go. Yeah, look at that. Not missing anything. Least favourite fruit for Vikas Kumar. Plum. Aslan Akhtar is batter number 3. That goes out to phase the music. And hello to Pravin Prakash, who I think he was saying he might even, Pravin is not far from here, said he might come down to the ground. Hello, Pravin. And to the fielder, no run. Rob Thompson saying, why talking about the golden ball? Well, hey, maybe, Rob, maybe I feel something's in the air. I think we are due one. Didn't get one there in Madrid. Had a couple of close matches. Just letting people know about some of the rules that we play to. Rob, that's all. Might be some new people that are joining in. And if you are new, hello to you. And if you're watching via YouTube, you know there's the chat there. Why don't you get on the chat, say hello to our European cricket family. You'll see plenty of people in there at the moment. I don't think I've said hello to Kroom. Good morning to you, Kroom. And also to Bob. So join in. asking the question. The umpire says there's nothing there. Is the end of the over. Ishtak does pick up a wicket, 1 for 10. And the score 42 for 1. So staying on course for that 100, which my early call was that I think that 100 could be about the par score, but we'll let's wait and see. It's early days here. 5 matches, of course, we go on to. John Isham was saying hi to Diana Ores. Diana, I can't find Diana now. I think she's on her way back from that mid-wicket boundary where she was a few moments ago, snapping away. I'll tell Diana you said hi, John. Very calm here at the moment, I have to say, people. I can see some of the agricultural workers getting set to get going to the left behind me here. But gentle breeze, which is good at the moment because there is some rain around, and I suppose if the wind doesn't pick up and it stays like this, well, maybe it won't bring it this way. But if you have a look at some of those trees, they're barely moving. It's very pleasant at the moment. Well, this is Hussain, Faizan Hussain, who gets ready to bowl his first, but just on his approach, I think that bit where you go from the natural turf onto the carpet, he just sort of doesn't feel right about it and stops. That's fair enough. I haven't talked about what international days we have, as that is high in the air, fielder getting underneath it. And a very, very good catch taken, well held from Haseeb Khan, as Manpreet Singh wanted to go big. I think he realised he was chewing up a few deliveries and not really scoring many, but he goes for the big shot down the ground of the first ball from Faizan Hussain. There you go, you see, bowlers. If you don't feel right, stop, go back and come again, and that's what Faizan did. Manpreet doesn't get to the pitch of it. He knows when that's in the air that he's in trouble. And it's a very, very good catch taken right in front of me by Haseeb Khan. And if you want to know where I am, well, that shot there shows you pretty good. If that was another couple of meters on that, that was coming into my igloo. And, yeah, you see, he knows it. But Haseeb, that's a very good catch. You saw there a bit of the legs of the igloo. I've had to take the front part of the igloo off, so it doesn't quite resemble an igloo because when it's on, folks, I can't see anything. I like the igloo. I think it will play its part well if the weather does turn nasty, especially if you get all the sides on. But let's just say, in terms of visual, it's not the greatest because the sides, which are quite wide, they sort of obstruct a lot of the view. Oh, great delivery. Good seed this from Hussain. Let's have a look at this one more time if you can, Rainers. That's such a good delivery. Watch this. Ah, beautiful ball. And unlike some of the others that have been in that kind of area, this one does actually pop off. So, yeah, Jaswinder Singh gets well beaten by that one. Jas looking to get off the mark. Well, now you see that's the opposite end of the spectrum. So let's now take a look at this one. So the ball before beats Jaswinder because of the bounce, and then he's expecting maybe the same again here. This time it just doesn't come up. So I suppose that tells us early on, guys and girls, that this pitch, no, it's not, the bounce is not going to be true. And maybe in a way you could say that maybe that reflects on how a turf pitch would kind of play. You don't really know what's going to happen. Now this one, well, this one was the one in the middle. We've had it all here. We've had the high one, the low one, and the middle one. And this one almost gets the middle peg as well. It just goes over the bails. So Jaswinder Singh, he's been rattled. I think the pitch has got him. You get that sometimes, you know, batters go out there and they feel that, okay, oh, this pitch, I can't bat on this pitch. I'm just going to throw my bat at it and hope for the best. And now he gets another good one that beats him. A great over, actually. What a fantastic over that is. is no runs from it. It is a wicket maiden for Faizan. So no runs at all. It's an opportunity for me to say hello and buongiorno to everybody that's sitting and watching from around the world, wherever you are. Well, welcome. We are in Italy. We are in Bologna, La Grassa. So it's the place to be if you like your food, that's for sure. And of course, as some of you saw this morning when I was walking around Bologna yesterday, there's plenty of wonderful establishments to visit and great food as well. And, well, maybe later today I will try some of that tagliatelle with the ragu sauce. Great to have you with us. And remember, 5 matches coming up for you today here in Italy as we go back to the action. And that's hit well, and that ain't going to be stopped by anybody. Good, powerful strike from Arslan Akhtar, the left-hander. Gets that one away, 4 runs. Need to get cracking here. I mean, with that wicket maiden, score staying on, was at 42 at the halfway point. So that one will help. They got Mohamed Ishtaq, went for 10 in his first. Also took a wicket as well. Comes back into the attack. And just sneaks that one in. That's good areas to be. The batter sort of, I wouldn't say he goes down a leg, well, a little bit, I suppose he does. Tries to give himself a little bit of room, and the bowler says, well, all right, if you're going that way, I'll go this way. So that's nice from Ishtaq. Well, let's see if friends can get this acceleration in here. I was gonna have a look at what international days are today. And the first one is a very important one. International Plant Appreciation Day. Now, those of you that know me well will know that I do like to dabble. Well, talking about dabble is a chance for another catch, and it's been very well held. Had to make a lot of ground, did Safkan Abdullah. And he makes the ground and gets there. And Akhtar, after hitting a boundary, and it took him 4 balls to do so. And the next ball, he'll be caught. Really nice catch there, Abdullah. Comes across, holds onto it beautifully. And another one bites the dust. And while the next batter comes in, I can tell you a bit more about International Plant Appreciation Day. Plant lovers throughout the world get together to express their appreciation for these green oxygen machines to properly honour this natural gift and the benefits of plants that they provide to the environment, such as improving our air quality, creating small wildlife habitats, and making our dwellings more visually appealing. And I reckon we're in a good place for International Plant Appreciation Day. A lot of plants around here. Clipped away, a bit aerial. Fielder's got work to do, and they will, well, one of them will smother it, and the batters will come back for 2. As we do have 2 Jay Singhs out there now in the middle. Jaswinder Singh has been joined by Jaipal. Jaipal Singh, somebody who's always made contributions over the years. A lovely guy as well, Jaipal. Naliana, Swedish masala cha bhi leke aaya si Jaipal. That was much appreciated. Bit of masala chi. Up in the air. This one is going to go all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna sona. Shaka Lagya. Well, you can see that they're expecting quite a few to go over the fence, as we do have a ball retriever on that side of the fence already. That's a really good shot. He sort of shovels that. We're talking about plant appreciation. Well, he's using the shovel there to get that one away. 50 comes up. And this one down the ground. But you can see he's hit that pretty well, but it hits some of this lush green grass, and it slows down pretty quickly. Also, I've got to say that today, Palm Sunday is also being celebrated, and in Spain, of course, we just left Madrid. It's the start of the Semana Santa celebrations as well. So Palm Sunday today. It feels weird starting an event on a Sunday. I thought that when we were coming in this morning, I thought, there's not a lot of traffic about. We made really good time. We were here at the ground in 10 minutes, and it was only when we got here I was starting to think to myself, yeah, it is Sunday. 55 then. 3 down at the end of the 6th over. Ishtaq, not a bad spell. 2 for 23 from him. That over goes for 13 in the end, but he does pick up another wicket. So Jaswinder and Jaipal Singh, let's see if they can get going. Oh, well, that one's come out completely wrong from Yasin Khan. I guess that all wrong. Hello to, again to Rob, who's saying, good colour scheme, Rika. Thank you very much. I thought I'd put a bit of the blue for Italia. It has to be done. Oh, that's Gandhi as well. It's going to get through the keeper. And the ball was away. They'll get another wide, this time down the leg side. It's a proper nutmeg, this. So, Yasin just finding a little bit difficult to get his radar here at the moment. He's trying to bowl some leggies. He's putting a lot of rip on that with his fingers, but he's not getting much turn, is he? Is Yasin? Udian saying he appreciates plants. And he says they help us immensely. They certainly do. Right, flight it up, hit hard. And, oh, that's a great bit of fielding. Oh, that is fantastic fielding from Sugan Abdullah. We saw him take a catch earlier. I mean, this was always going to be difficult. What I like about this is he charges to take it on the bounce. He doesn't let it bounce again the second time. I think that's the key on this outfield. Take it before it bounces again. Otherwise, it could go anywhere. Lofted in the air, catching chance, and held. 3 out of 3 so far. And Bologna, their fielding has been good. It's another catch taken, and Yasin Khan just flights that up there. The batter goes with a big hit, but Tahsin Mustafa makes no mistakes, and Jaipal Singh, it's time for him to depart. He'll go for 9 or 4 deliveries. Out to another good catch, it has to be said. So Bologna, the catching has been good, and this time is Mustafa. Holds on to the catch. Yasin Khan picks up his first wicket. Friends, it seems that every time they get going, they get a boundary or something goes well for them, then a wicket falls down. Got to say, that wicket, I know it's Yasin Khan combines there with Mustafa, but the stop made by Abdullah played a big part in that, because it could have been 4 runs and it would have been the different batter on strike. Subjit Singh comes out at number 6. Oh, well bowled. Well bowled. And getting is this is going to be an interesting pitch, isn't it? I mean, it's slightly slower delivery, but look at the way that pops up. Watch this. I mean, that's really well bowled. Took him time to get it right. Mind you, this one has come out of the middle. That is sweet out of the middle. Sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai. That's 6 runs. And it gets clobbered. Subjit does get off the mark. Sasri Agal to everybody that's watching. I suppose Sasri Agal to all the Sikhs who are probably getting ready for some celebrations tomorrow. I do believe it's Vaisakhi, a big Sikh holiday. I thought there was a little bit of an edge on this. I reckon he gets a bit of an inside edge, and this almost lands up in the keeper's hands. Let's see this again. Let's keep an eye on that ball. Is there an edge on this? Oh, it's very close, isn't it? I thought I sensed a little bit of deviation there. And bowler holding his head. End of the over, though. 65 for 4. And take a look at our calendar. And where we will be travelling. And here we are in Bologna. France is next. We go to a ground very similar to this, surrounded by trees in Dreux. The Malta Spring Series, Jersey, Sweden, Malmo, the blue pitch again, Estonia, Romania, England in Hornchurch, Czechia, Finland and Bulgaria. Well, that's just one half of the page. We'll revisit the other half a little bit later. Now, in between then, we also have a night series, of course, happening in Belgium. And some T20 international matches as well. So, yeah, Vaisakhi will be celebrated tomorrow, a big celebration. Also, for all of our Tamil viewers, it will be their New Year tomorrow as well. So a lot of things happening tomorrow, as well as, of course, being, I think it's going to be Holy Monday tomorrow as well. So big day coming up tomorrow. Gets tucked up a little bit here. Good running, good backing up from Jaswinder, who's still there, but, well, 7 balls he's faced for 2, whereas Subjit is the other way around, sort of. He's 7 or 5. Who's saying? Oh, that's high. Good luck. Good luck. Everybody's saying keeper. Keeper's lost it and found it, and in the end has done really well. Oh yeah, he's pumped. Kinna sona catch par liya. Shaba shaba bahut badhiya. Ball है ना इन्हीं ऊपर गई है ना सारे देख रहे थे इधर सारे हसीब कह रहे हैं keeper well, keeper had to see it, find it and catch it. That ball moved around a lot, so Jaswinder goes for 2 of just 8 deliveries. But I mean, that's a great catch. Everybody's running towards the keeper. The bowler wants it, and in the end, the wicket keeper does extremely well. That's gone a long way up in the air. Is moving around, but what a good catch that is. And no wonder he's being congratulated. Kishan Mazar. Oh, Kishan, tenu dekhe na ta maza aa gaya. Zabardast catch that is. Really good catch. Ah, dekhe swad aa gaya. Swere. Wonderful catch. Another wicket goes down. That's 5 down now. And Hamanjeet, you guessed it, Singh is the next batter. And that needed backing up. So Hamanjeet now makes his way out there. And, well, he gets a single. Hands over to Subjeet now. They really are looking to get a big finish in here, but it's not happening at the moment. Oh, and gone. There's a big appeal. And the batter doesn't like it, but he does have to go here. It's the slower delivery now. Is that going to go on and hit the stump? That's what the umpires decide. It's clever bowling, actually, because he takes the pace right off this. Now, the ball, there is some movement there from the bowler, Faizan Hussain, but I think the umpire gets this right. It pitches on the pegs. There is some movement into the batter, but I think that's hitting him pretty low, and he's going to go on and hit the leg stick. It doesn't have to hit middle. So, another batter has to depart. LBW, Subjit will go for 7 of 6, and that's another wicket now for Faizan Hussain. He's taken 3 for 3. And that's that LBW again. I think there's going to be, if you bowl well here on this wicket, you are going to pick up. You're going to pick up some LBs along the way. The wicket will help you. 2 new batters, more or less out there now. Numan Ali. Oh, he just punches that in the air. Should be looking to go for 2 if it don't go to the boundary. It will go to the boundary. You can just about see the rope. That seems to be getting tucked into the outfield, swallowed up. But 4 runs, good start. Very good over, though. 72. 6 wickets down. Faizan. Boundary slightly hurts these figures, doesn't it? But not by much. Another good over from him. And he'll finish with 3 wickets for just 7 runs. And, of course, his first over went for nada. So wicket made it in his first 2 in that one. Friends, got 2 overs to go. What can they try and get to here? Hit pretty well. Will just be, once again, taken on the bounce. Well, that's the area where the bowler has been doing a lot of the fielding. And he's fielded well there, hasn't he? As Sakwan Abdullah. Bowling his second over. His first was a little bit expensive. He went for 16, but that was mainly because he was crunched for 2 big sixes. That's a really nice shot, actually, this from Numan Ali. He just guides it away. And that's probably what a lot of batters are going to have to be looking to do here on this pitch. You're going to get some extra bounce just outside that off peg if the ball's bowled slightly short of a length. So try to guide it away. And that ends up being quite a classy little shot there from Numan Ali. He gets his second boundary. Can they get to that expected 90 score here? Get a couple of boundaries away as Abdullah comes in again. Goes in the same area and played beautifully again. This is really good hitting. That could actually go all the way for 6. I think I'm going to have a boundary check on this. And because it's going to be difficult to see as well, because as I mentioned before, the boundary rope seems to get a little bit buried in the grass. But I think that's 6. I think that clears a rope. And let's see what the umpires decide. Yeah, I think they have called 6 runs there. That's a great shot. Well, 4 and 6, and looking very slick here, Numan Ali. Just using the pace and pushing the ball. He leans into it. That's what's so good about that shot. Just leans into it. They make a change in the field. Square leg comes up and they push a fielder back. And here he is now. So good change. They should look for 2 here. Oh, no. It's a misfield, which allows them to easily get the 2 that they were after. And Newman wants to stay on strike. But that's the first bobble. And then that time round, I don't think you can blame the bobble there. Just not the best bit of fielding there from, I think that's Daniel Barber, who's out there. So they get a couple. This is by far the best over they've had in a while. High, going backwards. Fielder can't reach it. And that could also be one that goes over the rope. They're asking the fielder and saying, what, 4 or 6? The fielder's probably saying, I don't know. I was looking at the ball. So once again, let's go to the replay. First, can we see where the rope is there? And there, we just barely see it. Where does this land? Just before. I think that's going to be 4. I think you can just see where the rope is there. So I think 4 runs. Yeah, Cuatro Carrera signaled. Good over there so far. 17. And went for 16 in his first, gone for 17 in this one. So Safkan Abdullah not having the best of times out there with the ball. 89. So now the expected score jumps up by 10 runs. And that'll be the end of the over. So finishes with a dot. 17 off the over. We go now to the last with Friends 11. 89 for 6. Good start then from Bologna. Bologna, I've mentioned that in 2022 they had a 2-1 record in the group and qualified for the sort of finals day. They beat Trentino Aquilla in the quarterfinal number 2 before losing to the Cricket Stars in the final, qualified number 2, 92-91 against Trentino Aquilla, who will play in this series. Oh, that's a bit of a moon ball, but he gets his wicket. Oh, that's clever bowling, got to say, from Yassin. Yassin had all sorts of problems, didn't he, getting it right at the beginning of his first over. I think he bowled 2 or 3 wides, but after that, he's got it right, and the flight does the job. And that is the end of Harmanjeet Singh. Have a look at this. When it first comes out of his hand, you think it's going to be a bit of a beamer, but look how it dips. And it's really well bowled. That's the end. Now, Harmanjeet will have to depart. Pritpal Singh now comes out to take his spot. But what a clever bit of bowling that is. 2 or 3. Yassin gets his man. And it's going to be very much the same, I think, for the next batter that comes out. Numan Ali desperate to get back on strike, you think. And that could be out, you know, if it's straight. I wonder if there's any bat on this. Let's see what the umpire says. Might have got a little bat. Yeah, a little bit of bat on it. Let's see it one more time. If there's no bat on this, he's gone. Oh, yeah, he drags it on. Drags it onto his pad. The bowler still asking the question. Of course you would. Now, that could be a very crucial run for Pritpal. Because he does get Numan Ali. Now, how does Newman? We know Newman played the pace very well. He just guided the ball away. But now he's going to have to try and actually hit it. And he hits it out of the middle. Oh, that's a cracking shot. Shaba Shaba Kinnasona Shakalagia. That's a biggie. And Newman, what a crucial little cameo innings this is from him. This guy should not be coming in at number 8. That is for certain. Numan Ali making the difference here. 96. 7 down. 3 balls to go. I think Yassin's got to try something different here. This is a good test for Yassin. Will he do the same? Will he try and bowl a slightly quicker ball? Well, high in the air. Right on the boundary of the fielder, and it's a class catch once again from Hasib Khan. Doesn't make any mistakes. Well held. And this has been, I think they're calling this a no ball. And it's been called for, I think, his back foot. Let's have a look at the whole thing. Where's his back foot? I don't think so, you know. Hey, you know, if I'm honest, in my opinion, I don't actually think he puts the foot down. If it's over the line but not grounded, I don't know. I mean, it's difficult for the umpire to see. I don't actually think that the heel touches the line. So that's a real let-off. Now, they're going to get no ball. They run. He goes back on strike as well. That's thrown the bowler a little bit, by the way. So Yassin now bowls wide. So they've just got picked up a no ball, a wide, 2 they're out on no ball. The 100 comes up. That's really unfortunate. It's a tough call, isn't it? But you can see why the umpire's called it. The umpire doesn't have the technology, but I suspect that the foot didn't actually go on the line. And, well, I think he's played this onto his stumps. He's played this onto the stumps. But, of course, it's still a free hit because he bowled the wide, so not out. Watch this. Plays it onto his stumps. And he says, yeah, I'm not out, am I, because of a free hit? It's unfortunate. But the batter, why are you being so... I mean, he should have been really lashing at that, should Newman. Free hit. He should have been going for it, not just pushing at it. Oh, well. It's finishing with all sorts happening in this one. And now he will be out. And well done to Yassin Khan. He was put under pressure there, wasn't he? First he thought he had the wicket, thanks to another great catch from Hasib Khan on the boundary. It was not to be. And this time, it's the inside edge onto the stump. So he played the face of the bat onto the stumps. Now inside the edge onto the stump. Chakde, says the bowler Yassin Khan. He picks up his third. 100 for 8 with the ball to go. Oh, I said 100, didn't I? I tell you what, it couldn't be, could it? It couldn't be. If it is, I've got to forgive me if I'm late for the next match because I have to go and get some lottery ticket. If it finishes on 100, I'm out here. I've got to buy a lottery ticket. And new batter will come out. This is Jasanpreet Singh. By the way, I think that was an important knock from Numan Ali. He goes for 28 of 10. But how important was that? He gets bowled. Yassin bowling the last. And it will be no runs, or will it? Oh, why did he do that? Well, that was crazy. That would have been my lottery. Okay, I was so close. I was so close. All he had to do was stop the ball. It got away. They'll get a run. Right, I'm staying here. I'm not going to buy a lottery ticket after that. Oh, well, 100 to 1 it will be. And, yeah, they do get their single at the end. He thought about having a throw, but it made no sense, he thought, even though the wicketkeeper would have been backing it up. So, Friends 11, it looked like it was going to be a sort of 85 to 90 score, but then Numan Ali came out there, played a very valuable innings, 28 of 10 balls to get his team past the 100 mark. 100, I thought, when I was, I think, into the second over, I said, I think that's going to be the kind of pass score here. Looking at how the pitch was playing, a little bit of up and down sometimes, some stay low, and the outfield going to slow things down. But nothing slows it down if you take the aerial route. And that was the plan from the batter early on. Some good shots played by Manpreet Singh, and he was helped there by Vikas Kumar as well. Those two were trying to get their team to a good start. But then Vikas there, just after playing some nice shots, goes across the line. The ball doesn't really come up as much as he was expecting. He would go for 25, but it wouldn't be the highest score because wickets kept falling. There's Hasib Khan. He's got great hands, hasn't he? We've seen that already with 2 catches. One of them, unfortunately, off a no ball. But yeah, after we saw wickets go, no batter really made any inroads. Shots were being played, but catches were being taken. That was a nice one taken by Abdullah. Abdullah, the bowler who really struggled a little bit, it has to be said. He went for 16 and 17 off his 2 overs, so he's the most expensive. But we did see 2 lots of 3-fers there. One from Faizan Khan, who bowled a wicket maiden in his first, and then only 7 runs coming off his second, but 2 wickets he picked up there. Then Yasin Khan, who had a terrible start to his first over, but once he got it right, he was useful. This was a great catch. Look where the keeper starts. Look where he ends up. That is an extraordinary catch from a keeper. And, of course, he was happy about it, Kashan Mazar. And so he should be pumped. A really good catch taken by him to remove a dangerous batter. And after that, really, we needed Nouman Ali to come out. And he played really well. This one, I don't think there was too much doubt about it. It was that slow ball, cleverly disguised. And, Subjeet had to make his way. I think that ball is going on top. But this is what Nouman did. It was clever batting, really, especially against the pace. He was just saying, okay, I'm just going to try and push the ball away and use the pace to my advantage. But, of course, to the spinner, you can't push at it. This one was a lovely little delivery first up there. That was the end of one of the other Singhs. That was a Amanjeet Singh who would go. Then the single did get Nouman back on strike. And the question was, could Nouman get another couple of boundaries away? In the end, well, it wasn't the first time that his stumps were knocked over. He was actually out on 3 occasions in that over. Once caught, it was called a no ball for a foot fault. Then once bowled, but that was a free hit. Third time lucky for Yasin Khan would get his man. So the score, Friends 11 finish on 101 for 8. So Bologna, they'll be hoping that they can go out there and knock these ones off. That reply, of course, will be coming up in about 10 minutes' time as we have a look at the scorecard. 25 from Vikas Kumar. We know he, for Friends, is going to be very key, and Manpreet Singh alongside him. Those two have to give them a good start. But Nouman Ali, I think that man has to be further up the order based on what we just saw from him, helping immensely with that 20 of just 10 deliveries. But with the bowlers, 3 wickets for just 7 runs for Faizan Hassan, and then Yasin Khan with his spin, 3 for 22, and then 2 picked up by Mohammad Ishtaq as well. Like I said, it's just Safwan Abdullah was a little bit expensive, 33 coming off his 2, but I think Bologna will be very happy with not just the way that they bowled there, but I think their fielding was exceptional as well. And that's why the score stays at 101. So join me back in about 10 minutes' time when we talk through the reply from Bologna, needing 102 for victory.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Victorinox and Rado.
Hello viewers and welcome back. The umpires have taken the field and they've been joined this time by Friends 11 in the field. They put 101 on the board and they're going to have to be at their best to defend that. Let's see if they can follow the same example set by Bologna in the field. I think they were absolutely outstanding and did very well holding on to all the catches that they were presented with. Good morning to Viking Bay, who joins the likes of Rob Thompson, John Hisham and Kroom in the chat. And let's see how this very first encounter goes. It gets ready to go. And they're going to start with Subjit Singh with the ball. Just making some changes to the field. What's he got here now? Looks like he's got 3 on the leg side. Very straight and long on. Who's doing his stretching next to me. It's Numan Ali. And got a sweeper on the offside. But starting with just 3 men on the leg. Here's the first. And does the fielding himself. Gets that ball just to cut back in slightly to Safwan Abdullah. Oh, short now. There's going to be called a wide this as the umpire square signals to the bowlers on umpire saying it's too high. Subject doesn't like it. Let's have a look at this side on. I suspect this is going higher, and yeah, look, it's not on the screen, so Subject is complaining, but I think when he goes back and watches this, he'll know that that's the correct call actually from the umpires. So that's the one for the over as well. That's well bowled. I think it's got to be looking to play at the offside here. Abdullah, he wants to muscle it. Maybe he's excited that there's nobody back on the leg side boundary apart from a man very straight and long on. That's why he's eyeing this up now. Are they making it? No change in the field. So looks like mid-wicket will... No, there is a change here now. Long on. Well, they're just changing. Yeah, long on will come inside and Numan Ali will go on the boundary at mid-wicket. Another dot ball. What a very good over this is. Now we have had a wicket maiden already. That was of course from Faizan Hussain. Now here's Subjit Singh, who's looks like he's going to start with the maiden. Surely not. Kumar. High. Can anybody get there? Yes, they can. It will be another wicket maiden and the big wicket of Ankush Kumar. Now, that is a terrific start. Now we know that Ankush, he's the man you've got to get early. If he gets going, then you could fall behind straight away. So that's the perfect start. Ankush Kumar will go. He's not going to add anything on to the 459 runs that he scored on the network. And we have another wicket maiden. I know that people in the chat were talking earlier to say it's very rare to see wicket maidens. Well, how about that? Well, we'll have to put that on the social, won't we? Where Bologna starts with, well, both teams a wicket maiden to them. And what a start that is. Excellent start. And I suppose that sort of puts Bologna in front here. Incredible. And Oh, by the way, it wasn't the over. And if that was a dot, I would have been okay. It would have been saved. I would have said, it's still a wicket maiden. It's not a wicket maiden now. He bowls a wide. Oh, sub-G. And that's played nicely and no run. So it could have been a wicket maiden. It ends up being a sort of a fake wicket maiden because of that wide. Sub-G, you let me down there. I think my monitor was a little bit ahead of everybody else. Either that or I got snookered a little bit by the scorers. But either way, it's still a very good over. Just a 1 run coming from it. And that was the wide. 1 for 1 after the first. Sub-G, well bowled. 32 matches since the golden ball. Could we start with a golden ball here in Italy? In Bologna? Every chance of it, I suppose. Interesting festival being celebrated today, actually. It's called the Songkran Water Festival. Talk a bit about that at the moment. It's the world's wettest festival. Takes place today. Celebrated annually on the 13th of April. Oh, that could be another wide, I think. Yeah, called by both umpires for, one, the height. Secondly, the direction. So this is Numan Ali, and he's bowled the 1 for the over straight away. Crunched, cracking shot, gets a swivel on this and smashes that away. That's the way to start. Yes, Faizan Hussain fires that away quite beautifully. A lovely shot. Rocks back and hammers it. So the first maximum off the innings. It comes from Faizan. And also the first runs off the bat, because don't forget, Ankush Kumar, he would go without scoring with 5 balled up for him. So not the best of starts for Ankush, but I'm pretty sure he'll come back. And a good start though, this from Faizan. Change, Numan Ali making a change now to his approach. Shot down the ground, 6 runs. Says Guerrera smashes into the sight screen. What a lovely shot this is. That's a powerful hit, isn't it? Boom. Shakalagya holds the pose beautifully as well. Lovely hit. Faizan, we've seen a fair bit of him. Has played for the national team. Wants to go again, but he miscues, and he's going to have to make his way back. He was in just too much of a hurry, wasn't he? 6 and out. Faizan, we saw him score 60 last year against, I think it was against Royal Roma, but, well, he'll be disappointed with that innings from him. He didn't have to. I mean, it's not a big score. He didn't have to do that, but I think once again he just liked the idea of going straight down the ground again with the fielder inside that 30-yard circle. But 12, 2 sixes and out for Faizan, or 3 deliveries. Straightforward catch there taken by Subjit. So another one bites the dust, and Numan Ali takes the wicket. Dot ball to start to the new batter. This is Mohammad Ishtaq. That's come in at number 4. Oh, well, once again looking to go down the ground. So those 2 men being inside the circle, certainly getting batters excited about trying to get down the ground. But Ishtak is just standing in the wrong position to play that shot. Doesn't really get his feet going across. But quite happy to leave the field as it is. I quite like that from the captain. He's saying, the bowler is saying, I have one back. And he's saying, nope, leave them as they are, is Jaipal Singh's answer. And it's a good delivery, well bowled. And good finish to the over. He was under pressure for a moment, wasn't he, Newman? Then he made the subtle change. Comes from a different angle. Gets the wicket of Faizan, who smashed him for 2 big sixes. And the over goes for 13 with a wicket gone from it. 2 overs complete, 15 for 2. I was talking about this water festival. So, the world's wettest festival, the Songkran Water Festival, celebrated on the 13th of April, which extends to the 15th. The celebration, it's an important in particular to the people of Thailand and most countries of Southeast Asia. It represents the start of a new year. So there you go. It's nicely played and holds up. So another good chance to see how this outfield will play. So nice shot, but doesn't get reward for it because it slows up in the outfield. He's not going to get back for 2 anyway, even though it does slip down. But yeah, just look at the way that the ball does hold up. So if you want that ball to go to the boundary, you're going to have to crunch it. Well, that's crunched pretty well, and that will go to the boundary. Right on cue. So Ishtak gets off the mark with a nice looking shot, actually. A little bit fuller from Subjit. But the batter was ready and waiting. Oh, well, now has he chipped up another catch? I think he has, and it's easily taken. Good communication between the two fielders. Jaswinder Singh was eyeing it up, but in the end, he saw that Arslan Akhtar was in the best place to take it. So, wicket's just falling here. Cheaply is the right word. So, another batter plays a boundary, and then this is just chipped. It's just a catching opportunity. And, well, I suppose Subjit, he's not going to complain. That's another batter gives easy wicket away. 4 or 5, just a 1 scoring shot, really. And that is a soft dismissal. Bologna, a 20 for 3 here. And Friends 11, after struggling themselves with the bat, and now seem to hold the upper hand. Let's have a look at what the win prediction is here. So nicely played. Gets to the pitch of this, plays it away. It's worthwhile mentioning the bonus point equation, 71. So get to 71 and Bologna, if they don't get the win here, will at least pick up a point. On the other hand, Friends 11 will know that if they can restrict Bologna getting to 71, that's the score you see in the brackets, by the way. If they restrict them getting to 71, then the chance of them taking all the points here. So need a partnership here, Bologna, really. Batters have come in and thrown the wickets away pretty cheaply. I mean, Abdullah's still there. He's the opener. It's quite amazing. He's only faced just the 3 deliveries. Works that away. It won't carry to the fielder. And quite a few people giving the fielder a bit of stick. And a few then come to his defence and say, oh, yeah, both are guessing. It's not a catch. Yeah, that's not a catch. He's on the boundary coming in. But it is the end of the over. And Bologna are 23 off their power play. So it was 23 for 3 compared to 32 without loss. There it is on your screens there. So a difference of 10 runs. And also at this point, 3 wickets have been lost by Bologna in reply. So Abdullah, left-hander, is being joined out there by Hasib Khan. So 2 lefties out there at the moment. This is Hasib. He was tremendous in the field. Now has to really buckle down. That one's got through. Will they think about a second? No. I don't think. Well, wild throw actually, but it's been well backed up. Well, we'll just watch the throw. I mean, gets through the fielder. That's Hamanjeet Singh, who's taken 1 catch already, though, in fairness to him. But here's the throw. And the wicketkeeper, well, needed a springboard to leap up to that, but at least it's been well backed up there by Jaipal, the captain, trying to lead his team to a victory, defending just 101. All right, this could be another. Will it go to hand? No, it's going to get over the third, and it will go to the boundary. That's going to be 4 runs. Valuable 4 runs from Abdullah. Chances his arm here to swings hard. They do say that fortune favours the brave. 4 carreras, very important 4 runs as well, Bologna. Could this be the partnership? Abdullah, the opener, out there now with Hasib Khan, the number 5 batter. Oh, that's a cracking shot, really is. Probably shot of the day so far from Abdullah, the opener. Really nice shot. Gets a little bit of width here and he's after it. And look at the way he goes inside out with his hands. Good hand speed. 4 runs. Lovely shot through the covers. And just have a look at that. You know what they're saying there. Hasib just saying to Abdullah, yeah, that's the way. Come on, me and you. Me and you. Wideish delivery, batter sort of goes after it. Just sneaks it in though. Good call from the umpire, I feel. Gives a good chance to have a look at it again here. So, yeah. Right. Well inside the line. Plays it a little bit late. It's probably the right shot to play, but plays it late. Oh, well, had to get back onto that as then goes for the Yorker, does Irfan. Looks like I can see Fresh Tropical are warming up for the next match. Now they've got some very good players listed in their squad. The bowler just loses his run up here. Yeah, they've got they look like the very bright yellow shirts and green trousers. There they are. And yeah, Fresh Tropical and just that's a nicely played. They've got third one. Just caught a glimpse there actually of Hassan Ahmed. Of course, we've seen him play for Jinnah Brescia before. Saw him at the Karma Oval. And one of 2 men in the side that have scored over 2,000 runs on the network. That over comes to an end. That's the end now of the 4th over. 34 for 3. Key thing is they don't lose a wicket in that over. They need to rebuild a little. 11, just under 11.5 is the rate required from here on in, which if you get 2 batters that get in, that's not an issue. And of course the other man also plays for Italy, is Amir Sharif in the side. He scored 2,072 runs, but Hassan Ahmed 2,647 runs. Of course we've seen him playing there in Switzerland as well. And also amongst 1 or 2 other very good fine players that we know Fresh Tropical have. Mr. 100% himself is listed in their squad. Whether he's playing next match or not, we'll wait and see a bit later. But that's Abdullah Safi. It'd be great to see Abdullah again. A really, really nice man. Vikas Kumar with the ball. Seeing if he can get a breakthrough. There's Vikas, and yeah, wide ball. Doesn't get any of that line at all. And gone. It's a horrible shot, really, from Abdullah. And Vikas, well, goes too wide to start with and then goes straight. It's not a good shot. I think as a batter, you know that there's every chance that the odd one could stay low. These guys know this pitch well. They played on it. This is just not good. It's not a good shot. And look at the reaction from the non-striker, Hasib, because he was the one who was talking to Abdullah all the time and say, look, you've got yourself in, don't get out. Look at that. It's just sheer disgust from Hasib Khan as Abdullah will go for 11 of 8. He played some nice shots in there, but he saw wickets falling all around him, did the opener. 3 wickets would fall. He knew that. He was probably pretty key to it, but gets it completely wrong here. Vikas Kumar, the experienced campaigner. Look at him, Mr. Cool. Just chews the gum as he walks back and says, all right, bring me another. Well, another has come out there. And it's a man who's going to have to bat deep, and it is deep himself, Akash Deep. This match is in that Goldilocks zone. Friends 11, 56 to 44 at the moment, which changes to 59 to 41% in favour of them. That's another one that just pops up. It's nicely played in the end, actually, by Deep. So Hasib Khan now probably becomes the key man if they're to get this victory. I know if Corey would be here, he'd be saying, there's a Babar in the side. Why is he not been out there yet? Corey's got this thing about all Babars can go out there and tonk the ball all over the place. Well, we'll have to see if Daniel Babar can do that. Oh, Hasib uses his feet to get to the pitch of this one, gets it wrong. Risky shot to play, really, especially with mid-wicket and long on back. Got square leg back as well to the left-hander. And then 2 on the offside, quite a wide long off, and a sweeper on the off. And that is going to go right in between them, though, and the rest. 6 runs, good, solid strike. There's Vikas Kumar just tries to go a little bit wider to the left-hander. And he struck that well, holds his shape, good position. Pings off the middle of the bat. That's going to be 6 runs. They needed that boundary. Halfway stage now. 43 on the board. 43 for 4. And so our upcoming events. I've mentioned that we will have a night series there in Belgium. Really looking forward to that in a new ground. Always nice to go to new grounds. This new ground itself, the Fabio Fabri ground here in Italy. And then, of course, we've got T20 Internationals in Czechia starting on the 2nd of May. And then we go to Jersey, which I see there is calling that the Liberation Series in Jersey. Plenty of cricket still to come. The European Cricket Network, as that one's just going to be pushed away for a single as Jaswinder Singh gets the ball. That wind just picking up slightly here now. I'm saying that up until now. It's been pretty calm. Not too much wind blowing. It just picks up slightly. You can feel it coming into the igloo. Gone, full and straight. And that's the end of Hasib, who, well, he's giving some sort of gesture here now to Akash Deep, but not sure what about. It's just a nice full delivery, wicket to wicket bowling. And yeah, Jaswinder makes it look easy. It's full, it's straight, it's out. Jagade Patte. And he's done him. Yeah, look at Hasib here, just gives a little gesture. It's almost like he's saying, well, what am I supposed to do with that? But it's not a good shot. And really, I can't see Bologna coming back from this now. All the top 5 have gone back. See, but he too, after playing a nice shot for 6, gets bowled, and that seems to be the story of this innings. Batters showing what they can do one moment, and then playing a rash shot and getting out. Highest score so far is 12. That was scored by Hussain. All right, deep now. Bit of an appeal, but I think this one a little bit too high, and also going down the leg side. A new batter. Yeah, too high. And on the one occasion when you don't want the bounce, you get it. And that's what Jaswinder will be feeling. This is Mustafa, who's coming at number 7. Now this is slightly lower. And Jaswinder pleading with the umpire. Not there. But I think this one is just straight down leg side. The height's a bit better. But yeah, I think that's umpire's call. Probably just going down the leg side. And nice to see that with the umpire saying it Jaswinder also is. Maki yaar jera tu shisha na bane hove phir main dekh sakda. But I can't see through you. So that's probably another reason why he doesn't get that. Good work from the keeper. Let's see if he waits for almost like he snatches at this. Does he take it before the stumps here? Let's have a look. No, perfectly well. Just manages to keep that big toe down in the crease. But nicely done from Manpreet Singh. Good over this from Jaswinder. 1 run, 1 wicket. If he didn't run in front of the umpire, he might have had a 2nd wicket. We'll never know, I guess. And that's the end of the over. Jaswinder, fine spell. 1 for 1. 44 for 5. Bologna at the end of 6. Really got to get going here. Should get to that 71, but I suppose it all depends on how many wickets they lose. And also now you haven't got a batter that's in terms of you can't, you don't look at either Akashdeep or Tasim Mustafa and say, oh, Mustafa stays there. They should get that, no problems, or they could go on and get the win. 58 required and 24 deliveries. I mean, it's not beyond them, But you just need to win a over. Get 1 over where you get sort of 18, or maybe a magical over, then you're back in it big time. Solidly played just for a single, so taking the cautious approach here deep. This is Pritpal Singh. People will be right saying that some of these names, especially from Friends 11, that players will recall from when I was in Bologna the very first time. Well, that's a great delivery. That one just takes off, doesn't it? It's beautifully bowled. And yeah, for example, the likes of Jaipal Singh and Jaswinder Singh. We saw them play for Kings 11. Manpreet Singh, the last time we saw him play was in 2022. And Vikas Kumar as well. So all 3 represented Kings 11 back in 22. Can't be leaving these, you've got to play at them. You've got to read the situation. So it's going to be, that's just another dot ball. So we've gone single dot dot. Mustafa. Well, if Lizzie plays at this, and he will finally get off the mark, but it's taken him 7 balls to do it. been stuck in the 40s for an age. 43 for 4 at the end of 5, 44 for 5 at the end of the 6th over. That's better. And that one will go to the boundary. That's what you need now, a bit more of that. Akash Deep gets his first boundary now. Will he be like many before him, gets a boundary and gets out? That's the question. Two batters do the customary celebration with each other when a boundary is hit. Can he back it up now? Can he get another? The 50 has been registered for Bologna. That's firmly hit and very well fielded. Excellent work. That's Arslan Akhtar, who took off from in front of me in the igloo. Makes his way across, and good, clean, safe hands. Makes a stop, doesn't allow the boundary, and no ball is being called here now. Now, I'm not sure what this is for. Maybe they had too many outside the circle. I think it might have been. I think they had 6 out. So, free hit coming out. Tahsin Mustafa, you just got to swing wildly at this. So free hit called. This could be a big moment if you can send this to the boundary, get something started. Now he does have a go, but it should be stopped and will be. As a man who probably will come on and bowl his second over here. I think there's no reason to hold, just win this thing back. 53 for 5. You've got 5 wickets in hand. You might as well have a go. This is what's coming up next. Bologna, one change for them, going into a tough match against Fresh Tropical. And Irfan Sheikh coming in behind the stumps there. Bilal Hamid, we know him. I've seen him many a time. But Amir Sharif in the side. And also Hassan Ahmed. Those two men are going to be pretty key. Fresh Tropical, team that we know very well. Played in that Brescia series. Finished top of the group with a 5-on-1 record. That's crunched away. Lovely shot. 4 runs. 1 bounce 4. Maybe something started to happen here. They then lost in the semi-final to the eventual winners, Punjabi, but did win the bronze final against against Brescia, the home side. And Irfan Sheikh was in good form. No Zain Naqvi listed for them, I noticed. He was their top scorer. But of course, they, like I say, got some good ins there as well, though. Especially with Hassan Ahmed in the side. So that's the next match, starting at just under half an hour from where we are now. Oh, well, Mustafa just starts the over so well, doesn't he, with that boundary. This is Jasonpreet Singh. So they didn't go back to Jaswinder. Yeah, when you start with the boundary, you've got to be looking to do the same again. And he's had the same ball actually a few times. Well, that's better. That's what he's got to do, and that is awesome. That is a big hit. Oh, that's disappeared in the fields. They'll do well to find that one. Well, that's gone a long way. There you see it, and now you don't. And then, well, the batters, how about this? I wonder if we can see what the batters, they do a little celebration. Look at the gloves here. Look, yeah, here we go, here we go. A few of these. Yeah, come on. You can do this. Well, you can do it. That's the second boundary. A 4 and a 6. Staying in touch. Yeah, I think for me, I would have gone with Jaswinder and just tried to get another good over in. You kill the game. This has just left it open here. The door stays open. A couple of good deliveries to come here. Ah, he gets that one wrong. Goes down the leg side, has a go at the shine. Now they could come back here. But both batters are sort of overrun the runway, and it'll end up just being a leg by. But that's the ball you're waiting for, really. It's a short one and down the leg side, but Tassin Mustafa just couldn't get it away. The last ball coming up. Wanting a boundary here. The rate is around 16, but again, one good over, like I say, can change that. It's another one that's into the pads. Might have got a bit of bat on this. See what the umpire feels. No, looks like leg pie has been signalled, so he gets out of the over with two leg pies to finish. Does Jasmanpreet Singh. So the over comes to an end. 65 for 5. So 2 overs to go. 37 required. 71 gets Bologna a point, but he shouldn't be thinking about a point here. They've finally got a little partnership going between these two. They've been together now for 3 overs. They've taken the score from at the end of the 5th over, 43 for 4 to 65 for 5. But got to go for it here. All happens in the 9th, everybody. Can Bologna time the chase to perfection? Hello to Thomas Martinez. Thomas, how are you? It was a pleasure to catch up with you in Madrid. Bat on ball, taking it on. Good throw, could be in trouble. But they will make it. Hustling hard here. I just feel the hustle. For me, the hustle from Bologna has come a little bit late, and I wonder if that will be the reason why they fall short in this match. I think the urgency should have been there a little bit earlier, and it wasn't. But you've got a good bowler coming back here, haven't you? Just went for 1 in his first. Short in the air, catching opportunity, and just out of the reach of Jaswinder. I think he goes for this himself. I wonder if he may have been better to leave it to the fielder, who also was running in for the same ball. That was Hamanjeet. I think Hamanjeet probably had a better play on this. But Jaswinder wants it. Just a single. Singles don't hurt them. 35 in 10 balls. Batter just taking his time to compose himself. Akash Deep, 9 of 8 and 13 of 14. That's kind of been the problem here, the strike rate. Now that's in the area. Yeah, but there's a fielder underneath it, and it's been taken. A little wobble from Vikas Kumar, but holds on to it the second time. The wicket will go. Akash Deep, caught in the deep there by Kumar. He'll go for 9 off 9 deliveries. Catching, I have to say, in the match, in general, from both teams, has been superb. I don't think we've seen one go down. So that's one's taken. Jaswinder gets his second. Here we see it again. Just didn't get himself to the pitch. As a result of that, offers the chance, and Vikas Kumar takes it. 35 of 9. New batter has got to go. Boom shaka lagya, and it is Babar. Well, let's see if it's a Babar thing. Well, he gets bat on ball. A little bit of a way swing from Jaswinder. They'll take the single. Singles, don't cut it. 2 balls to go. And Tassin Mustafa has to really try and send both of these to the boundary rope to give his team any chance going into that last over. Well bowled, really good delivery. Pitched up, Yorker length, and all the batter can do there is just take a single. And that's been the problem. Mustafa has gone tiki-taka, hasn't he? Tiki-taka, tiki-taka. No, boom, boom, Aki. 13 of 14. Babar. 33 of 7. A boundary kind of helps their cause going into the last. If you can get it, he goes for it. Fielder coming across will take it on the bounce, saves the boundary. Good, intelligent cricket. No point going for a catch and losing the ball and allowing it to go partially to the boundary. A very, very good over. 70 for 6 at the end of the ninth. So a run against Bologna, a point. But Friends 11 look like they're going to defend that score of 101. Jaswinder Singh. How about that? 2 for 6. Superb. Just the 5 runs coming off that over. Just the one of his first. Standards have been good, has to be said. Especially in the field and from the bowlers. Executed the line very well. The pitch, I suppose, unlike the one that we saw in Madrid, this pitch probably more friendly towards the bowlers than the batters. Bat on ball. So there's the point. So Bologna, they know that at least they have secured that point. Of course, we're the finalists here in 2022, Bologna. Bit of the glove on there still. Just, I think, a single again. Bologna, yeah, I mean, away from home, they haven't always been at their best. We saw them play in the European Cricket Series Rome last year. They finished 5th in the standings with a 6-8 record. And they did beat Baraka Prato in the eliminator, chasing 102. It was a win that they did of the last ball, but they went down to Royal Roma, the winners of the series, in a cracking semi-final, number 2, 153 to 141. But as I suspected, they need somebody like Ankush Kumar to go well for them. And when your top batter doesn't score any runs, it's always going to be difficult for you. Kumar, of course, going for a 5-ball duck in this one. It's just another single. So Numan Ali finishing this off. And I think what we're seeing here is that, you know, with the tidy bowling, with the sometimes a little bit the uneven bounce from this wicket and the slow outfield, that, as I said, the 100th score will be a good score on this pitch. It's high up in the air, fielder coming across and takes a catch, and the catching has been sensational. That's one thing for sure. Good cricketers here in Italy, and no mistakes in the field. Another catch gets taken. It's going to be the 7th wicket that falls, and Tahsin Mustafa just couldn't really get past that runner ball marker, could he? He'll go for 15 off 17. Good catch once again out there in the deep. And that's Pritpal Singh. Holds on to it. And he rewards Numan Ali with his first wicket. Kyle Abdul. That's a quick delivery into his pads. Haja. They'll take the single, and that will conclude the first match here. And it's going to be a very good victory for the Friends 11. They too were made to work hard in the middle when they were batting, but they had two batters really. And how important was that innings from Numan Ali when he makes 28 of 10 balls towards the end there? Vikas Kumar made 25, but then a little bit like this innings from Bologna, no other batter really got going. And that was a difference, I think, between the two teams. In the field and with the ball, I think they were both very good. 100% record of taking those catches. But with the bat, I suppose Friends 11 just had two batters that got into the 20s, and that made all the difference in that contest. So Bologna, they get a win. They will stay on the... Bologna, they go down, beg your pardon. They'll have time to take a break. We will see them a little bit later on in the day. And, well, this is the way things went. They just really couldn't get going. They needed a partnership. Never really got it. Wicket kept on falling. So, yeah, Bologna, they go down, but they will stay on the park. They play the next match. They take on Fresh Tropical. And Fresh Tropical, they've got an array of good players in their lineup. Let's see how this goes. And a couple of shots here. I've got to say, there were some soft dismissals there as well. And well, batters were looking good. I've got to say, Faizan Hussain, national team player, should know better, goes out there, hits 2 big sixes, then gets himself caught. And it was very much the same. Even Mohammad Ishaq finally got game, played a lovely shot for 4. I think this is it here. Beautiful shot. I said at the time, probably one of the shots of the morning so far. And then even though he gets a good talking to, he gets out. There you go. And you look at the look of Hasib there. He was absolutely disgusted with that shot. But Hasib, it has to be said, would probably do the same himself. He plays a really nice shot here for 6. And then he gets a nice full straight delivery. Plays all round it. Timber! As the stumps go over. And that is really, I think, where the issues were there for Bologna. They just couldn't really get anything going. Batters showed what they could do. That was a nice looking shot there. Plays that away nicely. A little bit of a celebration and a little bit of a genie up. Then that one was an absolute crunching shot. Big shot, well, that disappears into the crops. But were they able to maintain it? Could they keep it going? Unfortunately, the answer was no. It wasn't to be. Mustafa did chew up a lot of balls as well, didn't he? 17 for the 15. Because Kuma takes a catch that wobbles a little bit. That was an important one. See the batter, who has to be part, that was Akashdeep, not very happy with himself as he would go. And then, well, it was just a formality there towards the end. But good bowling, has to be said. They knew what they were doing. They knew what they had to do. They were using the pitch well. Outside the off stump was where the bounce was, and then getting the odd ones to dart straight into the middle stump where the ball tends to stay a little bit lower. They executed the Yorkers really well. But more importantly, our bowlers always fare well when the fielders around them are taking the catches. There's the scorecard, 15, the highest score, 8 extras in that as well, but nobody really able to get going. A disappointment, but Ankush Kumar, when he doesn't get off to a good start, the captain, then they were always going to struggle. But how about this for a bowling performance? You can't really say anything bad about it. It was good. 2 wickets for Subjit Singh, 2 there for Numan Ali as well. But for me, the pick of the bowlers, Jaswinder Singh, he bowls superbly well. He takes 2 and only concedes the 6 runs. So first match is done and dusted. Match number 2 will be coming up in around about 14 minutes time. Bologna will be looking to come back from that defeat, but it's not going to be easy. They take on the might of Fresh Tropical. I'm Rico Full, going solo here today and tomorrow, but I know that Tina Goff will be here in a couple of days time, and we together will talk you through the action. But for now, it's me, yours truly, going solo. Join me back in just over 10 minutes time for match number 2.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Victorinox and Rado.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back. And we're ready to do it again with match number 2. Bologna didn't quite go to plan for the home side in the first match. They went down in the first, but they're looking to bounce back here. But it's not going to be easy as they take on a very talented and a team which has got some really star players in there as well. Fresh Tropical in match number 2. Without further ado, let's join the sheriff in the middle and see what happened at the coin toss.
Thanks, Rico. Bologna with Fresh Tropical to call.
Tail.
Tails is the call, and it's a tail.
We will bowl first.
Fresh Tropical won the toss. They're going to have a bowl.
Nice to see Bilal Ahmed out there in the middle. And he will be leading the Fresh Tropical side, a team that we feel has one of the nicest names on the network as well. Fresh Tropical, and they're taking on Bologna in this one. Bologna looking to bounce back after going down to Friends 11. They've got one change in their lineup. Shir Salim comes into the side, but let's take a look at this Fresh Tropical side. I mean, first man that comes at the top of the list, Amir Sharif. Now, he's been in superb form when he's played on the network, and for Italy, 2,072 runs to his name. I think someone like Javed Atisham, he was good the last time we saw Fresh Tropical, and Irfan Sheikh was outstanding when we saw them playing in Brescia and last time around. And then you got the likes of Hassan Ahmed. This guy has scored mountains of runs on the network. 2,647. So talking about the players in good form, and Fresh Tropical have got a number of players in good form, and looking to try and restrict Bologna to a pretty average score here and then knock those runs off. Let's have a look at Fresh Tropical. So last time we saw them play on the network, they played in that European cricket season, Brescia, 85% to 15, by the way, and I think that is cemented by some of the stats that we already know about them. So they played in the Brescia series. They finished top of Group A with a 5-1 record. They won the quarterfinal quite easily when they beat Vicenza 163 to 114. Lost to the semi-final, though, to Punjab, who were the eventual winners. But they did win the bronze final versus the home side, and they chased down that 115 against Brescia quite easily. Zain Naqvi was in great form for them in that series. No mention of him so far today. I don't think he's in their squad, actually, so Zain probably maybe away on holiday somewhere. But Irfan Sheikh did play. He was in good form, 248 runs. We'll see him behind the stumps. And Abdullah Safi, not in the team in this first match, but I am told he is at the ground, Mr. 100%, with 11 wickets to his name. And then the captain himself picked up 9 wickets alongside Zahid Chima. So those two are going to be your key bowlers. So not going to be easy, this one, for Bologna. And let's see how they fare after losing the first match. One thing they're going to have to improve on is their batting. And hopefully Ankush Kumar can produce for them this time around. No change in the conditions, very much the same. And very overcast day here today. No sign of the sunshine. A lot of people were accusing me, by the way, of taking the sunshine with me when I left Madrid. Of course, I left Madrid and the rain would start. Was it me? Because if it was, the sun would be here, and it's not. It was out beautifully yesterday, has to be said. But good news so far is that though the sun may not be out, it's not bitterly cold. Temperatures are around about 13 degrees at the moment, but there's no rain. And if there's no rain, it means the cricket can continue. Not sure what's going on here at the moment. The two umpires, that's Ali Hassan is out there with umpire Numan. Just looks like there might be a few issues with the walkie-talkie for one of the umpires, so that the Grizzly men are going to sort themselves out. And while they're sorting themselves out, I suppose we can already reflect on some of the days that we are celebrating today. Today is International Plant Appreciation Day. We've got to love the plants. We wouldn't breathe if it weren't for them. And it's a natural gift, and it gives us so many benefits as well. And most importantly, it improves our air quality. So come on, go out there and well, if you've got a garden or something, put a plant out there. That'll be your mission for this week. Go and get yourself a plant and put it outside. If not, if you haven't got a garden, get a few pot plants in, put them around the house, and certainly it makes things look much nicer as well, doesn't it? Look very appealing. Do plants. Palm Sunday today as well, and also it's Sangkran Water Festival being celebrated in places like Thailand and countries of Southeast Asia, which represents the start of a new year. Right, we are ready to go. The umpires are sorted, and here comes the first, and it will be the captain, Bilal Hamid, to bowl it. The miscue, and out. It's going to be a royal duck. And what a terrible start from Ankush Kumar. He will make a pair. Yes, he will. A 5-ball duck, and now it's going to be a golden duck. It's the old... Well, Ankush Kumar, the man you would be expecting to be scoring all of the runs for Bologna, will go first ball. Hamid gets the wicket. Sikandar Abbas takes the easiest of catches. And that is not what Bologna needed. Oh dear, a disastrous start. And the battle of the two captains, as you see it here again, lasted just 1 ball. Right, back to the action. Oh, an edge. Just gets away from the keeper. Oh, a little snick. And that's Irfan Sheikh. I think it bounces before him, in fairness. See this here. Little edge and just doesn't carry. He's got a slip there in catching position as well. Not able to do anything about it either. That is Hassan Ahmed. Of course, we saw Hassan playing in the European Cricket League, and he enjoyed his time there. Of course, he played for Roma. Roma CC, of course, would go all the way to the final and scored a fine 45, I'm going to say, against Hornchurch. That was his best contribution, I think. Swing and a miss. Good areas. Good bounce once again. I think we're going to see plenty of this. It's nice to actually be, if we talk a little bit about when we were in Madrid, and Madrid was very, very difficult for the bowlers. Very narrow pitch. It was elevated as well. So when you're running onto it, you're running slightly higher than the outfield around you. The two edges had those plastic barriers on to stop the pitch moving, so you had to make sure when you ran off the pitch you didn't get your ankle twisted on that. Oh, that's an absolute corker. Absolute corker. Well, Bilal Hamid believes he's got his man. Let's take a look at this again. The umpires have not, the batter's not moved, the umpire's not given it. I want it one more time, please, just before. I mean, it just takes off, but I don't think it catches any of the bat. Let's look at this again. It just, it's an absolute peach. But, well, this pitch is it's really gonna cause a lot of surprise for the batters, and that leads me on to just that. So with that pitch in Madrid, it was difficult for the bowlers to bowl on it. It was difficult for them to follow through. That's going to be too wide from Hamid. And also, it was slow. The ball held up for the batters. So unless you got a Yorker in, the batters were going to, they're going to have a field day. And they did have a field day, didn't they? But here we got a pitch which I think bowlers want to have a bowl on it. It's got some bounce, the ball comes through. And also, the odd one stays low, which helps you as well. So batters have to be at their best here to score runs. And you can see already from that shot there from Faizan Hussain, who, remember, the last match started with 2 sixes and got out. He's being a little bit more cautious. So batters are having to respect the bowler a bit more and have to play with a little bit more caution. And I think that will be definitely reflected in the scores that we'll see. So end of the first over, it's just the 2 runs that come from it. 1 wicket down already, and it was that big wicket of Kumar. So Faizan Hussein, who we know has represented Italy out there now with Safkan Abdullah. That's hit up in the air, and the fielder wants this, and he's got a chance. He's got to play on it, but can't get there. And that's the first one that goes down. I just think that Amir Sharif had a lot more time, and you see that here, to get himself in a much better position. He really should have run a lot quicker and then got himself in a better position to take the catch. It goes down as a chance. The bowler, this will be disappointed. This is Zahid Chima with the ball. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Really good shot played here. Abdullah flicks it away. Well, he might have got lucky first time round. But that is, I mean, it's just a smidging on the pad. It's not that far down there. But he whips that away quite elegantly. Lovely shot played away. Chima losing his line and gets put away for 6 runs. Interesting, isn't it? We saw Bilal Hamid bowl the first over and the captain, and he's got Chima on his back. This is Chima bowling. At least he's got Zahid, which is part of his name on there. Good comeback, wants it, but going nowhere. It's not a single on there. You don't want to run yourself out here. Bologna will be desperate to get a partnership going here. We are in Italy, so I do have an espresso. So, buongiorno. I'll have my little espresso now. It's the right temperature, I think. Nice. Oh, that hits the spot. There you go. First one of the day. For those of you that are counting on the chat. Gets this one through as well. Well, fresh tropical, I suppose with a name like that, you'd have to have a bright and breezy kit. And well, the yellow and green. I mean, it's a brave colour, isn't it? Well, it's fresh, you have to say. Good movement away from Zahid Chima. Bologna. Troubles continue. That one just scuffs off the face of the bat. Once again, no runs there. And Thomas Martinez saying, oh yeah, not good for Bologna. Losing that wicket very, very early. Oh, where's this caught him? Where has this caught him? I think this has got him. I mean, it didn't make a liddy sound, but that's... is it the shoulder or is it actually, in fact, the helmet? It's a nasty one. Yeah, I think it just gets him, I think, on the... almost like the collarbone. The umpires are very quick to check that he's okay. He's giving it the thumbs up, but... yeah, there you go, right in the chest. That's going to leave a bruise, isn't it? End of the over. Zahid Chima, just the 8 come from it. There was that beautiful 6 off the second ball. That was after the chance got put down by Amir Sharif off the first ball. So 6 off the second. Then after that, the last 4 balls, no runs from it at all. So 10 for 1 at the end of 2. Captain Hamid with Chima on the back. Very confused in that, actually. Will come back and goes a little bit too wide this time. Let's take a look at this once again, and we can... he does get a movement away. Yeah, it's that swing away. But you can see there, very good call. Anything that misses the line will be called wide. Faizan, 4 balls, not off the mark. And make that 5. Faizan, who hit 2 6s and got out in the last match. 6-6 and out. Well, what's better? I suppose at the moment you'd take that than this. 5 balls. No runs. I think the more that I look at this, I think batting, when teams are batting, give you more of my thoughts after this. Good Yorker length delivery. Good change up. If he does get back, he'll be in trouble. If this hits, it's a little flick from the fielder. I think that's Secunda once again, who took the catch earlier. This is going to be out, you know, if it hits. It doesn't, so he survives. It's a good ball. Look, he's overcommit. It's a little back flip. Look, he's not in the picture. And if the bowler or anybody was there, then it would have been curtains. So a little bit of luck there for Abdullah. There was never a single there, was there? I'll go back to what I was saying in a moment. Yes. Yeah, that actually keys it up nicely. I think if you're batting on this pitch, what you should be focusing on is thinking, right, I'm not going to hit boundaries of every ball. I've got to respect the ball, but I've got to get bat on board. Got to play cricket shots. And if it means taking singles, I take singles because, you know, apparently there will be high scoring innings, but I think majority of the time that won't be the case. And I think you just got to get down and get gutsy, get brave, take the singles, keep the tiki-taka going, and pick up the odd boundaries like this one when they come up. That will go all the way. So that is going to be the first scoring runs for Faizan Hussain. He gets that one out the middle quite nicely. So he'll go to 6 of 8 deliveries. But you've got to take those singles, you know. The boundaries will come. They're not going to be that many, especially the 4s. Most of them will probably be 6s. But if the ball isn't there, then take the single. You shouldn't be swinging and missing. And now he's going to be gone. It's a sharp catch. What a great catch this is. A brilliant little bit of cricket. And Faizan Hussain has gone. Ball number 9. What a catch. Just tries to push this away. But this is a great take. Diving to his left. That is sensationally well held. Javed Atisham has taken a humdinger. Oh, I don't know if we get a better look at this again, but what a good catch this is. That is the end of Hussain. Just tries to guide this away, but that is class from Javed Atisham. Really good catch. And Hussain gets one away, but then gets out. He's going to go for 6 of 9. Take to this catch. Sensational. Really well held. That ball was travelling. It was travelling. Excellent catch. And the second wicket goes down. Atasham, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Bilal, the captain, picks up his second. Got a slip and a gully in catching position. And that goes to the gully. There he is again, Javed. What a wonderful catch that was. All instincts. It was all about anticipating where that ball was going to go, and he holds on to it. Well, the power play, if it was bad for Bologna against the Friends 11, it's even worse now. 17, 2 wickets down. Bilal, the captain, finishes with 2 for 9 of his 2 overs. And Mohammed Ishtaq is out there with Abdullah, who has seen this before. He saw 3 wickets fall while he was stuck at the other end. He's had a bit more strike this time round, though. He's faced 7 deliveries for his 9. Here he is on strike. And he's going to get a wide delivery here from the new bowler. It's time for us to see Amir Sharif with the ball. Somebody that we've seen a fair bit of on the network. Back to his mark, looking to get his first legal delivery in. And that is high in the air. Has he got the legs to go all the way? Yes, it has. Manos arriba from the Albitro. 6 carreras smashed away. Well, Amir Sharif a little bit too short. He does get the movement. There's plenty of movement. That's whacked away. 86 wickets on the network. His best was back in 2023 against Denmark, 4 for 15. Also, 2,072 runs on the network. Now another wide. So just taking him a bit of time to get going here. Abdullah moves to 15. And that's another wide delivery. In fact, well, this one, these few deliveries here, well, in Barcelona, there would have been big no balls, wouldn't they? And that's what I said. We don't expect to see too many no balls here today. Well, we're going to see plenty of aircraft. That's an interesting looking aircraft, isn't it? Well, somebody tell me what that is. Somebody will come up and say, hey, Rico, that was a... Well, please do tell me. Oh, that's better. No run this time. Very close is the field. The field is very tight in here. You've got them close. There's Paulo in the background there. Paulo from Portugal to Italy. Did a fine job, Paulo, and the rest of the gang there at the centre of ground. Oh, that is spicy. That is another spicy delivery. Well, bowlers are going to be queuing up to be bowling here now. What happens here? Does this go right through him? Yeah, I mean, you can see the batter. He wants something out of this, but I don't know what he wants out of it. It's not over the head. It's just a spicy short delivery. A little bit of masala on it. It's getting hot in the middle. I mean, that really just pops up. Changa Turka lake bowling kitti. Proper masala on that one from Amir Sharif. And now that's another one that just takes off. He's not liking it out there. It's getting too hot in the kitchen for Abdullah. You see, he just decides, all right, I might as well just get brave and throw everything at it. But it's not the way. It's what I said earlier. Take the singles. Don't be trying to hit every ball to the boundary. And gets that one away. It will just go to the fielder. That will be a single fielded there by Zaid Jima. Yeah, you're gonna have to work for your runs here. And if a batter is going to go on to score a big score, it'll be a good innings. It will be a good classy innings. It's that sort of pitch. Here comes Sharif again, and now he goes for the Yorker length delivery. That's going to go for 4. Good strike. Ishaq gets off the mark with the boundary of ball number 2 for him. It's going to be the end of that over from Amir Sharif. It goes for 14. Had a few issues in getting the ball straight. But once the radar was switched on, he got a few spicy deliveries in there as well. But then he goes for that Yorker length delivery. I can understand it. Ishaq, yes, to get off the mark. So give him a Yorker, make him play at it. But he plays it rather well. 31 for 2. This partnership, so crucial. It's the one thing that Bologna couldn't get going and couldn't do against Friends 11. Get a partnership going. It's going to be pretty key. 4 overs down, though. Expected score in the 80s at the moment. And that's another swing. See what I mean? If we can see this one again, please, Rainer. So just get bat onto ball, get across, just play it, get a single. There's the field positioning. So you've got men tight there on the offside. 3 in the ring. They've removed the slip now. And then on the leg side, mid-wicket short, either side of him, 2 men on the boundary. Got a very straight long on as well. That's hit well. And that's going to go all the way. If it hit hard and flat. So that's a nice shot. Both on a shot, Maria. Achhi timing. Badhiya timing. Zabardast. And see, this time gets him down to the foot. Slightly slower delivery this time from Sikandar Abbas. But fair play to the batter. Does get himself to the pitch of that one to play it away. Nicely played. Slight adjustment being made in that field now. So one of those 3 that we saw in the line just been pushed back slightly. And that one just be worked away. So that's that slower ball, which I like that from the batter. Abdullah, he goes up to Abbas and saying, yeah, I saw it, I picked it. Here it is again. So just goes very wide, doesn't he? And angles that ball again. And yeah, look at the smile on the face there of the bad Abdullah saying, yeah, I saw that one. That's hit down the ground, and it's going to get in between the two fielders. Hassan Ahmed not able to make the stop. That's well struck, so better. And starting to get this partnership going. They've got a batter at high score from any Bologna batter so far today, this morning. Remember, they struggled to get any score of any substance in the first. So it's starting to come together, but they are losing overs and time pretty quickly as well. So got to get going here, really. Abdullah and Ishtak. That was Ishtak who got that one away, his second boundary. And he'll go again in the air, but this probably hasn't got the legs. Hassan Ahmed takes the catch, and that's going to be the end of Ishtak. He looked to really stroke this away, went more aerial and high than long. And Hassan Ahmed, there he is. A very, very good player. And we're going to see a lot more of him. I think he's going to get a lot more camera time. Hassan Ahmed makes no mistakes. And Ishtak, after getting his second boundary away, will fall for 8 of 4 deliveries. Ahmed holding on to the catch and rewarding Sikandar Abbas with his first wicket. The third wicket then does fall just as that partnership was starting to develop. Abdullah, 23 at the moment. New batter comes in. It's going to be... Well, that one's down the leg side. So this is now Khan who comes in. Hasib stuck around for a bit in the last, didn't he? But he too was done by a good Yorker. Well, I think that's out. It is. Oh dear. I mean, fair play to Hasib Khan for walking, but he's going to go for a golden duck. It would have been a wide if he had left it alone, but he's trying to just get a little nurdle on this. Gets a fine touch. The catch has been smartly taken by Irfan Sheikh, and it's adios. Golden duck, and not a good shot to play. It's never nice when you get out like that. Down the leg side, he just wanted something on it to take it away to that fine leg area. So Hasib gets quacked off. Get the feeling that there's going to be a few ducks here. No Derek's on the camera, unfortunately. And, well, what we can do, though, I suppose, we can always have my Derek here, James Pond. Buongiorno, he says. Hello. He's always here with me. And I know people missed him, said, where is he? Well, he's here. And he's good to be here as we get ready to go back to the action. And maybe he's a fresh tropical fan as well. Hello, everybody. There he is. James Pond has made it. Oh, well, I think this might have caught a little bit of bat, actually. I heard a sound. Yeah, well, the handle. And, well, I don't know about that. I really don't know about this. I'm pretty sure that I thought that came off a little, because you can see even the batter was, I don't know. The batter was sort of shaking his hand around like it came off his hand, but, yeah, it doesn't look like there was any bat in the end. And then the umpire was calling that a while. Well, there's definitely bat on that one. As it will hold up. Of course it will. And all sorts happening. Well, that wasn't a 4, by the way. No, it's not. It's not a 4. It didn't go. Well, come on. Let's get with... Did that go for 4? I don't think that went for 4. I thought, oh, well, all right, hang on a minute. It's all going to be... I thought that's the rope there. Well, this one's up in the air. Well, that's 6. I can tell you that one. Oh, well, yeah, it's been, by the way, don't panic, it's been changed. I wasn't going crazy. It didn't go for 4. It was a single. It's been changed now. And that, though, has gone for 6. And crunched away. Looks like the umpire's still having some issues with the walkie-talkie. As Safkan Abdullah trying to make something happen here. 50 does come up. Bat on ball, run. This is better. This is, I think, what teams have to do. Bat on ball, take the single. Bat on ball, take the single. The old back and forth, running back and forth, taking those singles. And then, if you have got the boundaries, if it's a boundary shot, you play it on merit. Lovely bumblebee comes into my commentary position. It's always nice to see the bees around. And, well, I'm a busy bee at the moment as well here. Of course, we go for going solo today and tomorrow, but Tina Goth will be joining me. Looking forward to being back with Tina, who did a sensational job there in Portugal. I had Phil G with her for some time, Vinny Sandu, and then finished the T20 International by herself, just out of the reach of the infielder. Now this one is going to be stopped. Well done. Gets a slide in there. That's Zahid Chima. Just gets out of reach of the infielder, and then just for a moment I thought that one might slide and go all the way. It doesn't, and gets nicely dealt with. So end of the over from Asim Ali. He'd be quite happy with that. Goes for 12. So we've seen 2 lots of 12. And at 55 for 4. 6 overs now completed. 32 from Abdullah. Actually came in 1 down in this one. They gave Faizan Hussain the opening spot. Didn't quite work, did it? Oh, that's a good pickup. That's going to be going all the way. What a lovely shot that is. Well, that's in the crop. That I don't know what's been ploughed there. Well, hopefully nothing. Otherwise, the farmer won't be too happy, would he? As that's going to be trampled on a fair bit. Maybe it's just been rotivated for later. That's a really good pickup from Akash Deep. Gets hold of that nicely. Akash, I think he got to this kind of score in the first match, and then would get himself out. Can he stay there a bit longer? Misses this one, and he yelps at himself. Yeah. Akash Deep, yeah, made 9 of 9 in the last. Good. He's an interesting bowler, isn't he, Sikandar Abbas, because he's pretty tall. He runs sort of gentle running. He goes very wide and angles the ball across. I mean, that's an art to do, but he's not coming as quick as you think. And I think that's what makes him more effective. That's effective. And now this one. This is going to be interesting. How did they get these ones then? Because I don't know if you have to jump the fence or whether it's the way to get round. But this is going to maybe take a little bit of time to get. I'm just watching. Oh, no, there is a way. There's a hole in the fence to go into the field that's behind us. And 6 runs. That's a really good shot from Abdullah. Making the difference at the moment. But again, we're looking at around that 100 mark. It's a score. It was around 80s early on. So Abdullah certainly has helped to elevate the expected score. 97 at the moment. And, well, we might see it go down pretty quickly now, because that's a wicket that Bologna did not want to lose. Once again, goes wide, but this time it's much fuller. It's not the best of shots because look at the footwork there. He's all over the place, plays completely round this. I'd like to see this again and just see whether this was... I mean, here's the delivery. So he goes wide. Yeah, just not a very good shot, is it? I mean, he's all over the place. He's trying to muscle it to the boundary. Shot selection is crucial. And, well, Safwan Abdullah, 38 or 22. I mean, compared to what the other batters around him have been doing, it's a good knock. But he'll be disappointed to get out to that. But fair play to Secunda Abbas. Picks up another wicket. That's his third. 3 for 29. That's short. And that's been hit well. That's going to be 6 runs. Boom. Shaka lagya kinna sona. That will go all the way. And yeah, lets himself down with a short ball there towards the end of his spell. So he does go for a few number of runs. But still, he's got the wickets to go with it as well. So 3 for 35. Now, I'm not really sure. Yeah, not sure what's happened there. It looks like it's showing that it's ball 2.1, but when I'm looking at it at the ball by ball, I think there's just a little glitch there. No glitches here. I did the first half of this. Second half, Belgium, Germany, Sweden, England, Wimbledon, Croatia. One still to be confirmed. We go to Romania, Hungary, Switzerland. Looking forward to spending some more time in Switzerland. Then we have the Meltel, the combination of the Meltel Shield and the Western Shield. That's going to be bigger and better. That's high. Oh, I like to look at this side on. I think this could... Square leg umpire saying it's okay. I want to have a look at this again. They will get back for 2. Let's have a look at the call here. I think no ball is now eventually being called. That looked high to me. And yeah, it has to be called. So I think square leg umpire was sort of saying looked okay. But just have a look there. I think, oh, mate, actually, no. He's saying it was too high. I read it the other way around there. But yeah, I think I'd like to see them just call it. Put the arm out and call it. But being communicated in the end. Well, free hit to come. No ball. And can't get it away. Zahid Chima coming back into the attack here. Only this, the 8th over. The last one from Abbas was a strange over, wasn't it? It did go for 19 in the end. Expected score around that 100 mark, but I just feel with that wicket of Abdullah going, things could slow down a fair bit here. Up in the air, catching opportunity. Hassan Ahmed makes no mistakes, gets across, holds on to it. Akash Deep once again going in the deep. And a good movement there from Hassan. Sees it early, starts to the left of me on the boundary, comes across, takes the catch. Something they haven't touched on too much. We've talked about the outfield being a little bit slow. It's also one of those, I mean, as we see in a lot of places as we travel across Europe, it is a bumpy outfield. You know, it's the ball is going to be bumping around when it's coming to you, but also underfoot when you're running towards the ball, it's going to be pretty uneven. So trying to keep your balance and your shape to take those catches is never going to be easy, but that's really well done. Ahmed takes another. Deep will have to go. And makes a contribution of some runs like he did in the last. Goes for the Yorker there. And just will take a single. A lot of warming up being done here by the batter. That's Salim, Shahir Salim, and this man who comes in for this match, and the new in. Oh, just a big hoik. Just playing down the wrong line, really. Big hoik, swing and a miss from Mustafa. Right, high in the air, short ball, should be an easy catch for the captain, and he drops it. Drops an absolute sitter. It's a dolly, really. Oh dear, well, Bilal Hamid. It's the genuine short ball. He put the effort in. He knew exactly what he was doing there. And I'm not really sure how that one gets put down, but that's a very soft dismissal. And what an opportunity that was. Down the ground. This one's not going to carry. Apologies at the moment for the scorecard. Just gone from your screens for the moment. I'll keep you posted on the score. I think we might have just maybe some issues with maybe the internet just frozen for a moment. We'll get that back as soon as possible. It's the end of the over. And I'll get you the scores as soon as I have them available. But there was that genuine catching chance. It's a bit of a sitter really dropped there by Hamid. Edge over everybody, and this one ain't going to be stopped as it goes into the nettles. Be careful. I can tell you, there's a genuine stinging nettles in there. And you get that on your hands itch. And the reason I know, well, when we were putting up our igloo this morning, let's just say that I've got my fingers in a few of those, and they're still itching now. It was 80 at the end of that, the 8th over, with 6 wickets down. Just the 6th ones coming from it from Zahid Chima. Amir Sharif. That's worked away. Wants to take the single, pick up and throw, missing the target. Would have been a close one, but I like the fact that he's called that. He wants it. He gets there. They're doing better than what they did in the last match, Bologna. But, I mean, you just feel that with the opposition and the strength of the opposition that they're up against, that really, I think, even on this pitch and this outfit, you probably want to be trying to get to a 120 kind of score. And the ball, fair play to them. I mean, with the ball, Bologna were good and in the field. Nice slower ball there from Amir Sharif. Gets a dot ball in there. Yeah, I mean, they did bowl well. So I think they bowled well and they caught well. In fact, I think it's only Fresh Tropical, the only team to drop catches today so far. Good variation of pace this from Amir Sharif. He's likes to bowl that heavy ball, doesn't he? He's not. I think he pitched up at the end of his first over, and that ball went to the boundary. So he'd probably be pretty keen not to pitch up here. And look at that. It's a perfect height, really, just below the shoulder. Very difficult one to put away. And that's the slow one here. No run again this time. Probably close to being a wide. Good backing up. Good cricket all round, really, from Fresh Tropical. You'd expect them to be up for this. Bronze final winners in Brescia last year after losing to the eventual winners, Punjab, in the semi-final. They beat Brescia in that bronze final. Oh, that's right in the gut, in the belly. Look, this is right in the stomach. Yeah, just saying, good job he didn't have too much for breakfast this morning. Otherwise, I think some of that would have been coming out. That's another one that he gets in the body, another bruise. Well, I think that might have been the over, actually. And that's why he gets stopped there. You can see everything. Over! Over! Stop, stop! But he does stop. And not a bad over at all. Just the 5 from it. So we often say all happens in the 9th. Not too much happened in that one. 85 for 6. So an over to go. And that expected score has been going up and down a lot, hasn't it? We saw it around 82. It jumped up to 100 and something. But I said at the time, as soon as that wicket of Abdullah went, that the chances of them getting there was probably going to be slim. Now, well, they need to go really well in this final over, which will be bowled by Asim Ali. And extras, I feel. How many of them? 4. 4 buys Well, that'll do nicely. Asim Ali. Yes, I'm not really sure where the wicketkeeper was there. Irfan Sheikh, no idea why he's not behind the stumps. It's a straight delivery, goes straight through. I wonder if he just thought it was going to hit the stumps. I don't know, but that's valuable 4 runs. Takes the score to 89. 5 balls to come. Down the ground, lovely pickup. Bolle. Now that, what is that? Smashed into the tower, I believe. Well, Martha Maria was under attack. Well, Martha, I think this was, never mind the lovely painted fingers. This was on your toes. Smashes into the base of the tower. Martha, come on. We want to see the heart for I am okay. Just there, says Martha. This has lovely painted nails. Work of art, those. Well, 4 and 6. 4 byes and 6 runs. Tossed up in the air. And more runs. How many, though? Bounces. And will go past the boundary. What a good over this is. 99 on the board. So Asim Ali comes on first, the 4 byes. Then he gets smashed for 6. That goes for 4. Best over so far. $18 off the over. I think that might be the... No, we had a 19, didn't we? Abbas is... Okay, this is going to be a difficult one, but beautifully taken. Difficult? What do you mean difficult? The man with the quality of Hassan Ahmed makes it look easy. That was hit pretty well and is dipping, but he didn't panic, doesn't run forward like a lot of people would have done, and puts himself under pressure and in a difficult position. Just calmly walks, gets down, and takes a good catch. So Sher Salim's good little innings comes to an end. 17 of 8 deliveries. Gets his team close to that 100. Oh, and gone. 2 in 2. And we have a chance of a hat-trick. That's the wicket before. And this was the second. So the new batter comes in, and Kashan Mazar, well, a wicketkeeper himself, he has done the wicketkeeper a big favour here. Irfan says, thank you very much. And it's almost like somebody got in touch with him and said there's a sale on down the road in the shopping centre. He said, all right, I better get going then. And off he goes. 2 in 2. Now we have a chance for a hat-trick as well. This was the wicket. So hat-trick time. Asim Ali. The over started badly with 4 byes, 6 and 4, and then after that it's gone wicket, wicket. We've just seen another golden duck for Kashan Mazar, and now a hat-trick ball, and it's Kaya Abul there for the hat-trick, the number 10 batter. In the air, and a hat-trick! We have a hat-trick here in this new Fabio Fabri cricket ground, and it is a hat-trick to Asim Ali, and what a way to finish the innings. Bologna won't get to the 100. 99 for 9, all the 9. Call the emergency services, and what a way to finish. What a way to start here in Bologna, European Cricket Series. Bologna, and we have a hat-trick. Another name will go up in a Hall of Fame, and it will be Asim Ali. Well, what a way to do it. He'll pick up 3 wickets. Incredible. And a hat-trick. Well, this is what European cricket is all about, making dreams come true. It's all about making dreams come true. And Asim Ali, his dream will come true as he takes a hat-trick. Absolutely brilliant. Went for 12 in his first. And here it is again. There, thank you very much. It doesn't get any easier than that. And his hat-trick joy on day 1, match number 2 here in Bologna, in this beautiful Fabri cricket ground. Absolutely brilliant. Fabio Fabri, actually. Bit of a tongue twister. What an over that was. 4 byes 6 runs, 4 runs, wicket, 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 99 for 9. And you would say that from there, that Fresh Tropical firmly in control. So let's have a look at the highlights, and after that we'll take a look at the scorecards. Here we go. And, well, what can you say? It's very much similar. From Bologna first, well, Ankush Kumar goes for another duck, so a pair for him in the day. Real disappointment for him. But what a lovely shot that was. Got to say that Abdullah was looking good. At the other end, Faizan Hussain took an age to get going. He would finally hit a 6 to get him started, but then he would depart as well. 6 of just the 9 balls. So it wasn't really what Bologna needed, but they needed somebody to stick around. Abdullah was the man to do it. And that was a big 6. That was it then from Hussain, and we thought, okay, here we go. This is better. These two could do it. And then he would get caught here. That was a really good catch, though. Have to say, wonderfully held there by Etisam Javed. And it was Javed who would then also take the hat-trick catch as well, right at the end of the innings. Applause from him, and he would be the one that would be applauded at the end of the innings. Runs would be coming, and Abdullah and Ishtaq just got a little bit of a partnership going. Ishtaq played some nice shots himself in that one, but then it was Sakana Abbas, he's a very interesting looking bowler, isn't he? He bowls from very wide, always angles the ball in, and his pace is difficult to try and get a grasp off for the batter. And he would then take a wicket. Some good catches actually taken by Hassan Ahmed in the deep as well. And some of them were pretty dangerous ones as well, because they were in danger of hitting us and in danger of hitting people behind it, but he held on to it. That was a poor dismissal, really, wasn't it? With a loose ball down the leg side, and it was a batter, Hasib, who we know can make a contribution. Then right towards the end, we thought, okay, hang on a minute, we could get to that 100 mark. Things did change. It was a roller coaster sort of innings, but when that wicket went down, that was the end of Abdullah for a fine 38 or 22. We thought, okay, things could change here pretty quickly, and I thought they may not get that 100. There's another one of those catches from Hassan Ahmed, but he will take the best catch a little bit later. But then, of course, we thought, well, hang on a minute, maybe we will get to that 100. But there was that catch, very well taken by Ahmed. But it never happened, because this was that last over from Asim. It started off with 4 byes. It was a 4, there was 6. That was a really loose dismissal from Mazar. And then here it is, hat-trick ball, the last ball of the innings, and it would be a hat-trick. The catch taken by the man who started things off in the field as well. It was an easy catch taken, and it was all done and all dusted. Well done to Asim Ali. Zahid Chima actually pops up and takes a catch there right at the end to remove Kaya Abul. So we have a hat-trick here in Bologna. Quick look at that scorecard, 38 from Abdullah. And then we saw a nice little knot there from Shahir Salim getting to 17, but not a lot else from some of the others. 99 for 9. Bowling wise, interesting. There were some expensive overs in there as well, actually, as the spell from Sikandar Abbas, though effective, he picked up 3 wickets. He would also go for 31, but 3 for 21 from Asim Ali, including that hat-trick. And then at the top there, really, Bilal Hamid and Zahid Chima, 2 very good economical spells from them. And those, you can see there, those 4 overs only going just for 23 runs. So a short break that we'll take here, and then we'll see the reply from Fresh Tropical, needing exactly 100 to get a victory in this match number 2. And Bologna, well, they've got to try, main thing they've got to try and do is try and take Fresh Tropical at least past that 7 over mark. They'll be desperate to try, and well, they'd love to get a win, but more importantly, if they're not winning this match, they need to try and pick up a point. Don't be back, Rico Paul in the house. We'll be back in about 10 minutes time for the reply from Fresh Tropical.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Victorinox and Rado.
Hello viewers and welcome back to the Fabio Fabri cricket ground here in Bologna. Yes, we are in Italy, and what a start we've had as well in match number 2. We have seen a hat-trick, and that's absolutely brilliant, and Asim Ali getting the hat-trick in that match. So congratulations to him. He'll have his name in the Hall of Fame. So we get ready now for the reply. So it should be a straightforward one. This is the bonus point equation. So trying to restrict to 69, that's going to be difficult. I think Bologna, if, in all honesty, if they get a point out of this, they'll be happy because they've got some hard hitters in this fresh tropical side. That's a good start. York-lent delivery. But I will say, look, Bologna, take nothing away from them. I like the way that they bowled and fielded against Friends 11. They restricted them to 101. And problem was, though, when it came to the batting themselves, they only just got past the 71. That meant they picked up a point and finished on 74. Going to have to be at their best. It's Hasib Khan. Starts with a good Yorker. Gets played into the ground, and with the mid-on up in the circle, no run there. Let's quick look at this field then. We've got a long off back. It's one off the two-man back, and a third back on the boundary. That means you've got 4 men inside the ring on the offside, and 3 on the leg side, all inside the circle. That's the areas that has caused the problems for most of the time for the batters. That rising ball outside the off, and Hasib Khan bowled that very well in the first match. Amir Sharif, batter on strike. He's got Javed Atisham out there with him. Oh, that one just doesn't come up at all. And the wicketkeeper actually does very well here. That's Kashan Mazar. Just doesn't come up and just opts to put these pads together to stop that one getting away. But it's another dot ball. Amir Sharif has got a very good record on the network. 2,072 runs to his name, and he will take on the single with the fielder not able to pick this up cleanly. Will get the single, so he gets off the mark. First runs on the board off the 5th ball of the innings, and that hands the strike now to Javed Atisham. Takes his time. It's entitled to do so. Has a look around. Looks around the field. And plays a delightful shot. One bounce into the fence just to the left of me. It's a really nice shot. It gets pitched up. It's almost like he says, okay, I will go for the stumps with the final ball off me over, but the batter was ready and waiting and placed a delightful shot. Javed gets off the mark with a boundary. We've seen him play for Bergamo CC before, Royal Bergamo as well. He has played for Fresh Tropical and went to Mahor Milan for a while before coming back, and during that time, with that shot there, he's gone past 850 runs on the network, and be hoping to have a successful series here. High in the air, nobody back there, going, gone. 6, that's the other side of the fence. It's a lovely shot from Sharif. The timing on that was the key, really. Just watch this, beautifully timed. It's actually a fair way from his body, so it does very well to get that away. Delightful shot. Nicely played, and that goes the other side of the fence. Somebody's going to have to run over there, get this one. Meanwhile, another one comes back over. So Sakan Abdullah back to the drawing board. Loses his run up here. So goes back again, thinks about where he needs to get this delivery. Doesn't want to go as wide, that's for sure. Well, he does go wider, and it's another one of plays this one a little bit early, I think, Amir Sharif. Interestingly, he was trying to fetch that ball from sort of wide outside off and hit it over that mid-wicket area, and the reason for that is they've got a very short mid-wicket, and even the mid-on is well inside that circle. They're really trying to put the pressure on there. They've got a sweeper out though at square leg. It's hit firmly in the gap, and it... Oh, well, what's happened to the striker? He's gone absolutely flying as Amir Sharif. I wonder if he got this. Amir Sharif goes flying. I mean, it's stopped by the sweeper. Just here, not sure what he... Oh, there. Well, that's a proper blowout. Back goes flying. There we go. See, he almost smacks his own stumps. That's what bowled. Bends his back a little bit in this one, as Abdullah. Yeah, they've got that interesting field. I mean, the field does change here. They obviously had that field set to Amir Sharif where they had two men either side of each other and a sweeper on the boundary. Now they've just gone for two straight down the ground. That's where they feel that this is going to be hit. And it is hit straight, and nicely dealt with. Gets it smothered. Will just be a single. So one more. Javed Atisham gets this one away. Just gets a single. So they've got the field quite to him. They expect him to go straight. Now it changes now to Amir Sharif. Those two come in and they get a wide. And he's out there, but he can't stop this. That's going to go all the way. Shaba. Ginna sona que guay, que genial, que grande. Eso es. Genial. Es un enorme. And bel colpo, as they like to say here. That's a good shot. Cracking shot. Gets played away. And in control at the moment as over number 2 comes to an end and is 19 without loss after 2. That over from Abdullah going for 14 with 2 boundaries. In fact, 2 sixes. It's 2 sixes sandwich, 2 singles in the middle. A quick look at the teams at the end of that over, so you can see that at the moment Friends 11 sitting pretty at the top with 3 points. Bologna did pick up a point as they go straight back to Hasib Khan, needing him to get the breakthrough here. Namaste, Assalamu alaikum, Sat Sri Akal, Abawan, Vanakkam to all of our viewers that are watching around the world, watching via fan code in the Indian subcontinent, and of course watching via YouTube. Good shot, gone, adios. That's in the field behind, and the good news for this one is at least we can kind of see where that one is. Let's have a look at what's behind where this is going. So you can see there's an area there on the back which looks like it's ready to be seeded, but then next to that we've got something growing. As I said, I'll try and find out what's growing there. But it's it reminds me, this ground really does remind me a lot of the Seabarn cricket ground in Austria, which is very much the same. There's Martha Maria doing a bit in the camera. So you can see that's what's behind where the straight hits are going. Oh, that's a better delivery. No, good comeback from Hasib. Says, all right, you like to hit straight. Well, what can you do with this one? And Amir Sharif, well, I can't do too much with that one. It's good, good comeback delivery. want to say hi to Luke Belgium joining in the chat along with Helix. Hello to you, gentlemen. I hope you're well. Terry Richmond is in there. It's another one blasted away, and that is an incredible shot. Hit flat and hard for 6. What a good hit that is from Javed. It looks effortless, but it has flown across and over the offside and crunches into the boundary fence. Lovely strike. Hello to Jakub as well, who was out there. Well, everybody enjoying themselves, and it's always good to be in a new location, a new destination. Worked away, gets a nimble footwork to get himself into a good position and guide this one away as well. So Hasib, and just losing his line a little bit, and the batter's making him pay. Javed Atisham gets this one away as well. I want to say a big thank you to Rob Thompson, who gifted a membership. And that was because of that hat-trick. Thank you, Rob. Comes Hasib Khan once again, and that also will be put away. It's a big over this. It will go magical. The most expensive over that we've seen in Bologna so far in match number 2. It's gone magical. 22 with the ball to go. Started with a dot, but then since has gone 6-6-4, and another biggie that goes over the long on boundary. Looking to do this pretty quickly. Helix saying hi to me. Hope you're all well. Right now, looks like that ball has come back. Well done to all the ball retrievers that we've got around it, and well done, I think, here for the Federation for having them on hand, because that certainly does make a huge difference. Right back, Hasib Khan. It's all going wrong at the moment for him. I think we've got a slight delay here as well. I think that was... No, I think everything's gone a little bit pear-shaped here at the moment. I think that might have been... Was that the end of the over? I couldn't tell you, folks, because as you've seen, likewise on my screen and your screen, we seem to have lost the graphics for a moment. We'll do our utmost best to get them back for you. This is a new bowler coming to the bowl here. It's Yasin Khan, who you've seen he takes a little bit of time sometimes, a couple of balls to get his line right. When he does, he's effective. Ooh, almost sneaks this one through. The batters think about taking the run and decide in the end not to. Fairly useful power play. 41 coming from it that last over. Hasib goes for 22, did finish magical. I like what Yasin Khan does here. He's got that. What I like about him is he's slow through the air. He's got that drifty. So batters, it's one of those where batter can be a bit undecided. Do I come out? Do I stay where I am? And that one of those makes it a lot easier. I think he just tried to do something different there because he doesn't want to be too predictable. So tries to go a little bit quicker but goes too wide. Amir Sharif, 9 of 14. So it's most of the damage being done at the moment by Javed Atisham. But that is in the hitting zone, and it was going to fly over towards where the match officials and our scorers are. Charles Croucher, the sheriff, is in there, and then we got our scorers. Nukesh Patel is in there with Manav Naik, of course, his father, just a few days ago celebrated his 50th birthday there in Madrid. Samir was part of the crew in Madrid. And that's muscled away. And it's going to be a big 6. It's a really good shot from Amir Sharif. It wasn't the worst of deliveries. It's not that short, actually, but he just rocks back and gets this out of the middle. Lovely jubbly. Really good shot. You can see how close that back foot goes to the stumps, but he's in full control of it. Over the fence it goes. And one more for the ball retriever to try and get back. So started with 3 dots, then the wide, and now it's gone 6-6, and that's going to be another wide. I don't think there's anything on that. So we'll make that 2 wides as the batters take the single as well. $56, and this, which is going to be another 6. Over it goes, and this one is going to be a little bit harder to find for the ball retriever, as it will end up in the kind of the middle of the field. I'm not sure what's being grown there, but it's not grizzlies. But you'll see grizzlies being plucked from there, if you can find them, that is. So that's 6 more, and it is the end of the over for Yassine Khan. It's another magical one. So 21 from that, 22 in the over before. They're getting there pretty quickly, and you feel that they've got their eyes set on all the points here. That graph shows you clearly how far ahead they are. 38 required, 36 balls potentially to come, but you get the feeling that they've got their eyes set on doing this in 18 deliveries. You can see that to do that, as on your screens now, they need to go at just over 12.5 and over. And fielder is there, should be catching this, will catch it. So Amir Sharif will go, doesn't get pace or that much pace on the ball here from Abul. And, Kai Abul, of course, who was the hat-trick victim, will become a man who takes a wicket off his first ball. And that's a good wicket to take. Amir Sharif will go for 26 or 14. And maybe just by taking that wicket, that it might give them a chance to slow things down a little here and steal a point away. Easy catch there taken by Hasib. Saw him in very good form in the field earlier. But things not going to get any easier here, as it is Hassan Ahmed. Very powerful left-hander who comes out now. In at number 3, Hassan. Interesting action from Abul. Again, he's got quite a sprightly run, but there's hardly anything in terms of pace. It's almost like, does he bowl off the wrong foot, by the way? Almost, doesn't he? But he runs in pretty fast, and then he sort of, I wouldn't say he leaps into the air, but he sort of glides in the air, and then the arm comes over pretty quickly, but not with too much pace. See that? It tries to hold the pace back, and the fielder doesn't quite get himself in the right position, and that's going to get through. So struck pretty well. Just needed to take another couple of steps to his right there. The fielder gets past it. Probably didn't have this time to do it. And in fairness, Khair Abul back to his mark as Hassan Ahmed. He does get off the mark with the boundary. Oh, that's too short, and it's excellent work done there by Hasib Khan. And now he's slithering and sliding on the ground, trying to get himself up, but makes the stop. Keeps it to just a single. Javed Atisham, I'd love to see him get out. Will Bologna. That again will help the cause for, well, definitely to try and save a point. Slow full toss, which Javed just plays into that long on area. I'll take the single. As I take the opportunity to say hi to Sven. Hello, Sven, who also was active, is the right word, there in Madrid. Nice to have you joining us. And hello to Wayne as well. And, yeah, hits it onto the stumps. Good to see that Javed Atasham didn't leave the crease too early. Have a look at the non-striker here. He's watching the bowler, and he's alert to this as well. That's good. Good observations from him. Here we go again. See, he's alert to the danger, gets himself back. We'll take the single. So, nicely played. As we have a look at the upcoming events here. Jersey Liberation Series. Okay. Liking that. Check here. T20 Internationals. So always some changes there. We've got the night series there in Belgium. But of course, before that, after here we go to Dreux once again in France. A beautiful ground there, surrounded by nature and lovely trees. The Haunted Woods, remember there in Dreux. And we have the Malta Spring Series as well. Go back to that Marsa International Cricket Ground. 69 the score then at the halfway point. Just that one wicket down. Faizan Hussain comes into the attack. Hassan Ahmed. Oh, we could be run out here. Should be run out. How have they messed this up? How have they messed this up? Hassan Ahmed takes off. He is stranded. It just needed to be an easy throw, and he had a number of people to pick straight into the hands of either the keeper or the bowler. And in the end, okay, na yaar, how does what's happened here? How does the bowler get hit on the ankle? Here's the throw. The wicketkeeper takes it on the ankle, and then I think it ricochets onto the bowler. Well, ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਮੇਰੇ ਹੱਥਾਂ ਦੇ ਮਾਰਨੀ ਸੀਗੀ ਬੰਦਾ ਆਊਟ ਹੋ ਜਾਣਾ ਸੀ ਆ ਕੇ ਮੇਰੀ ਗਿੱਟ ਭੰਨ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਆ ਦੇਖ ਲਓ it doesn't hit one. Well, I don't really know what happens to the bowler. I know it clonks the keeper on the foot. That's Mazhar. Well, Mazhar gets hit, and then the bowlers are hopping around, very similar to what we saw Itifak Ahmed doing in Madrid. But that's a real opportunity. Chance both badda siga, but miss kar liya. Get nothing from that. Hussain goes back. Ahmed somehow survives. And then, yes, of course he does. He smashes the next one over the leg side boundary for 6 runs. Manos arriba arbitro. Porque eso es 6 carreras. 6 runs. Goes into the next field. And I think, well, somebody goes to retrieve that one. Probably another one will be handed out by the sheriff. 75 for 1. 25 required of 9 balls for the 4 points. And, well, that'll help their cause. There's another dot ball. They're saying 2 more balls in the over. Just the 6 have come from it so far. And that was a boundary 6. And that's not a good delivery. That's going to go all the way, I think. Yeah, it does. It will be a minimal. Just when you thought Faizan Hassan was going to get a good over in here and keep it pretty tidy. And Fresh Tropical will have to go really big to try and get the 4 points. 3 dot balls in there, a 6. And then ball number 5 ends up being 5 wides. Will have to be bowled again. 20 required of 8 deliveries. Fresh Tropical want 4 points. Bologna want their point. A bit of a miscue. Should just be a single, which means that Javed Atisham will get a chance to face one from Faizan Hussain. He's been good, 34 of 11. Nice point made there by Tim Harmer. Hello, Tim. You're absolutely right. You know, I've been scratching my head thinking, and Tim Harmer says the fresh tropical kit reminds him of the 90s kit for Norwich City. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, the Canaries, right? In comes Faizan, and he will get another dot in. I don't think the wicketkeeper really wants to be framed this away. There's no need to. I mean, he hits the target, fair play to Mazar, but if he misses, the batters would have taken a single. So it comes down to a magical over required, or more or less 19 required of the last of this 7th over. It's not the last, of course, but it's one team will be hoping it's the last, is Fresh Tropical. Bologna will be hoping to take it into the 8th, and if they can do that, at least they will once again take a point away from the fixture. So Fresh Tropical, they'll throw everything at this one. 81 for just the one, and 12 coming off that over, which of course included the 5 wides, but also 4 dot balls in there. So I suppose you say it's not a bad over. Right, we are going to go back to this man, Abul, who's going to get launched. 6 runs. Watch out there in the... Well, there's our crew there. It's Neil Cash. He was up, ready to go running. So was Charles Croucher. That's where the match officials and our scorers are. There's Paolo in there as well. So 6 off the first. Now it's definitely on. Hassan Ahmed gets it away. Abul. It's unlucky, and that one also will keep going, gone for 6 and 4. And Fresh Tropical are hungry for 4 because they want 4 points here, and they are almost there. So that's 10. That takes them to 91. Still 4 balls to go in the over. 9 of 4 to start with a 4-point victory over Bologna. That's going to go down leg side. It shouldn't be running in front of the umpire here as well. I mean, no pace on the ball from Abul, but just look where he ends up here. I mean, he should never be running there, and the umpires have to have a word with him. He can't be running right across the pitch. I mean, on some pitches, I mean, if you were in Madrid, you can be forgiven for that. And he does stay straight this time. Crunch down the ground. That's going to be 6 runs. 6 more. Hassan Ahmed looking to do it in style. And cracking strike. So they're almost there now. Another boundary will do this. Clobbered down the ground. Fresh Tropical eyeing up all the points here. So just 2 runs away from victory. And a solid victory it will be. And that will be that. It's another loose delivery down the leg side, and it gets crunched away. Hassan Ahmed will finish things in style. He'll move and finish on 35 of just 13 deliveries. And alongside him, Javed Atisham on 34 of 12. Fresh Tropical doing it their way. And the tropical storm has hit as Bologna get blown away. And all the points will go to the Fresh Tropical side. So good victory, Hassan Ahmed. He's smiling and looking bright and breezy, fresh, tropical. Next match coming up, the Friends 11. Remember, they got a good win, didn't they? Defended that 101 against Bologna. We'll see them in action again. Jaswinder Singh, 2 for 6, was the player of the match in that one. And Numan Ali, he was very key with his batting, scoring 28 runs of just 10 deliveries. And what important runs they were when they would win by 27. But this one was, well, one-way traffic is the way to describe it. I suppose there was some joy for Bologna when they would get the wicket of Amir Sharif, but Sharif and Javed Eshisham, especially Javed, made a blistering start. They tore into the bowling, and there wasn't that many opportunities that were given, but the ones that weren't always taken. It was a very good opportunity to run out Hassan Ahmed, and you just get the feeling, especially when you think how the match ended, that if they were to take that opportunity, things could have been different. That was a nice catch taken by Hasib Khan to give Abul a wicket of his first. There was some treatment being done here. Now this is the opportunity, as the throw wasn't the best of throws, and one into the hand, either to the bowler or even perhaps to the keeper, would have meant that would have been the wicket of Hassan. Well, they wouldn't take him, and then afterwards it was Hassan Ahmed who crunches 35 on 13 balls, 4 sixes and 2 fours to get his team home with plenty of time and getting all the points to his name. Javed Eshisham, very much the same, 34 of 12 deliveries, 4 sixes and 2 fours to him as well. So you already see the power that this fresh tropical team possessed. And those top 3 are very dangerous. And remember, you still have the likes of Irfan Sheikh to come in there as well. Somebody else we know who scores plenty of runs, and if the captain is called upon, and Bilal Hamid, he's more than handy with the bat too. So they are a very strong and dangerous looking side. That's your scorecard. The highest runs scorer there, Hassan Ahmed, only by 1, but both of those guys, their strike rate was absolutely incredible. And on the bowling front, well, I suppose you can't read too much into that. They just never got enough runs on the board. Though you did see some good overs there. Abdullah, 1 over, only goes for 14. And Faizan Hussain, even though he lost his line a little bit, he still recovers well. Only the 12 came off his over. So a easy victory there for the fresh tropical against Bologna. So Bologna, no point in that one for them. So they're going to be a bit worried about the way things have gone for them this morning. Just pick up a point in the loss to Friends 11 after they restricted them very well indeed, and then nothing in that one. Fresh tropical, they'll be happy. We'll see them in action in match number 4 when they take on Trentino Aquilla. Speaking of Trentino Aquilla, they're going to be in action in the next match, taking on Friends 11, and that one coming up in just over half an hour's time. So join me, Ulrika, for in about half an hour when we get ready for match number 3 here in Bologna in this Fabio Fabri cricket ground. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello viewers and welcome back as we get set for match number 3, and Friends 11 are taking on Trentino Aquilla, playing their first match. Let's go straight over to Charles Croucher and the coin toss, and then I'll tell you a little bit more about the two sides.
Friends 11 with Trentino Aquilla to call.
Head.
Heads is to call, and it is a head.
We go to bat first.
They're going to have a bat.
Trentino Aquilla winning the toss and deciding they will have a bat first. I like that, a positive move from the side playing their first match. Let's talk a little bit about them now. I do remember them when they played in Bologna in 2022. In fact, they had a very good series. They were unbeaten in the group stages, but unfortunately for them, they lost in both of their qualifiers, and that was to the two teams that would eventually make it into the final, Bologna and the Cricket Stars. We saw them in action in Brescia last year, but they didn't play very well. They finished 6th in the group stages and would play no further part in that tournament. And they're going to be pretty key to go well here. One player to watch out for them would probably be Lovepreet Singh. And they're up against Friends 11. And Friends 11 didn't have it all their own way in that first match here against Bologna. Only put 101 on the board. And that was thanks to Wicket. He was absolutely superb with the bat once again. You expect him to be key, Vikas Kumar. And then Numan Ali, who came in pretty late down in the order, but scored a very important 28 runs to get them past the 100 mark. That would prove pretty vital. With the ball, they had a number of good players in their setup. They all bowled very well, but what amazed me about them, and what was very good, was their catching. They caught very well first thing in the morning. Jaswinder Singh probably the bowler to watch out for them. So exciting match coming up. Join me in the commentary position, and I'll talk to you a little bit more about the two squads. Hello viewers and welcome back. One thing I have to update you on, since we've been away, we had that half an hour break. Well, first things first, we got some luncheon. Thank you very much to the Federation. We had a bit of fried chicken and rice with some salad. It was absolutely lovely. Mine was a little bit spicy, which is warmed me up because I need warming up. Because the second thing is, it has got a little bit chillier and a little bit of rain around at the moment. Now, as I speak to you now, it's more drizzle, but it is raining and it hasn't stopped for about the last 10 minutes. Of course, Charles Croucher, the tournament referee, and the umpires, who umpire Mahboob and Ali Hassan out there in the middle, will keep an eye on that, of course. But it's not heavy, it's just sort of a bit of a nuisance and consistent at the moment. Let's hope it does pass pretty quickly. So just to give you a refresher there, that Trentino Aquilla have won the toss and decided that they will have a bat first. And positive move for them, playing in their first match. And up against Friends 11, who had their issues with the bat. Just a couple of players getting into the 20s, Vikas Kumar and Numan Ali, helping them to get to the 100. That was enough for them to be victorious. So we're ready to go. And, it will be Subjit Singh who will start with the ball. He's one of a number of players that picked up a couple of wickets in that last and first encounter they had. 2 for 10. He bowled very well. Jaswinder Singh, 2 for 6. And 2 for 16, Numan Ali. Jaswinder Singh, player of the match with that 2 for 6 performance. And good start, full, straight, no runs. I suppose Numan Ali would be a bit disappointed he didn't get the player of the match. He did take 2 wickets himself and scored that very important 28 runs. It certainly would have been my pick. But of course, I think those that do the picking, saw things slightly different to myself. We had a quick look at the win predictor there. Oh, he's dropped this, you know. And I think this is a genuine edge. The wicketkeeper's very quick to say, no, it didn't carry, but I think that carries. I think he's got to go forward. He said, no, it dropped short of me. I think you... I think as a keeper, you pick that and you dive a little bit forward or get one hand underneath it. I think that's a chance. As Mirza Baig gets dropped. And now he plays all around this one as well. Good start there from Subjit. Welcome back to everybody as well, wherever you're tuning in from around the world. Hello to John Gray and Thomas Martinez. Udian is with us as well. I know that Luke Belgium was also in the chat during the break. Welcome to you all, and welcome back to our afternoon stint. More the same, just can't get back on the ball at the moment, can Mirza. And I'll stick by what I said earlier. I think this is the kind of pitch where, as a batter, you're looking to play smart cricket and get bat on ball, take the singles. And if the... that's out. If that's straight, that's out. Yeah, absolutely plumb. Subject has his man. And we're on track for maybe another maiden and another wicket maiden. Full and straight. This ain't missing anything for me. Yeah, that's absolutely plumb. It doesn't get any plumber than that. And umpire Mahboob makes a very simple decision. And that the batter takes a long time to go. I'm not sure why, but he got beaten all ends up. And he's going to have to go. So we're going to see another duck. It's going to be another... for Mr. Egg, 0 of 5. So just again underlining what I was saying, just try to play smart, you know, I think it's very much about get yourself in, get your eye in, stroke the ball around, get a few singles, and then maybe save a bit of an onslaught from the last 4 overs or so. All right, ball to go. He's on for a wicket maiden. And, well, what about a double wicket maiden? And it never got there. Never really got there. It was up in the air long enough for the fielder to take the catch. That's Mohammad Irfan. Goes a long way up, but you can see by the time the ball comes down, he's not in the right position. So the opportunity to take a double wicket maiden was definitely there for Subjit Singh. It won't be. We're going to get some runs of it in the end. So end of the over. 2 runs. They run 2 there. 2 for 1. Still a good start. But there was that chance to remove a deal. So dropped on 0. And it was Irfan who couldn't get there. So, bit of spray. I'm a bit confused here. Irfan is getting the spray on his hand. I'm pretty sure he didn't touch that. But anyway, maybe he thought, well, if I have a bit of free spray on it, everybody think I've got fingers to it. A lot of talk about this, of course. We saw the draw to this yesterday, to the Euros of Cricket, the Challenger Division, Group 1, Group 2. That was out, of course, yesterday. And I'm pretty sure that we'll have a look at the Premier Division as well. So, of course, the Euros of Cricket, the European Cricket Championship. It's one of our big stellar events there at the Cardamom Oval. In the meantime, Lovepreet Singh, well, I mentioned him because for Trentino Aquilla, he's probably one of their key players. He stands out, doesn't he, when you have a look at their stats. Lovepreet. Has to go well, and he starts well with 6 runs. Powerful hitter of the ball. Probably will feel, and certainly will hear me saying plenty of times that if he doesn't, he should be opening the batting. He should be facing the first ball. Sneaks that one in, just getting it right over the line. Good comeback. The experienced, very talented Vikas Kumar with the ball. No ball called now. Good. Oh, there's a real mix-up. It's going to be a run-out. Oh, that's absolutely terrible. Disastrous. And now the two batters are having an argument. Look at it. Tera fault hai. Mera nahi kasoor tera siga. Tu na thana siga. Nahi tu na thana siga. Hun dekh lo kaun out. Let's have a look who's out here. Who is out? Because the no ball is called. Now, who gets back? Who gets... Oh, well, we're going to have a photo finish. We're going to have a photo finish to sort out who's out. Well, they're still at it. Look at this. Ah, are they on? Who is in, who is out? Let's see. And, well, I think it's going to be... Oh, my word. I think, yeah. I reckon that Lovepreet probably just get... I've never seen a photo finish when it comes to the batters for survival. Who is in and who is out? Well, I actually, you know what? Oh. Let's go from here. I think Lovepreet may not be. I think Adil Mohammed might be there first. They're having a real... I think Lovepreet might have to go here. Well, how about this? It's crazy. It's coming. Kinda yaar मैं तेनों ऐसी नहीं होना. No ball सीगी. Free hit मैंने चाहिए है. तू ऐमी नाट के आ गया. होना अंदर आ गया. मैं तेनों कैसे बाहर रहे. पीछे रहे. तू कदे आ गया. Who's out? Who's not out? Let's wait and see. I think Lovepreet's bat is on the line. The line is not in. I think Lovepreet has to go, and Lovepreet is going. Oh, that is criminal. So Lovepreet Singh, we said that he's going to be the key player. He will be run out here. Run out for 6 after hitting a 6. Adil Mohammed runs out the key player. And there was the no ball. Here we see it again. And it had to be a photo finish. I've never seen a photo finish before. As we go back to the action, and then the next ball gets smashed away for a big 6 by Adil. I suppose it would be. He has to now, he has to justify his decision. And now by hitting a 6, he's saying, see, I was right. I should be here. Well, he's got to do more than just hit 1 6, Adil Mohammed. As the rain, unfortunately, is getting a little bit heavier here, folks, which is not a good sign. With a start like this, Friends 11 will not want to go off the field. Swing and a miss. Meanwhile, it's another Adil that has come out to the middle. It's Adil Ahmed. It's a new batter at the non-striker's end. Yeah, that rain is just getting a little bit heavier. I can hear it falling more consistent and more heavier on top of the igloo. That's well bowled. That's beautifully timed. He might get 4 here, and he will get 4 as the footworking skills of Arslan Akhtar let him down. Just timed wonderfully off the back foot. And Adil Mohammed, that is, hits his second boundary in the over. That just gets away from the fielder. Just needed a slide on there or get the foot onto it. Was able to do either. So they'll get boundary, 4 runs. Gets Kuma once again. It's well bowled. Well played. No run this time. Throw gets over the keeper. But the batters stay as they are. Overcalled by the umpire. No, 19 for 2. And the wicket gets gifted, and the big wicket of Lovepreet on his way back. That over 17. I wonder if you go straight back here to Subjit Singh. You probably would, I think. Vacuum Bay saying ECN at its finest with that run out. Adil Mohammed needs to get a big score in here, otherwise Lovepreet's going to be all over him, isn't he? That rain staying consistent, not getting any lighter, not any heavier at the moment though either. But pretty uncomfortable for everybody, the umpires and the players alike. But I just imagine here that Friends 11, the way things are going here, they're not going to show any signs of discomfort. They want to stay out there. I think if things were going differently, if there was 40 on the board already, they'd probably be saying, hey, umps, I can't keep me footing here, can't hold the ball. Down the leg side, that's a little bit of extra movement this time from Subjit Singh. Well, it is International Plant Appreciation Day, so good weather for plants. Subjit can't pick it up, and not surprisingly, the ball's pretty wet now. Palm Sunday, of course, today as well. And I suppose this weather is quite fitting for the Songkran Water Festival, which is an important celebration for people of Thailand and most countries in Southeast Asia. So it represents the start of the new year. High in the air. Fielder coming across is Akhtar, who oh, well, now then. Well, Akhtar's looking at me and says he's out, but I reckon we're going to have to get a really close look at this. Now, the rope is not the thickest, but has he touched the rope here? He's done brilliantly well to get there, hold the catch. Can we see his foot? Keep this playing. Keep it going forward. Keep it going. Oh, the finest of margins. The finest of margins. That is out. And it's a great catch. He knows it. He's looking at me because he heard me saying, oh, but he's held on to that. That is magical fielding. In these conditions, it's raining. The ball is wet. He's run right across and taken a brilliant catch. Let's have a look at this again. This is an amazing catch. What a catch this is. Runs right across and then had to deal with the rope. Does a little bit of line dancing as well, but holds on to it. Arslan Akhtar, take a bow. What a great catch that is. Absolutely incredible. And that means that's the end. Oh, brilliantly done. Really good catch. Another wicket goes. That's Adil Ahmed will go for one. Just 2 deliveries. Arslan has just taken a screamer. For bowled Subjit. Oh, well. Subjit on the money again. In the wickets again. And the batter slips this time. These are the little things now that the umpires are going to have to start keeping an eye on. And, you know, just something like this at a batter, genuine slip because it is getting wet. So, Charles Croucher will be in constant communication with his umpires. And one of the questions that he'll be asking them is, guys, you're the men out there. Is it safe? You know, you got to take the player's safety into consideration. As soon as the umpires feel that it's getting too wet and too slippery, they will have to come off. There's no alternative, unfortunately. It's played away. No is the call. One batter wants it. One says no. You can understand it is slippery. You don't want to try and take those quick singles. It's the end of the third. Not only have 3 overs gone, 3 wickets have gone as well. A wicket falling in every over. That's another good over from Subjit. And his figures outstanding. 2 more from him. Remember, he took 2 in the first. 2 for 10. This time, it's 2 for 6. That over, only the 4 come from it. So another wicket. So continuing to be well in front here. Those power play scores, not good, especially the 2 and the 4. Nouman Ali, who was a very good performer in the last match now. Coming on to bowl and he's going to get a wicket straight away off his very first delivery. It's a big swing from Arshad. Gets the edge and he's going to have to go. Good sharp catch taken there by Manpreet Singh. Good hands from Manpreet. So another wicket goes. So Trentino Aquilla wanted to have a bat first, but it's not going to plan. Thick edge, well held by Manpreet. Nouman Ali picks up the wicket. Arshad makes his way. Disappointment for him. Just the one run of the 3 balls that he faces. Her batter's falling quickly. Only Adil Mohammed sticking around there. He's played 2 good shots, 1-6-1-4 for his 13 of 7. There's Hasnain Raza now enters, and he's hit it up in the air, and he's going to be dropped first ball. And it's Jaswinder Singh who puts it down. He can't believe it. Oh, well. Jaswinder dropping the new batter, Raza, on 0. That could have been and would have been another duck, a golden duck. Raza gets lucky. They get Adil Mohammed on strike. Gets a short one. Plays a good hook shot. 1 bounce to the fielder. Just a single. That's a good result. You want to try and bowl at the newer batters before they get in. So Hasnain gets back on strike again. Oh, it's good areas really to be bowling. That little bit of extra bounce proving to be too difficult as the water starts to drip off the sides of the igloo now. So far, staying outside and not coming into the igloo. That's good. That gets played away. Shaba, shaba, shaba. Numan continuing in the good form that he was in the first match in that win against Bologna. Up in the air. That is timed to perfection. That is a delightful shot. This is timed beautifully by Adil Mohammed. This, I think, is our HCL shot of the day, you know. What a shot. It just goes to show that sometimes timing is everything. That is sweet out of the middle of that bat. Sweeter than a bowl of Glab Jambu. What a lovely shot. 6 runs. The over comes to an end. And the score 32 for 4. So another over and another wicket. 9 off it from Numan. And now Jaswinder Singh coming on to bowl. Back on this day, 1997, Tiger Woods won the Masters tournament, becoming the first golfer of African-American descent and the youngest player to place first in an event. Back on this day in 1997, the great Tiger Woods. Out. Has to be. If that's straight, has to be. Umpire says not out. So it couldn't have been straight. It's the only thing that could have saved him. We'll get a chance to have a look at it again. Oh, well. You know what I'm going to say here? I think Jaswinder, can we see that one more time? I think Jaswinder's done this before. He may have been in the way of the umpire. I just wonder, maybe, maybe not, but he shouldn't be there. So if an umpire doesn't give that, he's got to maybe blame himself, because I don't think, otherwise, that's missing anything. I think that's out. But I think he might be in the umpire's way. That's up in the air. Catching opportunity. Wet ball. But no problems for the fielder. Well held. It's another wicket. So Jaswinder will get a wicket. And, well, he may not got the LBW. And leg by. That meant that that means that Adil Mohammed had to go and strike. And he will now finally depart. And he will have to go back and continue his conversation, let's just call it a conversation, with Lovepreet Singh, as he'll go for 20. And I think Lovepreet is there saying, Acha, aaja hun aaja, chal, galabaat kariye ki na kariye. I think he needed more than the 20 to diffuse the conversation between him and Lovepreet after that earlier run out. But he will go for 20. Nice catch there taken. All catches now are going to be not easy, but Vikesh Kumar uses all of his experience to hold on to it. Jaswinder gets the wicket. New batter now comes out, and it's the captain, Ali Saqib Arshad. He gets a bit of bat onto this as Jaswinder once again just tries to jam the Yorker in. So captain does get off the mark and hands the strike back to Hussain Raza, who himself was very fortunate to survive. He should have gone first ball. So wickets keep falling. Every over, there's been a wicket. Oh, this one's gone all the way through. It's just going to hold up as the batters just take a very casual bite. But this is so close to hitting the stumps. But once again, Manpreet Singh, he's got to stop these, you know. He's got to stop them. There's that delivery again. And Manpreet, he's got to get across and stop these. He's very slow doing so. Just when they're very close to catching the leg stick. Captain back on strike. And he's hit that well. That ain't going to be stopped. Only, in fact, it goes through the fence into the field. Now it's going to be 4 runs, valuable 4 runs. Hit that pretty well. Just a little bit too short. Doesn't get the Yorker right. And, yep, through the fence. Not sure how it went through the fence, but it did go through the fence. And the ball retriever in his Wellington boots. In fact, I think it bounces over the fence. So we'll just wait for that ball to come back, and that's going to come back with a bit of mud on it. You're going to need a good rag to give that a wipe. Making a change in the field, gets another one out to go across onto the leg side. So 1 short inside the circle and 2 outside on that side. Also got long on that straight in front of me here. That's the captain, Jaipal. Oh, a big hoik at this. Better areas from Jaswinder. Over comes to an end. Just the 5 from it, even though there was that boundary. But another wicket, as I said. So 39 for 5. There's an opportunity for me to say hello to everybody watching from around the world. And we are in Italy in this February cricket ground. And here we will see 6 days of action in this European cricket series. There'll be 8 teams in total. We've got 2 groups, 4 teams in Group A, 4 in Group B. Group A starts today and tomorrow. And then on day 3, we'll have a mix of teams from Group A and B as we'll see the start of Group B. So 28 matches in a total. And we're going to see a champion in Bologna. Bologna themselves were runners-up last time round we were here. But you're seeing plenty of teams that we saw playing last year in the Brescia European Cricket Series and the one in Rome also taking part. We'll see a lot of those teams in Group B. But I think it's going to be a very exciting tournament. And I'm liking the fact that we've got a pitch here and maybe conditions, let's call it that, which are going to also make this a much more of a competitive series in terms of bat versus ball. We've been to a few places where the batters have enjoyed being out in the middle when they've been assisted by maybe the pace of the pitch, the bounce. I think here the bowlers have something to work with as well. We've certainly seen that already in the first 2 matches, and in this, the start of match number 3, once again, bowlers seem to be on top. But always good to be back in Italia. It was lovely to spend some time in Bologna yesterday. What a lovely, vibrant city it is. Shorter delivery. And Bologna, the name was originally Velsna or Felicina, and her origins date back to the 9th century before Christ. It's that short delivery again, just keeping this under the shoulder, so they're perfectly fine. The name Felicina stuck around for a few centuries until the Romans conquered Bologna in 159 AC. The name changed to Bononia, and then eventually to Bologna, as it has stayed since. More swinging and missing, so this is not good really from the captain. Again, I'm going to find myself repeating myself a lot, batters just got to play sensible cricket. There's not going to be a lot of runs on this pitch all the time. You know, there'll be innings where there will be high scores, but I think most of the time your 110s and 120s are going to win your matches. But swinging and missing like this, it does you no favours. It's Numan Ali gets through the over. It's only the one run of that. It was a single of the very first ball. So you cricketers here, I think on this Fabry cricket ground, have to be a little bit smarter and play intelligent cricket. 40 runs on the board. I suppose at least no wicket in that over, so we don't lose a wicket in over number 6. 40 for 5. Bologna, known for his architect, we certainly saw plenty of that rich food, and maybe Bologna is legendary for its traditional cuisine, tagliatelle al ragu, and the lasagna alla bolognese are a few examples of many. Back to the swinging and missing, as this is now Pritipal Singh. Starts with a dot. It's another swing, but this time it's Hasnain Raza. These two are tune-up deliveries, you know, and I know the captain's out there. 8 balls, scored 5, but you've got to be thinking about maybe somebody else coming out. How is that missed now? How many dots is that? That is now, by my calculations, 7 dot balls. In fact, 8 dot balls on the spin. It's not good. You've got to make a change here, really. Somebody else has got to be able to come in and do better. How about that now? Wow, is that well, I'm guessing partridge maybe? Another dot. You've got to make a change here. Got to make a change. Well, I think that was partridge, pheasant. Somebody, come on. There's got to be somebody in the chat that knows that. More swinging and missing. A ring-necked pheasant is what I'm being told. Edge and chase will go to the boundary. So a little bit of luck from Raza. I suppose if you're going to be swinging and missing, eventually you're going to find an edge, and that will go to the boundary. I said in my intro that they call it La Grassa here in Bologna because it's called, you know, it's called the fat one, and because of the rich food, certainly plenty of dishes to try here. That's a full toss which gets crunched away. So this is one that is obviously slipped out of the hands. Maybe worth having a look at the height on this, but it's put away quite nicely. Back-to-back boundaries. He does charge as well, so no issues there at all. Good shot. I'm liking the fact that Raza, at least he's decided, look, I've got to try and get something happening. Back-to-back boundaries after those 8 dot balls on the spin. We have 2 boundaries. Yeah, Bologna are known for its food. They call it the belly of Italy. That is, according to the umpire, not out. Everybody else likes it. They're still celebrating. But the umpire hasn't given this. Well, the catch is taken. There's the appeal. Manpreet Singh likes it. They like it. They're celebrating. Umpire says no. Well, I guess we'll never know. I suppose it's a difficult one on the pitch. I mean, sometimes the balls do shoot off, and that's what the umpire feels happened there. So 2 fours, 4 dot balls, 8 off the over, and once again we have a look at where we will be travelling to. Some people ask me, where are you looking forward to going again? Well, being anywhere new is great. We went to Madrid, fantastic. Thank you, Madrid and Cricket Hispania, for looking after us there. It was great. Here, looks like it's great. A new ground, looking very good. The Fabry ground. Of course, we go back to Drua, and that's going to be very good. I know that the guys and girls are going to Jersey. Can't wait to go there. It'd be good to return back to Malmo, the blue pitch. Estonia was my first time in Estonia and Czechia last year. I'm looking forward to go back there. Finland on the cards. That'd be great. And then, of course, we return back to Germany. We go back to Belgium for a night series and a night series in the new ground. And we also got a European Cricket Series in Belgium. We go back to Switzerland. And always great to go to places like Romania and Hungary. So we've got a lot of good cricket coming up. And then we go to Valencia for the first time there, the Levante cricket ground, which is very similar to the ground that we went to in Madrid, another baseball ground. So a very exciting year ahead. And of course, the Meltelt and Western Shields will be great. The two stellar events will be interlocked with each other this time round, allowing both the he does well to get back onto this, allowing the men and the women there to play that tournament and get some time off in between as well. So it's an opportunity for the star players to also go and see a little bit more of Andalusia around the Malaga area. Well, struggling here to get the 50 on the board. Irfan with the ball. Good areas, good pace. More swinging and missing. Change in the field. A few things that are surprising when I come to Italy is that, you know, we're so used to Italian food, or, you know, oh, that's a wide that's been banged in. Wide and one for the over. Irfan just gets a little bit carried away. I think this one could have hit his own big toe. Let's see with it. Well, you're not going to see it pitching here, and you're not going to see the ball at all. Oh, there, on its way down. But he bangs that into his own toes. Yeah, I mean, you eat a lot of Italian food when you're outside of Italy, only to find when you come to Italy that those dishes don't really quite exist. Little things like things that you have on your pizza. You're so used to, well, I'm certainly in Spain used to having whatever you want on a pizza. Not quite the case here in Italy. And that could be a no ball. It will be a no ball because it's over the shoulder. If you look this over the side, that's gone over the shoulder. So after that short ball, which went over the head, well, that also, in fact, goes over the head. So he's bowled two on the spin. No ball. Free hit coming up. The umpires will have a little chat here with Irfan and say, hey, we don't want any of that body line stuff. Any more of that, we'll have you off, you know. It doesn't have to be bowling that as well. It's not clever bowling. You've got the team on the back foot. Just bowl legal deliveries. And that's more like it. Keep it in the off-stump corridor. It's swinging and missing. The number of dot balls in this innings is quite shocking, actually. It's not very good, and that's why it's not very good when you're the bowler that you're trying to muscle the ball into the deck. There's no need to. Just keep it outside the off. Batters are swinging and missing, and you go on and win the match from there. He goes full here. This one is going to go to the boundary. It's a full toss, and it's going to be 4 runs. Cuatro carreras. Yeah, just goes over pitching, goes for that Yorker length. But I think, again, keep it outside the off. Get the dot balls in. Wickets don't matter. I mean, when you've got two batters that are really struggling, Raza with that boundary now moves to 11 or 15. But if you've got batters that are not scoring, it's far better to keep them in. 15 of 16 now with the boundary, Raza. Full toss. And they're just checking the height on this as the fielder manages to stop it. Now, what's the call on this? Are they happy? Can we see side on it? Let's have a look. I think that's no for me. That's a no-y. Well, they've called the over here. There's the shot. I mean, the umpires, having called over, won't be able to have a look at this again. I think they were too quick for me to think that's an okay. That's another ball that's too high. So gets away with that. And I think that the third umpire and the tournament referee will just be saying to the two match officials, hey guys, maybe next time let us have a look at it before you call over. 56 for 5. Yeah, so going back to the food here, I mean, yeah, pizza's a good example. And, of course, your pasta dishes. For example, You know, the spaghetti and ragu, it just is not done. You don't do it, not allowed. And the ragu sauce, the popular ragu sauce here in Bologna, it goes with the tagliatelle. Oh, that's gone. Well, that is a massive hit out of the middle. And Raza, well, he gets one clean out the middle this time. Absolutely crunch. And it's just when the Singh, of all people, gets the treatment. Well, that's a biggie. And it's in there somewhere, along with the snakes and scorpions. Yeah, I told you my story of the snake. Those of you that were following Madrid, just before I got to Madrid, I'm taking my two dogs for a walk. And out of nowhere, a snake around 2 meters long went slithering, and I mean slithering, across me pretty quickly. And you know when you see something, luckily my dogs were another part. They were busy sniffing something else, but I was walking ahead. You know when you see something and think, hang on a minute, did I? You sort of question yourself, think, nah, I didn't do that, but I did. 2 meters long, went right across me for one sort of rough area of the area where I take the dogs to another. And it was a snake, catching chance. And that is not the way to do the fielding. Lets himself down big time here, does the captain, Jaipal. It's dangerous this. It's a catching chance if you want it. If you don't want it, get behind the ball and stop it on the bounce. But he goes side on this. That could have hurt him. It took his eye off it. It's the second boundary in the over. Trentino starting to get something going here, but you feel it's too late. Having said that, remember, friends, 11 really struggled to get to that 100 against Bologna. So you never know. I'm not going to call this match yet, you know. And now that's a wide. A wicketkeeper wanting to stand up because feels that he wants to keep Raza in the crease. I don't think this is probably necessarily a good idea. It does well, though, to stop it. Yeah, so a snake. And I know, you know, if somebody was to say to me that snakes exist in Torrevieja, Alicante, I would have said, nah, get out of here. And it went into this grassy area and I lost it. Right, up in the air, there's nobody back there. This one I think might just plug. And it does just plug. Well chased there by the field. Had to come all the way from third to get there. So that'll be another couple. And it was a happy snake as well. I saw it go past me. I could see it clearly. I can see it now, actually. And it had a big smile on its face as it went past me. And just didn't vanish. And I was stood there watching a few people that went past me thinking, he's obviously lost something. What's he lost in there? As I was trying to find it, I threw a few pebbles in there. And nobody that part of the ground. That's going to be another boundary. So an expensive over, actually, this. There's Jaswinder Singh goes for boundary number 3 in the over. That's now 17 off this over. So all of a sudden we could finish Grady 80s or maybe another big over gets them to the 90. That will certainly get to the 90. I think we could, you know, if the bowling is good, then anything can happen because friends 11 certainly didn't set the world alight with their batting. Raza 32 off 22. And this one is belted. Gear, gear, gear. Shaka, gear. Shaba, shaba. Ginna, sona. Eso es una grandísimo. 6 carreras más. And, well, you never know. You never know. That's 79. The best over in the match so far. And probably from the bowler, you'd least expect it from 23. Come off that over. The over before from Irfan. Just the 8. So there haven't been too many overs gone for double figures. That's only the second in this match. Vikas Kumar went for 17 in his over number 2. So the last over. Bat on ball. That's what you got to do. That's good. Get the hard hitter. Raza back on strike. Now Raza 5 balls to try and muscle in and try and get to that 90 score, which certainly make this an exciting contest. Remember at the halfway point, they were only on 39. So this is a good finish from them. Good area. It's white ball called. Let's see if he just goes the wrong side of the line here. It's probably better areas to Raza. Oh, that's that. I think that if that went either way for me, I mean, I think that's still catching some of the line. So it's a little bit unfortunate there, Pritpal Singh. But that's where you want to be. And he goes there again. Yeah, better bowling. I just feel that after that, after Pritpal Singh's first over went for 8, I think bowlers just tried to bowl a little bit too straight. And they're being punished for it, particularly Raza. If it's on the pegs, Raza's after it. Right, slices it. Should just be a single. He'd love to try and get back on strike. I don't think he's going to make it. And it was not the best of throws, and he will make it. Not a good throw. And it's... Jaswinder Singh again. He's just having a little moment, isn't he, in this match? It's a good throw to the keeper, and this is out. And he throws it wide. The keeper had a lot to do and has to have a little flick to try and enforce the run out. I still believe there he might have been better off just diving forward and knocking the stumps over. So I think that's more a mistake, an error from Manpreet than it is a bad throw. Slower ball, well bowled. They'll try 2 again. Or will they? No, they're exhausted. They're saying, we just did it once, we can't do it again. So, the captain, Saqib Arshad's been there a while, but it's been a pretty good partnership. Remember, they lost a wicket every over for the first 5, and then it looks like they might finish by not losing a wicket in the last 5. And this one will just drop in a pocket of space before Jaswinder can get there. So, just a single. So is there one big shot left in this innings? Can they get to that 90? In the Grady 80s at the moment. 85 for 5. Hasnain Raza. And 2 wide. I don't mind that from Pritpal Singh. He knows what he's trying to do. He knows where Raza likes it. Doesn't want to give him that delivery. He'll have to bowl another one. Quick check. Number of extras in this innings. Not too bad. Just about the double figure mark. That's where you don't want to be. But he's got a fielder there, and it's 6 runs for me. Steps on the rope. That's going to be 6. He's on the rope, and he knows it. And that's, that's good sportsmanship. As he takes a catch, is well judged, but that foot just there lands on the rope. We'll see it better here. Maybe not, but well, that tells you the story anyway. So 6 runs to finish. They will get into the 90s. It'll be 92. 92 for 5. And you know what? I get the feeling that this is going to be a close match. Friends 11 didn't bat particularly well themselves against Bologna when they got to 101 for 8. They needed Numan Ali to come in towards the end to knock 28 of 10 balls, and Vikas Kumar. So those 2 will be key. Plenty of wildlife around here. That one was absolutely plump, and they were going well, taking a wicket of every one of the first 5 overs. And then in the second 5, they didn't take a single wicket. There were chances though. We'll see them, and this was that crazy run out. And we had to wait a long time to sort this one out. Who got there first? It was a photo finish, but it was Adil Mohammed that would make it, and Lovepreet, that argument had to continue afterwards. But Adil Mohammed, well, he did stay out there, and he did score 20. And I suppose he did get things moving for his side. Some good lofted hits down the ground. That was a sensational catch, though. That was brilliant. Came from nowhere and held on to it. That was Aslan Akhtar. Really good catch. And that was a good catch as well by Manpreet. Gets the edge of the bat. A wild swing from, that was Usman Arshad at the time. So he would have to go. But that brought Raza in. And we did finally see some fight. Jaswinder, his first over was as good as you'd expect it to be. with only 5 coming from it, and he picked up the wicket. But that's when things sort of turned around. After that wicket fell, we wouldn't see another wicket fall for some time. In fact, it was just Winders. Over number 9, we often say on the network it all happens in the 9th, and it certainly did. 23 would come from just Winders second, as Hasnain just kept on pounding the ball to the boundary. He finished on a very healthy 47 of 27 deliveries, but the rest of the batters really, that didn't click. Adil Mohammed, as I mentioned, made 20 of the 10. And then the captain, Ali Saqib Archard, finishes on 8, not out of 12. I suppose his role there was just to support Hasnain Raza and hope that they could get to some sort of score. And I still feel that they have. I started this morning, I called it in over number 2, that I feel that a score of 100 is going to be a good score here, and maybe a 90 is going to be about par. And that certainly has been the case so far. So 92, I think we could be in for a good one. Yeah. Let's have a look at the bowlers. 2 for 6 from Sarabjit Singh. He certainly bowled very well indeed. Numan Ali, 1 for 10, continues in good form. And then we saw an expensive one there from Vikas Kumar. Never came back for a second over. That was 17, came off his second over. And then even the likes of Jaswinder, who we know is normally very reliable, he had a second over to forget, which went for 23. And Pritpal Singh, no wickets for him, goes for 21. So we're going to take a short break. We will be back in about 10 minutes time to see what I feel will be quite an interesting reply really from Friends 11. I think this will be a really good test for them, and it will be an opportunity for us to see whether what we saw from them against Bologna was a blip or whether they are a team that can put it together when it matters. Join me in 10 minutes to find out.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Victorinox and Rado.
Hello viewers, and we're back to Bologna, a place which has the oldest university in the Western world. The university bears the nickname La Dotta da Scuola. University of Bologna began in 1088, and there are around 80,000 students studying there annually. So, important university, and an important fact there about Bologna. And this is important fact about this match. Let's have a look at the bonus point equation. 64 or less to restrict to, and an opportunity then here for Trentino Aquilla to take all the points. Whereas I suppose Friends 11, in the back of their minds, they're feeling that they can do maybe what Fresh Tropical did in the match before and get to the target inside the 7 overs. If you can do that, there's an opportunity for them to pick up a point. But they will know that first things first, they've got to get to that 65 to ensure that they are going to pick up a point as we get ready for the start here. They're looking to go well, and I think one thing that we know about Friends 11, that the likes of Wicket and Manpreet Singh will have to make a good start. If those two start well, if they win the power play, get to a 40-45 in the power play, then after that it's plain sailing. They don't want to stumble the same way that their opponents did. Remember, 39 of the first 5. In fact, 40 was the score after 6 overs. So they've recovered well to get to 92 for 5. Didn't lose a single wicket in the last 5 overs. Here's the first. Hassan. Charge again. Sprays it down the leg side. It's going to be a wide to start. Ali Hassan probably needs to perhaps take a leaf out of the book from the bowlers from the Friends 11 and try not to bowl too fast, particularly when the ground is a little bit wet. The ball will still be wet, and just went for a little stroll in the break. There's still a little bit of drizzle in the air. Nowhere near as heavy as it was earlier, though. That's up in the air, gets it over the infield. Get away with that in the power play, and we'll take a single. First runs off the bat. Then as Vikas Kumar gets going, hands a strike over to Manpreet. Manpreet Singh just checking his guard there with the umpire. Spicy delivery, and take another single. As once again the bowler here tends to almost like trips up on something as he delivers. It was a good delivery this time, tucks the batter up a little bit. And take the single. Kumar back on strike as the rain just starts to get just a little bit heavy again. Short delivery, doesn't quite get it out in the middle of the bat. We'll take another single. To try and keep it nice and tight to stay in the game. At one point, it's worth mentioning that Trentino Aquilla were only 7%. That's the way things were going in the first 5 overs in this match. So they've done well, I suppose, to take themselves up another 20% to 27% to 73 in this one. Continuing to have problems here, Hassan, with his footing. He just doesn't feel comfortable, and I think you've got to adjust to the conditions. I think that's one thing that bowlers and batters and cricketers in general have to be able to do. If you're struggling, then you cut down your run. You don't come steaming in. Some conversation now happening here between the umpire and I think it's the third umpire and the Sheriff Charles Croucher. Not sure what this is about. Something, just a slight hold up here for some reason. I think there might be one, maybe he wants some sawdust to go out there, so it might be, yeah, it looks like he's just landing on an area which is a little bit sticky. Yeah, sawdust comes out. So Hassan is just struggled. Well, while this is being done, we can have a look at the schedule for the year. We've been putting this up a bit, and I was saying that I'm looking forward to going to some new places. I mentioned Levante Cricket Ground there in Valencia. I go back to the Sporting Alphas Ground in Alphas de Pi, close to Benidorm. And, looking forward to that. And if people enjoyed the way we started our series, of course, we went to Porto in Portugal, went to the SCG. We've also had the night series there in Coimbra. Well, we will go back to Portugal as well in October. And of course, we've seen the draw for the European Cricket Championship. We've seen the Challenger Division. We had that on display a bit earlier. We'll go back to that at some point as well. Next time we have a chance to have a chat. As we go back to the action, so sawdust has been applied. It's down the leg side one more time. And just got to cut down the pace here. Now, I just noticed there, so they put a lot of sawdust down, but he actually didn't run anywhere near it. Let's have a look here. Sawdust. So there's the sawdust, and he runs, doesn't touch it. So I suppose that's just a thing about the mind here for Hassan. In he comes again. And that's a better delivery. He's a little bit unlucky, actually. They're taking on the run, and, well, a little bit of kabaddi. They're asking the question. We're going to go side on here. Well, they're liking it. We're going to have to look at this side on. Let's look at the whole thing again from all the possible angles. First of all, it's a good delivery. Gets a bit of bat onto it. Look what happens here between the keeper and the fielder. Now, if he slides his bat in and runs straight, it should be easy for Vikas. And let's see, the bat goes down. Oh, well, I think going by that, my feeling is the bat just goes down and past the line. So you can just see the ball there to the left of the fielder. That is Hasnain Raza. We saw enough of him with the bat, and I think he just makes it home. But certainly not the best run single. But Vikas does get there. And I'm glad that the wicket keeper and the fielder are okay, because they collided into each other. That's been hit well, but to the fielder. And a good shot to play for just a single. Just having a look at Manpreet's record, actually. And it's got a pretty healthy stat. Has played for Italy, played for Bergamo CC, played for the Cricket Stars before moving to Friends 11. That's nicely played, but no run this time. Nice tight field set there on the offside. Yeah, 458 runs before the start of the day. He has, we've seen him 2020, 21 and 22. Haven't seen him since, but each one of those seasons that he represented a club, he scored a 50. So he's got a good little record, scoring runs on the network. We'd love to get the opportunity to score another 34 matches since the golden ball. That's the end of the first over. It was a long over, wasn't it? 8 came from it, but no boundaries. 3 wides. And it took a time. I mean, if you have a look at the time, it took about 8 minutes to get through that over. That's something which, depending how long this match runs, could end up being a potential problem for Trentino Aquilla. the man who did the damage with the bat. Now going to bowl. This is Raza. Bowling to Vikesh Kumar. Straight to the fielder, but had to be a great catch, and it was. This was blasted. It was like, well, homing in to the fielder. What a hit this is. He's crunched this as Vikesh. That is a really good catch. It was like a heat-seeking missile. What a good catch that is. Fantastic. That was travelling. And that's Kamran Hussain that's taken it. Oh, that was absolutely crunched. And Vikesh Kumar, no luck for him. He go for 3 or 4 deliveries thanks to a great catch. Blasted this was. You can that's actually spun him all the way round. Kamran Hussain, what a catch. Got to say, the catching here in Bologna today has been pretty impressive. And Kamran has just taken a screamer. And Raza, what a match he's having at the moment. Takes a wicket with his very first ball. That's Nanakta. Not out, says the umpire. So, just as I suspected, this is not going to be an easy victory. Friends, need somebody to get going here for them. I'll be interested to see if Numan Ali gets promoted up the order. Played away, but once again the few. Oh dear, that's not good. Should have done better here, the fielder. He sort of gets himself in an awkward position, never gets behind the ball, and just allows that to get past. So, a little bit of luck, perhaps. Akhtar gets a boundary away. Oh, that's crunch. Cream cracker out of here. That's a brutal strike. 6 runs. So Akhtar making the most of a little bit of luck he had the ball before. He should have been just a single and at the other end. Instead, he stays on strike and he smashes that one away. Hello to Chris Smith, who's just sharing some sad news on the chat about a friend's father. Not good news, Chris. Thinking of you there. Hello to Monica Ramos, who joins in the chat. Hello, Monica. Hope you're well. Cracking shot. Well, will that one get friends started now? Akhtar 4 and 6. And now gets one down the leg side. A wide ball that will have to be bowled again here by Raza. Very similar story there, Chris, of a good friend of mine that passed away a few years ago. That same age as myself. It's never good news, is it? Never good, and you never really know what to say to people like that in that position. But I think we can just try and be there for them while they go through this horrible process. But yeah, thoughts with you there, Chris. And that's an opportunity, you know. Somebody's got to put a name on it, and it's caught. Catching remains good, so Ahsan Akhtar gets a couple of boundaries away, then gives his wicket away. He'll go for 10 or 5. A good call on that from the Trentino Aquilla fielders. The ball goes up in the air. Got to put a name on it, or there could be a collision. And name on the catch. Catch gets taken. Raza picks up the second wicket in the over. And right now, he's on for a player of the match performance. It's a wild swing, really. Just a little bit of early movement. Gets himself in the wrong spot. If he stayed still, I think you're looking to just tuck that away. So another wicket goes. Usman Arshad this time is the catcher. Raza starts with a wicket and finishes with a wicket. 19 on the board, 2 down. Exactly the same so far as what we saw score-wise in the innings of Trentino. Wicket every over. 19 for 2, 19 for 2 after 2. Into the pad, but going down the leg side. I think there might have been a bit of bat on this as well. I think that's what Lovepreet there is signalling. So we do go back to Hassan, who seems to continue to have problems with his run-up. Only conceded 8 in that his first over, but he did give away 3 wides. It's a long over. Manpreet Singh on strike hasn't really got going yet. That may help him because he gets the swivel on this. It ends up going a long way into the field on the leg side. Well, that's going to take some time to get back. That has gone a long way. It's a lovely shot. It's a short delivery. He's like waiting for it and dispatches it, Manpreet. The nice stroke. Getting the boundaries in. But at the same time, they've got to be careful not to lose too many wickets. Manpreet scored 12 of 8 in the last match. He's out here now with Jaswinder Singh, who scored 2 of 8. So nobody else until Numan Ali came in made any inroads. There's another one down leg side. And just look at he's having real issues, Ali Hassan. He's just obviously got the wrong pumps on. Look, he's sliding when he bowls, and sliding when he stops. Look, little bit of slip here. Watch the front foot, and then when he stops, slides there as well. So he's got no grip at all, Ali Hassan. Manpreet flicks that away. He's onto the pads. A fuller delivery, but it's negotiated very well for 4 more. Manpreet, maybe he's going to be the key in this one. Got Jaswinder out there with him. The 2 batters talking positively with each other. They want this victory. I think victory, I mean, never mind about the bonus point situation at the moment. You just want to make sure you get the win. You don't want to be thinking about something which potentially means you make errors and you don't get the win at all. But if you keep bowling like this, then the win is definitely on the cards. And a few more overs, putting the ball in this area to Manpreet, and maybe the 4 points once again gets put on the table as an opportunity. But for now, they're quite happy just to try and stay in front here. And this over puts them in front. 23 for 3 was the power play score for Trentino Aquilla. They've raced past that with the ball to go now in this 3rd over. Score on 35. This over's gone for 16. Ali Hassan will want to finish with a good one. And he will finish with a good one. That is out. So that is a huge wicket. There's the celebration from Ali Hassan. He's firing the arrow. Should be firing it in this direction, actually. But Manpreet gets going, plays 3 boundaries, and then misses the straight one. The question here is, this ball does come back a long way. Just look how much this ball comes in. It swings really late, but Manpreet will have to go. Just watch this ball come back in again, folks. So, swings very late. Now, the question is, does it hit the stump or not. And you can make up your own mind. For me, I think it might have just catches some of it. Those will argue and say, nah, it's doing too much. Monpreet, he's going to have to keep walking. And Ali Hassan will finally get a little bit of joy as he fires the arrow. And the wrong direction to send the batter, but he will get the breakthrough. It is 3 wickets down, so they also have lost a wicket every over, the same way that we saw Trentino do. But they're in a slightly better position run-wise. 35 for 3, but now you got the 2 Jay Singhs in. Jaswinder and Jaipal. But from here on in, nobody apart from Numan Ali scored any runs to speak about. So this is interesting territory now. Raza continues. I like that. Picked up 2 wickets in his first over. Now that's a bit wild. It's called a wide. Wide ball called down the leg side, but a little bit high as well. But yeah, not as high as I first initially thought. But wants to get the Yorker in there. Captain Jaipal, big. Oh, that's going to probably be another wide. Yeah, call because of head height. So that's the one for the over as well. Keep a note on that. Can't bowl another one that goes over the shoulder. Extras could be really important here. I mean, time is an issue. I think they're running behind time. Oh, that's another extra as well. We're only in the start of this, the 4th over. No run there. Jaipal puts the stop sign up early. I think he was looking to try and launch this on the leg side and then changed his mind. You can see why he's hesitant. They have got mid-wicket back, long on back. That's the 2 on the leg side, and the rest out there on the off. In the air, but nobody short to catch that one. And on the offside, 3rd is back on the boundary. Sweeper on the offside and long off his back. Now that's your 5 fielders. Jaswinder Singh now on strike. Jaipal Singh, he's captain. The non-striker's end. And going right across the right-hander. No ball because over the shoulder. That was the one I said keep an eye on. If he bowls another, it will get called. And yeah, good call from the umpires. No ball. Free hit coming up. And I think that's just been explained to Raza now. He just gets a message because he's saying, well, why? And, well, the umpires correctly call it. You've got to know the rules. And the umpire's giving the signal, and Raza's already running in. And the umpire says, yaar, tenu kali ki hai? Thehar ja, thoda thehar ja. All right, Jaswinder gets the license to go the full Monty deep in his crease. And hits it hard. And that will go all the way. Batke shot Maria. Shakka lag gaya. Sais Carreras. Balle, balle, balle. Oh, yaar, apni juttiyan change kar la. Tere chitte chain reply, hana. Kafi gande ho jane hai mitti de vich. Yeah, get some wellies on. Give that man some wellies. So, those trainers are not going to last if he's going to be running around in the mud. Good hit. Puts the free hit away. 46 for 3. Raza. Oh, crunched. That is big. That is a blast. Shaba, shaba, kinna, sona. Shaka, lagya. That is out of the meat of the bat. And all right, good luck there. It's gone a long way, isn't it? And I don't think he's found that one. Ends up in the crops this time. The rain just starts to pick up again a little bit. 50 up. Slow ball down leg side, and now the wicket-keeper slides. It's these little things that the umpires will be keeping a note of. You've seen bowler sliding. Now the wicket-keeper slides here. Look, just Look at that foot, just goes. So these sort of little areas which are consistently had a pounding from a foot, the feet of the, whether it's the wicketkeeper or the bowler's run-ups, it's that same area again. Another one down the leg side, and a little bit of frustration there from the keeper. That's Kamran Hussain getting a bit frustrated with all the extras that given away. Time can certainly be a huge issue here. That's a better delivery. Just gets played for a single. And John Hisham saying, yeah, it's coming up to midnight in New Zealand. So very happy birthday, yes indeed, to Rob Thompson. And, Feliz cumpleaños. Shaba Shaba. Both Badania Rob Thompson celebrating his birthday. And Friends 11 are looking and wanting to celebrate another victory here. 55 for 3 at the end of 4 overs, so well ahead where they need to be. Look at that, it's pretty congested. Quite a lot happened in the second over, but like I said, both these two teams lost wickets in every one of the first 3 overs. Gets played away, just single taken. I mean, run rate from here, you can do it, run a ball. So these two now batting together have to take that into consideration and say, hey, look, we don't have to go crazy here. Magical over, that one of Raza going for 20. So they just got to keep it simple. Captain Ali Saqib Arshad with the ball. That's hit pretty well. And too good for the fielder that's out there. In fact, it goes all the way. There's nothing that Ali Hassan could do. Has to pick that one out off the rough. That's a cracking shot, actually. It's got a lot of width on it. And just belts it, doesn't he? It holds up for him nicely. Gets belted away. So 6 more. Just now starting to get into a point where it's theirs to lose. That's a good delivery. It's nicely played. And stay there, says the batter. Yeah, look, you don't need to take anything risky. You've already, with that 6, you've already got what you need from the over. Now you can play it safe. Push the ball around, take the single. Yeah. 31 of 15 for the bonus point. So it's still on the cards, I guess. This was what Fresh Tropical had to do. Same rate, really. Just 12.5 and over to get to the bonus point. So I think it's there. You got to take it, actually. I think there is an opportunity, a big opportunity. And if you're not going to get too many chances, I think, here to take 4 points. If it presents itself, then you've got to go for it. You've got wickets in hand, but they will be a little bit cautious, though. Edge gone, and that's the big wicket. And it's going to be the one they wanted. Jaswinder will go. Gets a snick on this from the captain, Arshad. No mistakes behind the stumps from Kamran Hussain. So just play on the mind now of Friends 11. They lose another wicket. Jaswinder, probably, again, the back of his mind was, yeah, I shouldn't get out. We should win the match from here, but I've got to try and at least go for the 4 points. So Jaswinder will go for 15. Good catch taken there for Kamran Hussain behind the stumps. And something for the captain, Arshad, to smile about. So Jaypal will be joined by a new partner. And every time a new batter comes out, there's always that opportunity. So coming up to the halfway point here. So ball to come. Numanali does get promoted slightly up the order. Will it work? Will it not? He's somebody that if he gets going, we saw that in his first match, that victory against Bologna, that he can be pretty effective. Played some nice shots over cow corner, the leg side. So well, he's taking his time here now. You know what? I've got to say, it's the batter that doesn't seem to be ready here. I could see five runs being added onto the score of Trentino Aquilla here, because he's not ready and he needs to be ready. Now I wonder how the sheriff will look at this. I think he's not ready. A batter comes out, should be ready to face the first ball. And it's just going to be interesting to see. Look, he's on the walkie-talkie. I think this will be 5 runs. It should be 5 runs. Should be ready. I'm not seeing any signal. Now, I'll keep my eye on our info here. It just plays that away quite nicely. But yeah, he certainly wasn't ready there, whatever the reason. If something comes up, I will relay that on. I've not seen anything coming up on any info that I have in front of me here, but you've got to be ready. That is the end of the over. It's 92 for 5. This was the Premier Division draw. So Group A, Germany, Ireland, Romania, Belgium, Norway, and Greece. And Greece, of course, the team that gets promoted from the Challenge Division. Group B, of course, Spain, my team, and Italy together. Austria, Denmark, France, and Hungary. That's a good group, isn't it? Some top teams in there. Group C, Scotland, Jersey, Portugal I saw in there again. And then Finland, Sweden, and Switzerland. I think Group B is a tough one there, isn't it? And of course, England and Netherlands will be in Championship Week, which starts on that Thursday, the 16th of October. That's not a good delivery. And I have to say, the rain is just got a little bit heavier here now as well, and it is starting to make things a little bit difficult here. I get the feeling now, if you're Trentino Aquilla, you want to stay out there and try, because I think if it goes to the DLS Stern system, I think Friends are comfortably ahead. Yes, Numanali finds the boundary. This is Adil Mohammed with the ball. And that one doesn't come up by much. And gets through. Yeah, it's probably, I would say, it's called a wide down the leg side. Probably the heaviest now I think this has been. And let's see how long the umpires stay out there. And I suppose when you're thinking of the DLS Stern system, Friends 11 will probably feel that they're ahead. And one thing they don't want to do, of course, is lose any wickets here unnecessarily. That works against them. That's nicely played away. Just quite happily take the single. It's quite... When you look at the sky, it's quite murky but bright, if that makes sense. It's almost like that there's some clearer skies behind some of these clouds, but it's a question of whether they'll be able to break through or not. That's going to be a big wide. The wicketkeeper rolls it back onto the stumps, but the umpire square shakes his head and says it's fine. The wicketkeeper then says, "It's all right, umps, save your legs, I'll sort this out." It's worked away onto the leg side, and it's going to be more runs. So 6 of them, in fact. Doesn't really get this out in the middle, but it's quite a good pickup. Over it goes. 6 runs, 6 carreras. And Trentino Aquilla looks like they're going down here, Friends 11. still got to play on all the points here now. This is a big delivery. Goes in the same area, doesn't get it away. The ball just holds up in that thick grass. So just be a single. So that means 20 required for victory. And if they can do it in the next 6 deliveries, then they do get all 4 points. So I think here now you probably say to yourself, all right, we should go on and win the match from here. 78 fall down after the 6. So you should go and win the match from here. So you should have a go at this. I think the first ball was very key. Looks like once again that it will be a slight change in the bowler. This looks like it's like an alley. Will bowl it, and he's going to start with the wide down leg side. Length is good, but the aim is not so good. They got 420 of that over from Raza, so they have got plenty of an over. So 19 now of 6 deliveries. All right, high in the air. It's a long chase. Should be looking to come back for 2 if it don't go to the boundary. And it won't go to the boundary. Done well, the fielder there. Gets a hand onto this. Keeps the ball in the field of play. They'll double up. They'll take a couple. A wild swing the ball away from the body from Jaipal. So 17 in 5. All right, this one goes backwards as well. He's got to be running hard. And where's that one gone? Well, where's the... Oh, never mind. Where's the Grizzly gone? Where did the fielder end up? Addy, wow, that's Usman Ashad who's chasing this. And कितना मिनिया ब्रेक नहीं चल दिया ब्रेक तो लाइया पर मैं नहीं देख ला किधर गया खड्डे दे विच. Well, chasing this hard, can't stop it. That's 4 runs. More importantly, the fielder Usman Ashad is okay. 13 or 4. Trentino Aquilla fighting to try and save. Oh, that's a false shot. Oh, it's given a wide this. How is this a wide? Never. I don't know how this is a wide. Is it over the head? I think if he's standing upright, if he's leaning back there. If I'm honest, I think if he's standing upright, I think that's not a wide. It's been given though. 12 now. Launches it in the air. Will it be caught? No, it won't. There should be going 2. It's not good running. Not good running at all. And Jaipal, I mean, he's an experienced player. As soon as that ball goes up in the air, I mean, he's thinking, I'm going to be caught, I'm going to be out. You should be pegging it and get back on strike. Mind you, Numan Ali is not a bad guy to have on strike if you're wanting a couple of boundaries here. And that's what they're needing here now. So 11 required of 3 deliveries. It's a nice shot played, but it's certainly not a... doesn't launch himself to it. So they're not... I mean, unless we see two boundaries here now, and one of them has to be a 6. A 6 and 4, 2 6s, whichever way you want to look at it. So Trentino Aquilla looks like they are going to maybe possibly get this point. And yeah, they will. Well, this one shouldn't go. Oh, shouldn't go to the boundary. The fielder's done actually very well here, because as Adil Ahmed he's going to stop this one. The ball just takes a different detour, and he does well to watch it and get a hand on it. Otherwise, that could have been the 4. So victory it will be to friends, you'd imagine, but they won't get the 4 points. Well done to Trentino Aquilla. They fought hard to save that. There's that little push again there from Numan Ali. I mean, in this over, you shouldn't be pushing it. You should be slonging it with all your might. And with the over coming to an end, It means that there will be a point for Trentino Aquilla in their first match. But Friends 11 are looking to make it 2 wins on the spin. The over completed. It takes the score to 90. These are some of the other events coming up. I've had a look at this a few times. The Malta Spring Series, we're looking forward to going back to Malta. Before then, of course, to Dreux. And I know that Danny Hudicek will be joining me in Dreux. And Danny, I'm told, speaks the lingo pretty well. So look out for a little bit of commentary being done in French. 12 came off that over from Ali. So 8 required for victory. That's timed well. And a little bit more oomph in this one for Numan. So he's certainly justifying being brought up the order. When I was having a look at where he batted, he came in at number 8 when he scored that 28 in match number 1 against Bologna. So coming in at number, at this point right now, makes complete sense. Comes in at number 6. And I think he, really, in honesty, I think he could come up even higher. I think he could come up before the two Singhs, Jaswinder and Jaipal. Plays that one again nicely. Just some of these shots there. I mean, these shots that he's playing now, if we were in Madrid and at that Alipa baseball ground, I would be saying, yeah, he's playing beautifully to the conditions and to the ground there, because they're all going to the boundary as soon as they leave the bat. But here with this outfield, I think you've got to put a bit more effort into the shot. So a few times, I think, particularly in that over number 7, he played 2 shots where really he should have been going full on rather than just pushing at the ball. And that is going to go all the way as Jaipal gets another one away. So the captain staying there to the end as he gets his away, gets the victory for his side. He'll finish on 29. Jaipal Singh gets the victory and sees Friends 11 home. And they do it fairly comfortably in the end. They'll be happy. I said at the time, really, on day 1, if you can finish on a high and get victories under your belt, you take it, and they will. We'll see them in action one more time, and it will be a bit more of a test and challenge for them, I feel, when they take on Fresh Tropical in match number 5. Speaking of Fresh Tropical, we're going to see them in action in the next match, and Trentino Aquilla, if they thought they had a tough one there, it's going to get even harder now, because they take on a team that a lot of people are fancying to go all the way. And Abdullah Safi coming into the side, Mr. 100%. I'm looking forward to seeing Safi. He's a lovely guy, he is, and always an entertaining guy, and always got a story to tell. Well, the story here was that Ali Hassan didn't have the right shoes on. He was slipping and sliding all over the place. They put a lot of sawdust down, but as you saw there, he just ran right past it. And this one could have been interesting. A little bit of argy-bargy between the wicketkeeper and the fielder, a direct hit. But on examination, he just made it in time and did Vikas Kumar. And then Vikas Kumar thumps this one and was out to a humdinger of a catch. He couldn't hit the ball any harder than that. But what a great catch that was. That ball was absolutely travelling. And Kamran Hussain takes a really good catch. But then they needed a little bit more joy. They'd have to wait a little bit for it to come. As Akhtar, the left-hander, after playing a couple of nice shots, he would make his way. And there's the wicket. And it was Raza with his very first ball. Got 1 wicket, but not just the one in the over. He finished the over with 2 wickets, 11 for 2. And that was a stylish shot. That was Mumphrey. We know that he can be a dangerous batter. Then that one was absolutely plumb. And he was fired away by Ali Hassan, who needed something to go his way. And needed really to fire that arrow. We've got to tell him that the camera's over here. And next time, he'll fire the arrow in the right direction. Another wicket would also go. Jaswinder, who I can understand Jaswinder there. I think he he probably decided as the batter that was the more likely to get some boundaries in when he was there with Jaipal, that he would try and get, or certainly go for trying to get the 4 points and go for the big shots. It wouldn't work, and then it meant that it was Numan Ali who comes in to join the captain out there. And I'm just a little bit surprised with some of the shots that Numan played. I think Jaipal probably, unless they didn't know the scenario or the situation, but I just thought there could have been a little bit more effort to try and get the win in the 7th over. But both were quite content. Jaipal, the captain, very happy. Numan, nice smile on his face. I think he's had a good day so far, Numan Ali, but I think their biggest test is yet to come. 2 wins out of 2. They've picked up 3 points from each, so 6 points to them, sitting currently at the top of the standings. Only a point this time for Trentino Aquilla, but they'll take that. And I think they'd be better for the run for being out there, because the big test now coming up for them against Fresh Tropical. Let's hope that the weather doesn't spoil it. We'll be back in about 15 minutes as we leave the scorecards up there for you to enjoy. We'll be back in 15 minutes time. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Victorinox and Rado.
Hello viewers and welcome back as we get set for match number 4 on the weather front. Moment of play will continue, so we get ready for the start of match number 4. Trentino Aquilla will be hoping that it goes a little bit better for them. They did pick up a point in that loss though to Friends 11, but this is not going to be an easy match. They take on the very powerful fresh tropical side. Let's see what happened earlier at the coin toss.
Thanks, Rico. Trentino Aquilla and fresh tropical to call.
Head.
Heads is the call, and it's a tails.
We'll go to ball first.
They're going to have a bowl.
I must admit, I'm a little bit surprised there. Trentino Aquilla winning the toss and their captain there deciding that they will have a bowl first. So you're giving the opportunity for a powerful batting lineup like Fresh Tropical to go out there and really try and get a big score on the board. And I think they're going to take that opportunity. I just saw there that Bilal Hamid was pretty happy with that call because, look, when you got a team like his, I mean, you've got a lot of batters out there, didn't all get a good opportunity in the earlier match when they got a comfortable win, of course, and took all 4 points. So it's an opportunity for them to go out there and really try and get big score on the board. Also going to be pretty difficult, I believe, here for the batters. For the batters to put pressure on the field, as the fielding side have to deal with the wet conditions. So it's going to be an interesting and exciting match. Let's take a look at the fantasy dashboard. One change for Fresh Tropical. Ahmadullah Safi coming into the side now. We call him Mr. 100% because he does give 100% in everything that he does with the bat, with the ball, and in the field. And he's a lovely guy there as well. He's certainly going to add a little bit of strength to that already pretty good-looking side. Amir Sharif and Hassan Ahmed, and also Javed Atisham already showed just how much power that they've got. We didn't even get a chance to see the likes of Irfan Sheikh with the bat. We know that he can go well as Bilal Hamid. But on the bowling front, we saw some good bowling from them. And I think their bowlers performed very well. It was Sakina Rabasto who was the pick of them, 3 for 31. And then there was the hat-trick as well from Asim Ali, 3 for 21. So we have had a hat-trick at the start of this day 1 Bologna. Now, well done to Asim. He'll have his name in the Hall of Fame. 92% to 8% in favour of Fresh Tropical. So you can see that they're looking to win this one comfortably, and they're looking to get off to a big and good start here. On the batting front, Hassan Ahmed, 35 of 13 and 34 of 12 from Javed Atisham got them to the victory, with Amir Sharif getting 26 earlier on, opening up. So good batters, looking to go big. So the little drizzle does continue as we get ready to go, and it will be Amir Sharif will be opening up with Javed Atisham, just as these two did in the earlier match. So no changes there from the openers. The umpires are ready to go. Umpire Numan says, let's play. He's out there with umpire Mahbub. First one is down the leg side, gets past the man on the 45. Leg bye will be signalled by the umpire, so off and running. Welcome back to everybody in the chat as well. Hello to Paul Kempin, John Gray, Thomas Martinez there as well. Hello to Waza. Joining in the fun, Monica Ramos and Chris Smith also in there. And Kroom, of course. Ali Hassan had a few issues with his run-up and approach, but when he got it right, he did bowl out. I have noticed, though, there is a change of shoes, as that one is going to be the one for the over. Yeah, change of shoes. Now, remember, I was saying that he had the wrong footwear on before. He had something... Yeah, there he is. He had the old white and yellow pumps on, which he was slipping and sliding all over the place. And certainly going better on these threads. It's a good delivery, but can't bowl that one again. Up in the air, catching chance. Taken. Well held there, so they get the wicket, and a good wicket to get. as Javed Atisham will go without scoring. It will be a 2-ball duck for Javed. And Derek will be there to quack him off. And of course, we also have our very own duck in the commentary position is James Pond, who will also go. Always likes to give the batter a good send-off. So James Pond doing the quacking. Javed on his way back, so no score for him this time. New batter now comes in. It's going to be Hassan Ahmed. Comes in once again at number 3. Powerful left-hander. Was the highest run scorer in the early win. That's a good delivery. A little bit of that late swing that he gets, but that one will get played away. 4 runs. There's Paulo. Paulo makes a magnificent umpire, doesn't he? And Mbuchi gives the signal, says to the fielder, stop running. It's gone for 4 as it gets past the fielder. Does get some late swing, Hassan Ahmed. We saw him take a wicket and got an LBW decision that went his way. Can make things happen. And that one, just dropped the bat on it at the right time. Hassan Ahmed gets a boundary for his first ball. And genuine leave. Thinks about playing the shot. In the end decides no. Well, I'll have a look, he says. I'll have a look. Hassan seems to be better on his feet with these trainers. Crunched down the ground. 6 runs, a little bit too short. Too short, too straight. And Hassan Ahmed says, I'll have it. I'll have this one. He says, boom, shakalagia. End of the first over. 11 for 1. Wasn't the worst of overs from Ali Hassan. I like what he does. He does get that ball to move around. That one gets thumped away. Now let's have a look at this Premier Division. We had a look at this before. A lot of people saying there are some interesting groups here. I think Spain, Italy, and France in Group B. That's going to be a cracker with Denmark in there as well. Hey, yeah, the Danes, we don't rule them out anymore. And Austria and Hungary, 2 teams that, well, depending on availability and who comes for them, they can be very dangerous as well. I'm looking forward to that, of course, starting on the 25th of September. The Premier Division, all the way through to the 18th. Second over to start. And I'm going to start with Nabil, who, that's a good bit of fielding, great work. Really good stop. Getting down and getting funky and getting dirty for his side. Mir Sharif still not got off the mark. Remember, leg by. Rotated the strike earlier. Sometimes you have that as a batter. You play some good shots, it goes to hand, and you don't end up don't get it off the mark. Well, that one he leaves now. Probably thought about it, and at the last moment thought, nah, just take the wide, and he'll get to the other end again. Look, he's thought about the shot, and at the last moment, sort of kind of shied away from it. I think he had himself in a good position to play it. Maybe he felt it was a little bit too close, didn't want to glove it and give the catching opportunity to the keeper, Kamran Hussain. Gets the wide, they rotate the strike, 2 wides then. So Hassan Ahmed will get back on strike. So this is Nabil Makhan as the ball. 13 to 87% is the percentage here, Fresh Tropical. But they do have and did get one of the key batters already without scoring, Javed. But that's another good hit from Hassan. Isn't he in good form? I love the way that he batted there at the Cardiff Oval as well. Of course, he was a big in for Roma. Uses his feet well. And it's not just swinging from wherever he's standing. You know, that's always the sign of a good batter. He makes that quick, very quick to assess the length, gets himself into the position and plays a very nice shot. Nicely played away. Oh, that one doesn't really come up, but good areas for Makan. I like the way that a little bit of the yellow from Fresh Tropical also makes his way onto. Oh, he's been asked to run here, Hamid, and he's going to have to be quick. Oh, this one just bounces over the stumps from the wicket keeper. And, oh, that's good work. I think if this one hits the stumps, it would have been close. I mean, look at Hamid. He doesn't see the call until late, and then he has to go. Here's the pickup. There's the throw. Would have been out. Would have been out. And that's you got to put that down as an opportunity. All three stumps to aim at. You get the dangerous Hassan Ahmed out there. And that can change a lot. Oh, swinging ball here. Big swing. Amir Sharif still not off the mark as we're getting close to the end of this second over. He's 0 of 3. And that was a real hoik. That was a hoik of somebody who says, right, I've got to try and get something on. Oh, now he wears this one. He's just playing so early. And another over comes to an end. So 20 for 1. 9 coming off that one. But the big talking point, that possible run-out opportunity of Hassan Ahmed when he was on 16. Wicketkeeper Kamal Hussain has a chance. Here's the table so far. Friends 11, 2 out of 2. 6 points. Fresh Tropical in second. They now get a win here. They would regain top spot. And then, remember, the two top teams go head-to-head in match number 5. Friends 11 taking on Fresh Tropical. Bologna got a point on the board with that loss in the first match against Friends. Trentino Aquilla also a point in the tie in the last match. Now this man was in good form. It's Hasnain Raza with bat and with ball. Him and the captain just having some sort of disagreement there about the field. In the end, the captain sort of gives up and then he bowls a gundy ball down the leg side. You don't bowl there to somebody like Ahmed. And that's going to be put away quite easily. Yeah, I think that was all to do with the field. I think Hasnain wanted another player out on the leg side in that mid-wicket area. He doesn't get that. He gets somebody at square leg instead. Now I wonder if they do change that. Doesn't look like he is. No, he stays at square. Raza, that's a better delivery. Played with soft hands. Very good running in between the wickets actually from Amir Sharif. He hasn't scored any runs yet, but he's certainly run a fair bit. Hasnain would love to remove Amir Sharif before he gets going. Very good bat. In fact, both these batters have scored over, well, close to 5,000 runs together on the network. All right, that one will open the account for Amir Sharif. He gets one where he liked it. It smashes into the fence. At least it stays on this side of the field. He's onto that pretty quickly. Launches himself forward into it. Gets right underneath it. Gets it elevated. And it will go all the way. So 6 runs to open the account for Amir Sharif. A few people saying I'm quite correct. No Zain Nakvi listed. Oh, that's a cracking shot. Well, he picks it up beautifully and he sends it. And it sends it, well, you can see where he sends it a long way as the man who's ruining his white pumps has to go chasing after this. Somebody get him a pair of wellies. Come on. Give him some wellies. That's been absolutely muscled to the boundary. Big hit. Yeah, fresh tropical. I'm just checking the info I've got here in front of me. But so, yeah, Zain Nakvi not in the side. Dot ball, which gets celebrated there from Raza. Sharif does get going, and 2 big Maximos to get him going as well. That rain just getting once again. It's probably about as heavy as it's been. So we have played through this before. And continue to do it. It's a bit of an appeal here from the fielding side. I suppose they'd love to get another wicket at this point. It won't happen. 37 off the power play. 37 for 1. Raza get through that over in the end. As they try to get the wicket, of either one of these two will do. 2 top players on the network. Both have scored tons of runs. Amir Sharif, just we talk a lot about him and his batting. Don't forget he's taken 86 wickets as well on the network. So he definitely enjoys playing on the European cricket. Expected score around that 137 at the moment with these two in. So end of the power play, chance now for the Trentino Aquilla side to at least spread some of the fielders out. They can have 5 back now. Not quite out the middle, gets it past the short mid-wicket. That's Sadakat Ali. Tries to make the stop there. And it's Makan will get his second over Nabil. Just have a quick look at this field in a moment, as it has to change a fair bit between the right and the left hand. It just sneaks this in. Must have gone pretty close to the line there, looking at the way the batter's trying to play this. He has gone towards it. Yeah. Does it catch a bit of that line on the way through? The umpire feels that it does. Third goes back to the boundary. Got a sweeper in on the offside and long off. Then got the 2 on the leg side boundary. And that is not going to be fetched by anybody. He's onto this so quickly, Amir Sharif. It's almost like he knows within himself that if a ball is landing anywhere in that part of the ground, then he's after it. He's already into the shot before that one actually gets bowled. He just feels that it's going to be there from Nabil, and it's a stunning shot. He picks that up beautifully well. And, keeping the field as it is, though, at the moment. Long on and mid-wicket on the boundary. They're reluctant to put... It's played away, and that fielder at third. That's a slide and stop. Nice work from him. Nice shot played also from Amir. Took him a while to get going. 4 balls before he got off the mark. Amir Sharif, but he's going pretty well here now. Now this is where the field has to change. So we had a 3 and 2. 3 out on the boundary on the offside and 2 on the leg side to the right-hander. And here to the left-hander, it's very much the same. 3rd and long off back, but 3 on the leg side. It's a bit of a wild shot, actually, from Hassan Ahmed. So, yeah, slightly different. They feel that Hassan Ahmed is going to go more the leg side. So, square leg, mid-wicket and long on are immediately deployed to him, which means that they leave the offside open in the terms of you've got two men inside the circle, but behind them, nobody. So that's where Hassan Ahmed, if he gets a chance, should be really looking to go. No, this time it will be quarter wide. Makan once again. It's well bowled. And once again, the wicket keeper, that's Cameron Hussain, takes it and has a go. I mean, it's a long way out of his crease. Is Hassan. I mean, have a look there. So you can see why the wicket keeper is always releasing the ball straight away. It's not the worst of overs there, actually. It's a good spell, actually, from Nabil Makan. First time we've seen him with the ball. Goes for 17 of his 2 overs. And that over, 9 runs come from it. Just up. Amir Sharif keeps the score to 46. 46 for 1. Field, some adjustments to the field. They have quite a straight third now to Amir Sharif. Right, he goes for the shot, the hook shot, and he'll get it right. Just for a moment there, I didn't know if he got as much of this. I thought it was going to go more up than long, but he does. He plays it pretty well, and that's actually, doesn't get a lot of room to play that shot. It's a really good shot. It's a climbing ball on him, but he's onto it so quickly. It's all about the timing of the execution. But still very reluctant to make this field change, actually. I'm quite surprised. They're just keeping the one man out on that. It's the mid-wicket. No square leg back. They're fancying 3 on the offside to Amir. Ali Saqib Arshad, captain, trying to get the breakthrough free side. And that's going to be in the gap between the long on and the mid wicket. I think they haven't got this field right. I also feel they just moved third man very fine. And when you recall that in the previous over that Amir Sharif played that really nice kind of uppercut shot wide of third. I'm surprised that they've moved him so fine, but captain has the ball, and that's the field that he wants at the moment. That's a lovely shot. Glorious stroke. That's going to sail over the fence to the outside of this ground. What a lovely bit of timing this is from Amir Sharif. And just look at the way he holds the pose. So it's all about knowing exactly what he wants to do. That's beautifully played. And that one, wow, just looking over the fence there, it looks like a little area for, I was going to say, it's not really horses. I think that's where they might be doing some sort of a dog training agility classes. And, well, maybe we'll get a chance to see some of that activity. That'd be great. Some more issues there for the bowler. This time the captain is trying to get some of that, some of the mud and grass clippings that he picks up on the sole of his shoes off before he gets back to his mark. They'll take the single. Good batting as the field gets pushed deeper because of the powerful shots that both these batters are able to execute. They'll take the singles as well. So ball to go at the halfway point at Fresh Tropical. They're well on course to getting close to that 130 to 140 score. Well bowled and beautifully timed. What a lovely shot this is. I mean, that's just class, pure class. 4 runs for Hassan Ahmed. It was not a bad delivery at all. In fact, it's a good ball. It's Yorker length, but look how well that is played by Hassan Ahmed. It's a bit of the old reverse chopper. Look at it. And once it gets past the bowler, it's hit dead straight. Goes all the way to the boundary. And that takes the score to 67 for 1 at the halfway point. And I'll welcome you into the commentary igloo. I've got to say, it's the first time I've had the pleasure of being in the igloo. I quite like it. It's nice. It's nice. It's pretty cozy. I've got the window open to one side, so I can see the boundary there to my left. And I've got a lovely view in front. And on a day like today, where it has been drizzling for the last sort of couple of hours, it does its job pretty well. So, yeah, I like my new home. And I've just noticed a little fitting there to put a few accessories. Maybe I can put a mirror ball or a disco light up there. That'll be a nice effect, wouldn't it? Welcome to Bologna. Also a mecca for people who love motorsports is Bologna. I think it's a place where the engines are made for some of those supercars like Ferrari, Maserati, and of course for the bikes as well, Ducati. Yeah, motorsport fans loving it here in Bologna. And the surrounding area they feel is a mecca along the Via Emilia are the main factories and museums dedicated to engines. I know I've heard there's a Lamborghini museum here. I think the entrance fee is a little bit steep from when I was looking it up. So I'll just have to maybe get a bit of a collection together. But yeah, I'd love to visit that. But yeah, it's all about the Ferrari, Maserati, Lamborghini, Ducati and others in this area. I tell you what's been motoring along at the moment is the Grizzly. The Grizzly says, don't forget about me. This is another brum, 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 brum. Was it races over the boundary? Well, there's the area where it comes and shows us that the dog training agility bit over there. Maybe once the dogs are there, the dogs will bring the balls back for us. That'd be good, wouldn't it? Just train the dogs to bring them back. The rain, just consistent. I suppose it gets to a point now. So we've got one more match after this. I don't see any issues currently with the outfield or the pitch. I mean, all right, there's a few bowlers struggling a little bit, but Ali Hassan was one of them. But he's had a change of footwear. He seems to be going okay since that. But it's whether over time, as it continuously keeps raining, that the pitch will get to a point, not just the pitch, but the outfield, where it does become just a little bit unsafe. And remember, we've got to, the other thing you've got to remember, it's not just today. We've got 6 days of action here, and then we've got some women's cricket coming up as well, ECIs, and after those 6 matches, so 6 days, I should say, not matches. 28 matches in total, of course, in the European Cricket Series. So we've got to look after the ground as well. There's no point, cutting it up on day one. So, of course, all of these things will be taken into account and looked at by the match officials. I think Hassan wants a breakthrough here. That's a good delivery. Certainly gets the ball to talk if he gets it right, Hassan. That's well bowled. Last over, by the way, did go magical from the captain, Ali Saqib Arshad. There's a couple of 2 big sixes in there, 2 fours. That's it down the ground, but they do move the long on a bit straighter there to Hassan Ahmed after A lovely shot that he played down the ground earlier. Now, this is where I feel that they don't quite have the field right. Now I do see a change. Now they do put mid-wicket and a square bat behind square. So that means that they lose the sweeper out on the offside, and that's not a good ball. We'll have a look at the height on this one. It's not going to go to the boundary. It's one that seemed high. Whether it was too high or not, no, just below the waist. So that's okay. Over comes to an end. So not the worst from Hassan. Actually, he does well. He does the 9. So he's bowled very well in this match. 19 actually from his spell. There's a couple of leg byes, wasn't there, in his first over. There's that scorecard. So Amir Sharif took his time to get going, but now he seems to be motoring pretty well. 76 with 24 balls to go in the innings. It's high, up in the air, fielder wanting it, and 6 runs, unfortunately. Catch has been taken. It's not the first time we've seen this. Adil Ahmed holds on to the catch, but unfortunately, he puts the foot down on the rope. Now, this is something which I think the cricketers need to try and now work on. We've seen this a few times. I think when you've got a fielder who's so close to you there, I think this is where you're thinking, I've got to release this ball upwards before I put my foot down on the line. That is going to be out, though. That's the wicket. He comes down the track. Amir Sharif gets to 50. 50 and out. Sharif, so well batted. And hang on a minute. What's going here? We're seeing another tread change. It's happening. Watch the clock. Is this going to be done in record time? And yeah, good change. I like that. Well, and the Grand Prix. Well, it's not done yet, actually. Is that a blowout? We see it on the Grand Prix when they come in and do the pit stop. Well, we have our very own kind of pit stop in European cricket. It's a genuine shoe change. Interesting that they decide to do it once he gets a wicket, though. I thought he would have just stuck with what he had. Look, there's a shoe. I get the feeling that they're the ones that Ali Hassan was wearing before. And Ali Hassan, there he is. Yeah, Ali Hassan, I'll add to the jutiyan, apniya pala. Well, I wonder what happens now. He changes shoes. Anyway, well done to Amir Sharif. It does get 50 to his name before he gets that very next ball, trying to go big down the ground. I don't mind that. I'll tell you why. Give my reasonings after this ball as that's played out. And onto the offside. The fielder will do the fielding. It is Irfan Sheikh who comes in now. I think, it's about get your 50. He's got his iron, he's batted well, and caught behind there by Kamran. And now give a chance for another batter. Remember, they only used the 3 batters in the victory in their earlier match against Bologna. So it's a chance now for some other batters to come out. Irfan Sheikh, and I think, that's, again, a high delivery. Let's look at this side. It may have been dipping. It looked high from that angle. Let's see it from this angle. Oh, I think that's high for me. If I'm honest, I think that's high because I think it's waist or above. I don't think that's dipping as much. He's kind of back. He's not charging. So, yeah, that's the shot there. They actually get away with it. All right, now, high. Catch me if you can. And Girgi. Well, he goes in 2 hands, pops out. He tries again. Look, it's a brave effort. And Kinda Aja Meri Pyari Aja. He goes in, it pops out. He sees it, dives, but just can't get there. Oh, look at that. Agony. Captured by 2 circles. It's a brave effort, isn't it? Really good effort. Just couldn't hold on to it. Irfan wants a single, and he'll get it now after the misfield. Yeah, cracking effort from the fielder. But in and out, and Well, Hassan Ahmed, you don't drop batters as good as him. Drop there on 27. How expensive could that be? Another over comes to an end. And score moves to 84 for 2. Adil Mohammed, good finish to his over. Looks like it's going to be Sadakat Ali to bowl the next. That's our calendar. I suggest you take a photo of that with your camera and keep that with you. Gives you an idea of where we're going to be travelling. And still got one to be confirmed there, the 18th of August. Let's see where that takes us. So the only piece of our puzzle that's missing, really. All right, this is... Oh, somebody's got to call it. Ay, nay, 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 nay. Oh, changa tukkar lag gaya. Changa tukkar lag gaya. And they're okay, which is good. Because for a moment, I thought that could be very nasty. Number 6 and 7, Ali Hassan, collides with Usman Arshad. And at the moment, Ali Hassan is still yet to get up. And I think, they're calling the medic over here. And I just get the feeling that maybe he's caught a little bit on his nostril, his nose or something. Well, this is what happened. When it went in the air, there had to be a call on it. They got excited. There they go, colliding into each other. And they hit each other hard. But just noticed there that it was Ali Hassan. He gets one. Yeah, he's up. I think it could be more the case that the inside of his cheeks, he's maybe just cut the inside of his mouth or something there. But yeah, I just think when you get a knot like that, you can see he's up there now. He's on his feet, which is always a good sign. But I just like to see, I like to see him just go off the field for a bit, just sit down, get a drink of water, make sure you're fine, get 12 on for a little bit, because it was a nasty hit. But it was an opportunity, and we see it here. They hit each other hard. Look at this. Bang, he gets a proper... proper shoulder barge. And a few people are looking at the screens around me. Can now see the funny side of it, but it's never funny when you see it. And I know that it can sometimes be pretty nasty. Anyway... Ali would have hoped he would have got a wicket there. With chances. Catching, I have to say, has been very good here today in Bologna. For a first day, we're normally used to seeing, is this one? It just slows up, actually. Thank you, says the fielder. It's almost like another fielder, invisible fielder, appeared from nowhere to make the stop. And Nabil will get the throw in. But yeah, it just... normally on the first day you see a lot of catches go down, and it's not an easy day for fielding. It's been cold start in the morning. Now it's sort of wet, still cold. Always feels a lot colder when it's wet and damp. But the ones that have been put down have been important ones. Both these batters now have had chances. Full toss, which gets hit hard, but goes straight to the man who bowls it back in. And that's Adil Mohammed, who, well, he'd probably be keen to bowl again. His first over went for 9. He picked up a wicket. Fresh Tropical then, they've just slowed down a little. That expected score, that 120 now. At one point was around that 140 mark. And they'll take a bye here. And I think a lot of that happened with Amir Sharif when he got out. Of course, he was batting very well, 50 of 22 balls before he would go to a deal. Javid was out very early. Caught for a 2-ball duck. Ali Saqib taking the catch of the bowling of Ali Hassan. That's a lovely shot. And it's crunched. I mean, there is a fielder out there, but I think that was probably only a metre or two wide from you. But that ball is just travelling so well. Once he hits it, it stays hit, doesn't it? There's that fielder. Didn't have a lot of ground to cover, but goes all the way. Timed beautifully. Some of the shots that have been played from Ahmed and earlier from Sharif were absolutely beautiful. It's all about classic timing. This time it's muscled up in the air and gone. The fielder this time does have a quick look at the boundary rope just to see if he was going to be in play or not. Clears him easily. Powerful. So 6 more. Just as I said, they just slowed up slightly. They picked the rate up again. So 100 on the board. 102 for 2. 8 overs completed. That over with that Maximo going for 17. Over before was the one from Adil now. You have to be thinking about going back to Adil. You can see that the clock is an issue. They need to get through. Oh dear, well, clock is an issue. You don't want to be throwing the ball away. They're trying to get through this over pretty quickly. It's Sadakat Ali. They're okay. They got interesting one. The umpire's quick little shake of the head, I think. Maybe just as it pitches, starts to move away. It's shuffles across. Yeah, I think the umpire decided that ball's going to go on and miss the leg stick. I think they got plenty of time here. Maybe they're feeling they have to get the 2 overs in the 4 minutes that are left, but it's all about completing this 9th over. That's well bowled. That's Adil Mohammed. Thought he'd come on and bowled. He's second after taking a wicket. Just conceded 9 runs in his first. That one is a hit-me ball. It's a slower one, but it was right in the slot. And Hassan Ahmed gets that one away. So eyeing up at 50 himself is Hassan. Well, there's that one being found and picked out of the crop field behind us. 35 or 13, not out, of course, in the last match. And once again pitching outside leg stick, so can't be out. He'd be disappointed he's missed out on that, Hassan. So that's moved to 47. Already seen a half century from Amir Sharif. So the 2 batters you'd expect to be in good form, and that will be 50 to Hassan Ahmed. Hits this down the ground. Nice shot, 6 runs, 50 up, 53 of 23. And end of the over as well from Adil Mohammed. And that over, once again, not the worst of overs. He'll take that. 13 coming from it, and he spell goes for 21. Yeah, nice solid hit down the ground. So 115, 2 down, last over to come. Once again, we were looking at a minimum of 15 from it, and that's played out for just a single as Irfan Sheikh just quite happy just to hand the strike straight back to Hassan Ahmed. That's the right thing to do for Irfan. Moves on to 6 of 8 deliveries, and now probably saying to Hassan, right, over to you. Get us the extra runs here to get past that 130 mark. That's what they'll be setting for. Expecting 129 at the moment. Oh, edge flies away. That's going to be 4 runs. Really does bang this one in, does the captain Ali Saqib Arshad. You see at the last moment, just here, it really whacks it into the turf, and the invisible man sat on the chair back there has to do the fielding. It's a little bit straighter. Hassan Ahmed gets beaten this time. Hassan, I wonder if he probably can see what Alisa Gibashad is trying to do. He might just make the early movement and just hop outside the off and be ready to pounce on it. But you've got to have trust in the pitch to play those kind of shots. Well, oh, gone! Caught and bowled. What a great catch. What a wonderful moment that is for the captain of Trentino Aquilla, Alisa Gibashad. It's a heavy ball again. And Hassan Ahmed, when he hits the ball, he hits it pretty firmly. So he's hit this well, but it's a good catch. Leaps like a gazelle and pounces it. Really well done. That's a very good catch. Top performance and top catch from Ashad. Picks up his second and sends back Hassan Ahmed 57 of 26. And what a great moment this is for the captain. Ali Ashad caught and bowled. Really good top catch. 120 for 3. 2 balls to go. So well, unless we see a Maximo of this ball, the 130 may not be on the cards here. This is Asim Ali, hat-trick man himself. And he's just going to take the single. And hands the strike to Irfan Sheikh, who now probably thinking, okay, let's see if I can get a boundary away here. I think Alisa Gib Ashar might have just injured himself a little bit there as he tried to quickly get onto that ball. He seems to be, yeah, just stretching. He's just holding the top of that left leg. And short delivery, which gets sent away. So we'll finish with a 6, and it will finish with 127. 127 for 3. At one point, we're on that 135 to 140 mark, so they do slow down just a tad, but still a pretty good score. The highest in the day so far. Batting first, Friends 11 in match 1, put 101 on the board. Bologna in match 2, 99. And Trentino Aquilla 92. So Fresh Tropical scoring the highest first innings total. And we'll feel that it's enough against Trentino Aquilla, who seemed to really struggle with the bat against Bologna. Well, this was the first wicket, and it was Javed who would get out early. And you know that he's a dangerous batter, but they kept him quiet. Deshaun would only last for 2 balls before he would go, but then there came the partnership between Amir Sharif and Hassan Ahmed. Hassan Ahmed earlier was doing all the hitting. Amir Sharif just took a while to find his range, but that was it there. That was his first scoring shot. It would be a 6 outside the offside, and then he was showing us that he can hit to all parts of the ground, and some of the 6s he hit out there into the, well, let's call it the potato field for now, were humongous. He kept it going, and going inside out on that one. Well, there we got our first glimpse of the dog agility field, and we'll get a, I think we'll see a few more looks at that a bit later on as well. That's another one that went in that direction. That was a catching opportunity. The catch was held there by Adil Ahmed, but he also put his foot on the line, so that wasn't out, but that was out, as we would see 50 and out for Amir Sharif. He was lucky to get his 50, you would say, with the 6, but not lucky when he tried to get a move on. That was pretty unlucky though. It's a brilliant effort from the fielder Should have taken it first time round, you say, but great effort to try and take it second time. Then they had this collision, and the good news is that at least nobody was hurt, though Ali Hassan was stunned a little. So once he got up and moved around, it was okay, but yeah, nobody really put in a name on it. And this was going all the way, not far from where I am. Hits the fence and stayed in the field of play. Hassan Ahmed getting a 50 to his name with that shot. And then a little bit of luck, and there's the invisible man doing the fielding there at third. And then a great caught and bowled. Really well done to remove the dangerous Hassan Ahmed. And you know, you never know, that caught and bowled probably could be the difference of perhaps another 10 runs. Well, whoever was there in the Portaloo got the shock of their life. Here it is, knock knock. Hang on a minute, I ain't finished yet. Oh, another classic. I never noticed that when it actually happened live, but now it's there. It'll be there forever. Anyway, end of the innings. 127 for 3 it will be. And Fresh Tropical will feel that it's enough, because their bowlers will be looking to get into Trentino Aquilla. But can somebody from Trentino go out there and get a good score, a good partnership? Most important thing they'll be looking to do again, I think, here is try to salvage a point. A point will be good. It will keep them in, well, I would say the right part of the tables in Group A. Remember, Group A action is what we're seeing here today. On the bowling front, a quick look at the bowlers. I think it was hard work for them. I think the pick of the bowlers, you've got to say Ali Hassan, who had to change his footwear, but it worked well for him. And 1 for 19. Also, a good 2 overs from Nabil Makan. These 2 overs go for 17. And I suppose also 1 for 21 from Adil Mohammed is pretty respectable as well. So we'll take a short break. Remember, back in 10 for the run chase. And let's see how Trentino Aquilla go. They're needing 128 for victory here.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Victorinox and Rado.
Hello, cricket lovers, and back to Bologna, this Fabri cricket ground. A little bit wet. We've had unfortunate drizzle non-stop, really, for the last almost 4 hours now. You can see that some more sawdust have been applied, mainly to the bowlers' footmarks. But at the moment, even though that rain is pretty consistent, it's not wet or dangerous enough for the umpires to be thinking about suspending the play or abandoning any of the matches so far. So we will continue. And Fresh Tropical are looking to defend a pretty healthy 127. The bonus point equation here, 88 or less, restrict to. And there is a chance for them to once again take the 4 points. They did that, of course, against Bologna in the victory where they restricted Bologna to 99 and got the runs with 20 balls to go. So they'll be keen to get another 4-pointer on the board. Either way, whether it's a 4-pointer or 3-pointer, they will take top spots away from Friends 11. But then the two, weather permitting, of course, will meet in the final match. So Numero Uno will take on Numero Dos in this Group A. They're ready to go, and it looks like it will be the captain, Bilal Hamid, who once again will open up with the ball. Bowled very well in that victory against Bologna. But of course, all eyes will once again be on Asim Ali, who took the hat-trick, 3 for 21. Sikandar Abbas also, I think he bowled very well, very deceptive bowler, 3 for 31. There's the first then. It's a good delivery. It's a good seed, isn't it? There's this one gets through. It's Lovepreet Singh who does take the first ball, and he gets a decent one. Lovepreet, of course, was run out, unfortunately, earlier. Now, well, it's almost like the umpire saying, no, don't take it from there. And Bilal Hamid is saying, well, why can't I? That's a little, I'm sorry, but that's nonsense, isn't it? Come on. The bowler wants to put some sawdust down in a different part of the ground, and the umpire says, no, you can't take it from there. And he's saying, well, but I don't need it here. Come on, common sense sometimes has to be applied. Anyway, Bilal will just carry on for now, whether he's requested some more. That one cuts away, and the umpire will get his own bat now and signal wide. Just think here that, yeah, maybe. I think Bilal wanted to put some sort of just where he's ending up there in his follow-through, which I think is fair enough. But the umpire was saying, no, not from here. Rando, you can't take it from here. Lovepreet Singh. G-man out. Just moving his long off a little bit wider. Very particular about his field, or the field, the captain. He's got a slip in catching position. It just gets defensively played, so Lovepreet at the moment quite happy just to see ball and block ball. Got Mirza Beg out there. The rain continues to fall, no let up really. And yeah, nice grab there. Just the one wide that's moved the score along at the moment. Yeah, Thomas Martinez saying it should be a tough chase. I think you're right, Thomas, and when the first over starts like this, makes it even harder. Oh, it's plays completely down the wrong line here, does Lovepreet Singh. I think it's one of those shots he's forced to play because He's feeling the need to get a boundary for his side. Lovepreet. That one climbs a fair bit. Hamid. Well, that's just been chipped up in the air. It's the easiest of catches, and it will be held. Sakinder Abbas holds on to it. It's a really soft dismissal, and it's going to be a 6-ball duck for Lovepreet. And he's going to get no love when he gets back from his teammates, that's for sure. Lovepreet will be quacked off. It's a slower delivery, which doesn't end up going exactly where Bilal Hamid wanted it to go, but Lovepreet, because he's got this sort of cautious defensive mindset, ends up just lobbing it up in the air. Abbas says thank you very much, holds on to the catch, and well, Bilal, kind of a what we call a fake maiden, really, just that one wide. So 1 for 1 at the end of the first, and Lovepreet once again doesn't really get clicking. He was unfortunately run out in the first match, and this time he just gives an easy catch away. Adil Mohammed now comes in at number 3. Thick edge, and will fly away. One bounce, and oh, well picked up that man. And well, picks it up and just drops it. Let's have a look at this. I think this was one of the fresh tropical players. So swings, and it's almost like he says, here it comes, I'll take it. Yeah, well held, and then what was that all about? Says, you pick it up. I'm not going to give it to you now, you pick it up. All right then, be like that. Rain just starting to probably get a little bit heavier now. Testing the patience of the match officials and the umpires. Oh, it's a good shot. Really good shot. It was right in his area. He gets a swivel on this. A little bit of the old MJ. Oh, is that? Gets sent all the way. Goes the distance. And Mirza Beg. Nice shot to open your account. 6 runs. There's goes a little bit too short and too much towards the legs, does Hassan Ahmed. So that one gets played away. I don't think this is Hassan Ahmed, by the way, doing the bowling. This is wrong. And that's Zahid. Chima is the bowler. In comes Chima again. We'll get that change, folks, don't worry. Yeah, Hassan Ahmed certainly wouldn't want to be, wouldn't want his name onto this, as this is another one that is going to be sent away. So 3 balls, 3 sixes. Shaba, Shaba. Well, the weather may not be Calypso style. Well, the batting certainly is. 3 in a row. Shaka, shaka, shaka time from Mirza Beg. And the bowler, who is not Hassan Ahmed, by the way. Hassan is looking at me and saying, I'm not bowling. Oh, change kar de mera naal aliko. Oh, 3 shakke maar dete ne. Mani hai. Hora. All right, relax. We'll get it changed. Zahid Chima. And he gets this one through pretty quickly. A dot ball. Also not Giletto weather, is it? Of course, famous for the Gilettos here, the famous Italian ice creams. I'm not going to be queuing up for those today. I know that everywhere when I was out yesterday, Everywhere that sells gelatos was, the queue was, it was enormous, enormous. Everybody wanted to get a gelato, but not today. I think today I'll have a hot chocolate, please. A hot chocolate with a bit of the hard stuff in will do very nicely. Thank you very much. I'll dunk a few marshmallows in there. Why not? Well, after being hit for 3 sixes, Zahid Chima, well, just because his name's been changed to Zahid Chima now, not Hassan Ahmed, gets a few dot balls in. And he might even take a wicket. Where's this going to drop? It will not drop in the field of play. It's going to go all the way. So one more for good measure. That's not a bad over in the end. As it will be 4 sixes and 2 dots. It will go magical. 24 off the over. Yeah, that'll help getting Trentino Aquilla back on track. 25 for 1 after the first over. Only went for 1. So Zahid Chima, things certainly not going his way. I just feel that the team's probably missed the boat a little bit in their thinking. You know, weather's not great for seam bowlers, but you've seen bowlers try to charge in and bowl fast, get your spinners on, take the pace off the ball. The ball also gets pretty heavy as it starts to get wet. So, yeah, go with the spinners. And it's a lot easier for, you would imagine, the spinners to control, well, certainly control themselves. A fast bowler trying to run in will have, of course, plenty of problems. Catch it is a shout as the captain comes back to try and get another tidy over in and swing the balance back in the favour of Fresh Tropical. Bilal Hamid. Bat on ball, that's the best you can do, and that's, I suppose, if you're Adil Mohammed, who we know can hit the ball pretty well himself. He showed that in the last match, made 20 after running out Lovepreet, but hands a strike to Mirza Beg, who's crunched 4 big maximos in that last over, including 3 on the spin. So, see the field changing here. 2 men go back straight. So, it's almost like Hamid said, I'm going to bowl full and straight. He's going to only be able to hit me straight. And it gets worked away on the leg side. It's going to be a long chase. Should get there. The batters will come back for a couple. Well chased by, that's Amir Sharif. Gets the ball for, he'd be keen to have a bowl, wouldn't he? Look, I mentioned already, he's on 86 scalps on the network. He'd love to pick up 14 wickets in this series and get to the 100 mark. Asking the question, the umpire having to think, and does he give leg buys here? He does give leg buys. Have a look at this again. He's a long way out of his crease, but just going down the leg side. That's where the 2 umpires standing together. Umpire Nuwan and Mahbub have to be very good with the communication. Normally, square leg umpire will give an indicator to the standing umpire about how far the batter is out the crease, because that's important with those sort of appeals. Ball has a lot to do. High, mighty, gone, adios. Martha duck has going over you, and Martha Maria does duck. That's a lovely straight hit for 6. That's not Martha Maria up there, actually. I can tell from the nails. That's all I have to look at the hands. That's Dennis. Dennis Duck. As that one has cleared him beautifully. Lovely stroke, that. And that's Adil Mohammed. That's what he can do. And these 2, all right, I'm liking it at the moment. Beautifully played. Well, we know that Hamid has set the 2 men straight, but if they hit like that, he wanted to send them to the top of the tower. Yeah, it's a good comeback. This time he says, I'm not going to give you that again. There is an appeal from the keeper, and then Hamid himself turns around and a delayed appeal from him. Not out, says the umps. Hey, this is interesting. 37 to 35 for 1. The power play, just the couple of runs in it. So, well, Trentino Aquilla at the moment are very much in this. We'll see a graphic that shows you where these two teams are. Here we go. So, just the 2 runs in it at the moment. But still, plenty of good bowlers to come from the Fresh Tropical 11. Still got the likes of Asim Ali to come on to bowl. And I think the danger man will probably be, again, the hat-trick man. We'll have to wait and see. Asim Ali. But I like Sikander Abbas. I think he bowled very well. I think he's just deceptive. Bowls from a different angle. But before we go to him, we're going to see an over now of, yes, it is time for Mr. 100%. Abdullah Safi. It gets played away, and that's going to be a great effort. Well, how about this from Hassan Ahmed? And it was definitely a smooth biz-away landing from him. But unfortunately, he couldn't stop the ball on the process. What a landing that is. Perfect. And everybody on that plane will be applauding that landing. I don't know why they do it. They do it though, don't they? Everybody claps. A nice slide and almost makes the perfect stop. But 4 runs. 4 more to Mirza, who's now moved to 30 of 9. Picked up and gone. Adios, Bolota. Eso es 6 carreras más. Shaka time. And Mirza, he's hitting 6s for fun here at the moment. And I just get the feeling that Fresh Tropical could do with just taking the pace off here. They're going with Ahmadullah Safi. But that's pace. There he is, Ahmadullah. He's getting a... Well, that's Asim Ali giving him a few tips. The hat-trick man. Now, let's see what he does when he comes on over bowl. Ahmadullah says thank you as the ball gets cleaned and given back to him. There's a miscue. They'll be keen to try and get back for 2 if they can, but they're not going to do it. Mirza Baig was keen to call Adil Mohammed, and Adil Mohammed says, He says, I've already been in trouble for running out one of our batters in the earlier match. I'm not doing it again. Fair play to Ahmadullah Safi here. He's still charging in, isn't he, the left arm? He's not cutting his run down at all. That's good delivery. York length gets played down, and Asim Ali will do the fielding, and then we'll give the ball a nice wipe as he hands it back. Oh, that's a quick delivery, and I think that's another one. There's another gut buster right in the belly of Baig. He gives it a rub, and look, don't be shy to rub it. It's a pretty nippy out there, pretty cold, and yeah, that's got him right in the belly. And he's rubbing there. It's not because he's had something lovely to eat. La grasa, they call Bologna. Oh, that's well bowled. Good delivery. That's the perfect ball for a left armer. It's the perfect place to be. Left arm over the wicket. That's where you have to be. Yeah, brilliant. Well bowled. Good comeback after being hit for a 4 and a 6, the first 2 balls. And Ahmadullah Safi finishes very well. Just a 12 in the end come from that over. 47 for 1. You can see that 2 teams are very much neck and neck at the moment. And at this point, it was 46 for 1. is where Fresh Tropical were. But then they got a big over, didn't they? Over number 5. The captain, Ali Sakibarshed, went for 21. Just some more discussions here now. I think that the umpires are in discussion with the tournament referee. I think there's just discussing the pitch now where the bowlers are bowling and running in from. So there's obviously some concerns here. And I thought that eventually that this may become an issue, because it just hasn't stopped. It has continued to rain. And eventually that's going to take a toll, not just on the outfield, but the bowlers' run-ups, the mat. And it looks like for now that the two umpires, having spoken to the tournament referee, Charles Croucher, the sheriff, it looks like they're saying, okay, we'll carry on for now, but I think this is probably it was the two batters that were spoken to first, and they're happy to continue. Amir Sharif, after scoring a 50, comes on the bowl. The first one of his will be dragged to the man who also scored 50. And Ahmed will do the fielding. Slow ball, and just strays down the leg side. Like the idea from Amir, but just strays down the leg side. So that one will have to be bowled again. High, in the air, going, gone. Shakalagia ends up in the field, but also ends up pretty close to one of the ball retrievers. That's a nice shot. Baker's been good here, and while he's out there, he's keeping Trentino very much in this contest. It's another nice shot, nicely played away. Talking, of course, about that landing a bit earlier from Bill and Ahmed, and give a shout out to, of course, our partner Bizaway. It was the perfect Bizaway landing, and some more advice being offered to the bowler here about where he should be putting the line, the length of the ball. In comes Mir Sharif again, and this time, yeah, better. I think they basically said, look, just try and bowl a little bit shorter. We'll get a single and get him off strike there. Having said that, Adil Mohammed did play a lovely shot for 6 himself. Yeah, but one thing that always comes to mind to me about airports, having just travelled, technology's come on a long way, hasn't it? You know, and especially in the communications area. It's not a good delivery. It's going to be worked away, though. I think probably a bit of pad on this. I don't think there's bad. Yeah, leg bar has been signalled. So, for example, you know, we can talk to people all over the globe now, and it's free a lot of the times. And you know, it's crystal clear. It's almost like you're standing next to the person. But why is it that the sort of airport industry haven't mastered that? Because I don't know about you folks, but when you're at an airport, every time there's an announcement, you can never understand what they're saying. Never understand it. And everybody's looking at it. You can see all the passengers, you're looking at each other saying, what was that? What was that? What did it say? Was that my flight? Was that your flight? Am I at the right gate? Did it change the gate? You never know what they're saying. And then, oh, well, this is going to be... It goes forward, but I think common sense tells you that's got to be a dead ball. Now, that's also going to be something else that will be on the minds of the umpires that were already having a good look at that pitch. You can see from the colour, actually, when you look at the colour of the pitch, when we see it from that angle, where it's just getting wetter and wetter underfoot. Right, up in the air. Will this one carry? It should, and it will. The catch has been taken. They get to one of the breakthroughs. So Adil Mohammed hoiks out for 9. 9 of 8 deliveries. So Wicket. Sharif gets the breakthrough that they needed. Catch it. Parla, he says Parla. And no mistakes from the captain. And Bilal is there to take the catch. So Adil Mohammed can be useful, we know that. Depart, so Mirza Beg still there, more pressure on him. But yeah, but even on the plane, you know when the pilot comes and talks to you, what's he saying? And when the air hostess comes on and talks a multitude of languages, but none that I can understand, I don't know what they're saying. So that's certainly something that can be improved in the airline industry. I never know what they're telling you. Right, that wicket falls right at the end of the 5th over. There's more work being done on the pitch there. It's almost like some kind of surgery's happening. So, over comes to an end. It is 58 for 2. Hey, we were talking about the ECC. Let's have a look at that Challenger division. Didn't really focus too much on this. And Group 1, Malta. They'll be looking to do much better this time round, won't they? Czechia, Cyprus, Bulgaria, Croatia, and Slovenia. It's going to be a tight group, isn't it? And Group 2, Guernsey, Estonia, Isle of Man, Luxembourg, Serbia, and Turkey, Estonia. They feel very unlucky that they didn't go through, losing the final, of course, last year to Greece. And what a final that was. They'll fancy themselves there. But to Guernsey, I think they'll come back well prepared. Luxembourg plays some very good cricket, likewise. And, of course, that starts on the 25th of September at the Cardiff Oval. And their finals day is on Wednesday, the 15th of October. So plenty to look forward to at the Cardiff Oval as we go back to the action here. And it is time for Sikandar Abbas. And he's going to get blasted out of here for 6. And Mirza Beg has brought up his 50. The third 50 in this match. And he does it in 17 deliveries. Well batted, yeah. Raise that bat in the air and take the applause of your teammates, because that is a very, very good innings. 51 off the 64 scored so far. And Sikandar Abbas gets mashed for 6 of his first ball. Up in the air, catch it. And, well, that's 6 runs. 6 runs, I think this. I mean, they're still running here, but I get the feeling that their foot, where's the foot here? Will we get the foot? There's the foot. It's already touched the ground, so he probably doesn't know it, in fairness to the fielder, Asim Ali. But as soon as that ball is hitting his hands, it's 6. That's the sort of, it goes back to what I was saying earlier. That's what where the improvement can be now for some of these teams. You've got to take off from inside the field and get there and then try and flick that ball back. You can see Hassan Ahmed was trying to get there. Well, nobody's going to get here. That is an incredible shot. Mirza Beg is putting in an innings of real... Holy Mari. What a lovely shot that is for 6. Well, he hits a big 6, and then look what happens afterwards. He gets tonked on the head. He said, "Oh, yaar, hori maar. Mera sir paar ditta." Well, that's why you got to wear a helmet. That's one of the reasons. Your own teammate gives you a bit of a bashing. Oh, gets bashed on the head. Tuk, tuk. He says, "Oi, easy, easy." Into the 60s. 63 of 19. 52 in 27 balls. Trentino Aquilla, to get a victory here, that would be a real shocker. 63 of the 76 being scored by a man on strike. Sikandar Abbas. 3 balls, 3 maximos, then a slower one. And this is where the match can swing. Every time it's just a single. And Mirza Beg gets offside. I don't think you turn these down just yet. There's Adil Ahmed now gets set to face his first delivery. But every time the strike changes, that's probably a wide ball, you know. Yeah, it is a wide. Secondabas doesn't like it, but I'm calling that from the commentary position. It's too wide. looks distraught. But it's the right call from the umpire. Thing is, though, if you blast 3 sixes, if he does, oh, that's a spicy one for the keeper. Good work from Irfan Sheikh. Well, Irfan Sheikh does get shooken up. Sheikh rattle and roll with this one, but does well. Gets the gloves on the way. But yeah, going back to that, the rate required is just around, say, 12. Just around 12. Well, if Mirza Beg bangs like he's been doing at the moment, a couple of sixes, he's hitting 3 sixes and over, more or less. If he keeps doing that and then gets a single, even if he hits 2 sixes and gets a single, that's enough. That's enough to get them to win the match. You can see them having a look at the score here and having a discussion with Mirza Beg and Adil Ahmed. And, well, if you're Adil Ahmed, you're just basically saying to Mirza, look, if you stay here, if you don't get out, we're winning this match. It's as simple as that. 78 for 2 after 6. So that's another good over. 20 come off that one. The over before, Amir Sheikh Sharif went for 11. So I think you... Well, who did it go? So going back to Safi here. So Safi, the left arm, to see if he can get the breakthrough. And this is the wicket that they want. Mirza Beg. 3 on the leg side, all in catching positions. Oh, that's a wide. That bounces way over the head. It's a wide ball. Safi doesn't quite understand it. He's saying, but it was inside the line. It's not being called because of the width. It's been called because of the height. It's too short. And even though the batter does attack it, Safi doesn't like the call. He's saying why. But have a look at the height of this ball. So if you've got to imagine the batting standing in their upright position, that has gone way over his head. So that is the right call. Umpire is correct. Just getting a little bit rattled here. One for the over, also being signalled there for Safi. So another one that goes over the shoulder. We would call a no ball. What a contest we have on our hands here. In the air, shouts to catch it. Asim holds on to it, and they know that that's the wicket they wanted. The celebration from Hassan Ahmed in front of me, a huge cry of yes, because they get the key wicket. Mirza Beg will go for a fine 64 off. That ends up being ball number 21. A catch has been taken there by Asim Ali, who, of course, earlier today went into the Hall of Fame for his hat-trick. And look at the bowler there, Ahmadullah Safi. He's absolutely pumped as he gets his man. It's a good bit of captaincy there. Also from Bilal Hamid. He could have gone to a number of bowlers. Could have gone back to Amir Sharif, who only went for 11. But he just decided that Safi, being the left armer, slightly different angle, could be the man to go for. Good catch held by Asim Ali. To catch in the conditions that we have here today, wet ball, every catch is a difficult catch. And he made that look easy. Now that could change the way the match goes. Right. That's played quite well. It's not a good delivery from Abdullah Safi. Strays onto the pads of the new batter. And that's whipped away quite nicely. That's a very handsome shot. And not the best of deliveries. And I like the way he gets the legs out of the way. And just clips it away quite nicely for 4. So Safi just got to get this right as the rain just starts to get a little bit more heavier. Nice start, though, for Hesnin Raza. Don't forget about Raza, though. And he was eyeing up at one point himself, a player of the match performance. He scored 47 off 27. So a good man to come out. And plays it away. And just a single, trying to get on top here. Our Fresh Tropical, trying to take that required rate up. It stands at around 12. just under that 12.5 rate. Thing is, though, Adil Ahmed hasn't got off the mark yet. 2 balls he's had. He's got to play his part. Got to play his shots as well. And swinging and missing is not the way to go. And I think this is going to be very important for Ali Sakib Arshad, the captain of Trentino Aquilla, who's going to have to look carefully what happens at the other end to Raza. And if you've got a batter like Ahmed, who's faced 3 balls and hasn't scored yet, you've got to make a change. You've only lost 3 wickets. That's clipped pretty well. It's a slower delivery, and it's a one-handed attempt from the fielder. It'll go for 4. Zahid Chima gets a hand to this, and I think, again, game awareness probably is don't let the ball go to the boundary. He's really, I think there's an opportunity to go with his 2 hands and try and punch the ball forward. He doesn't. It's going to be another boundary. So even though there's a wicket and a big wicket in this over, that, of course, of Mirza Baig, have still got 2 boundaries after that. And they will take the single as this one gets away from Safi. And by taking that single, that means that they've taken 11 off the over. So they're more or less with the rate. And that's sensible. It's almost like the batters, they know what they've got to try and do here. So Safi gets the breakthrough, gets the big wicket of Mirza Baig, but still goes for 2 boundaries after that. 11 come off the over. 89 for 3. This is what's the last match of the day. Match number 5. We go back to 5 matches a day after our little holiday encounter in Madrid with just the 4 matches. Fresh Tropical taking on Friends 11. And Fresh Tropical still got work to do in this one. 39 of 18 balls gets played away, and got to really be thinking of getting something of every ball. I think you can afford still to have one sort of average over the batting side and still make up for it in the next 12 deliveries, but you can't afford to have 2 average overs. You've got to stay up with this. And by average, I mean, let's say it's a really good over, only goes for 8 or something. Zahid Chima was very expensive in his first over. Does get another one. Edge and gone. Good catch taken. You might want to just check this side on the umpires and make sure it goes straight in the gloves. I don't see anything wrong with that. That's a deal. In fact, no, that's Hasnain Raza. Yeah, there he is. He knows he's gone. That's well bowled. And that's what good bowlers do. Look, Zahid Chima, he had a bit of a mare in his first over. He went for 24, remember. But when you're a good player and you're a top bowler, you're going to get called back on. Just takes his eye off the ball there, does Hasnain. And in the end, that ends up being a good catch taken by Irfan. So a wicket in this topsy-turvy kind of match. Raza goes for 5 of 3 now. Now you start to wonder what else is left in the tank here. Next delivery is that short one again. He just gets bat onto ball. And that one, you know, is going to skid away to the boundary. It gets banged into the deck. And I think the square leg umpire is saying this is the one for the over as well. Because, yeah, look at that. It's like a tennis shot, isn't it? Anybody for tennis? Have a look at this. He delivers an ace. That's one way to play it. And not quite where he was looking for it to go, but it will go to the boundary. So this is Kamran Hussain. High. And going backwards. Is it in the catching vicinity? No, it's not. It's a genuine Baximo. And Kamran Hussain now hits 4 and 6. I don't think he was looking for this to go exactly here, but it doesn't matter. That will fly away. So, wickets falling, but Trentino Aquilla still very much in this contest. And Zahid Chima, I thought maybe his fortunes were about to change when he picked up that wicket. He's now gone for 35. Still a couple of balls to go in his spell. Batter standing right in front, actually. Good eye, Hassan Ahmed, and he gets beaten here again. It's not the second time we've seen Hassan in that position. 4 more. And that is 15 off the over, so they're actually taking the rate down. Are we going to have a great finish here, folks? I can feel it. And Hassan this time, just like the time before, just can't get enough on it to stop the ball going to the boundary. Chima has gone for 39. And we'll finish with a dot. That's where he needs to be, really. Chima now just, well, wants to share a few words with the batter. The batter says, don't worry, we'll talk about it once the match is done. Because at the moment, Trentino Aquilla are right where they want to be. 104 for 4. Have a look at that. And who knows, maybe there's a little bit of a tingle out there. Interesting also that the hat-trick hero not being given the ball here. He's given a lot of advice to the others. They're going to go back now here to Amir Sharif, who bowled a pretty decent over, went for 11. So big over this. In comes Amir. Edge goes towards third, who does well. Keeps it to a single. And you just get the feeling there's a little bit of panic in the air here, you know, from Fresh Tropical. They're panicking just a tad here. 23 in 11 balls. In comes Mir Sharif again. Good slow delivery. Really good slow delivery. Don't worry. Here's what Cameron Hussain is saying is, Adil Ahmed fires a few words and don't worry, he says, I got this. Good delivery, clever delivery. You just get the feeling there, the way that Cameron Hussain is standing here. Look, you can't see his pegs. One good straight ball, he's in trouble. High, in the air, catching chance. And Mr. 100% comes in and takes the catch. Easy as you like from Ahmadullah Safi. And Cameron Hussain, important 14 of 6 deliveries, but he departs. Safi holds on to the catch. And Amir Sharif adds another wicket to his tally. That's 87 now on the network for him. But more importantly in this match is a dot ball. New batter comes out. Knows he hasn't got time to hang around. Well, interesting stance. About a foot outside his crease. Plays it away. Asim, the hat-trick man, comes in. And holds on to it. Don't want to throw it away here. Right, they get Ahmed back on strike. He's been joined out there by Usman Arshad. Short. Now, what do the umpires feel about this? 1 for the over. So it's okay, but he can't bowl another one of them. There's another dot ball, and well, once again, we say it all happens in the ninth, but not too much happening in this one. It's been a terrific over from Mir Sharif. 2 for 12, and the last one comes up here. It's wide this time. It's that slower delivery, which he executed pretty well early in the over, but this time he goes too wide. And the rain now just starting to pick up again. It's one more match to go, remember, here today, match number 5. Fresh Tropical taking on Friends 11, and that one gets through and will be a great over, cracking over. 107 for 5, just the 3 runs from it and the wicket. Amir Sharif, the way things are looking here now, unless we see something spectacular in the last over, where 21 are required, certainly will be the player of this match after a fine 50 and then bowling and taking 2 for 13. So we go into the last. And who's going to bowl it? That's the question. And it looks like, actually, we will go to the man who has just had his name put in the Hall of Fame. Asim Ali. And there he is, 3 for 21. He's only going to get this one over. So he's got 21. Well, 21. Yeah, he bowled and gave away 21 runs. Well, if he gives 21 here, he's going to give away the match. That's what's required. Asim, the hat-trick man, to come on. He knows that batters are going to be going after him, so maybe there's another chance to pick up a few wickets here. Usman Ashad is going to be on strike. Asim, got to say, you always like a man who wears the sunshades even though it's raining, and it has been raining practically for the whole day. And in comes a throw, and asking the question. The umpire might go upstairs here. This is going to be an interesting one. First thing you're going to see is make sure that he does have the ball in his hands. So here he is. And just keep an eye on the pegs here. And I think the batter just makes it in. I think the bails start to come off just about the next frame here. And by that time, I think there's enough of that bat that's gone past the line. And the bias has been signalled. So one bye, of course. That doesn't really help the course. Need boundaries. Somebody needs to give it a good old-fashioned wallop. Okay, that'll go and test the fielder, he's done well. He's watched it really well, actually. Is a very important point to play. Well, this is going to be run out. They just totally lose the plot. I thought we were going to see some clever running here. I thought one batter was just holding the crease for the other to get in, but it's a complete communication failure. I mean, look at him watching the ball here. His ball watching. He's not looking at his partner. He slips, he slides, still not looking at his partner. And by the time he runs, he's saying, "Oh, yaar, tu te ki aa gaya? Ki kar raha idhar ke main to kya tu natna? Kehta je natna mainu to jawab ta de de pehla." And he's going to be run out. So this one is going to have a flat ending in the end. There's Usman Arshad. He's going to have to walk off, run out. And, yeah, I suppose, look, to be fair, you got to really be thinking of taking the second. You need singles, not really going to help you. So, Asim. Involved in the run out, and it's a good stop. You got to ask the question why I don't use Asim earlier, wouldn't you? Because he's probably exactly what I was talking about here. You know, he's wearing the shades, he's looking cool, and he's just a couple of steps and he's bowling in these conditions. That's all you have to do. So no runs off the over so far. It's a good throw here. Could be another run out, but it's a little bit too much to do there for the keeper. So, Fresh Tropical, will you find a register win here unless we see something amazing happen here? And we need a no ball 6 to help them. It ain't going to happen. Trentino Aquilla have battled hard in this contest, and they will have picked up a valuable point for their efforts. But it was all about that knock from Hizabeg. It was quite exceptional. While he was there, he had Fresh Tropical panicking. And then that great over from Amir Sharif, over number 9, where only the 3 came from it. Just before then, though, they were really panicking. Especially with Chima's over 8 going for 15, despite picking up a wicket. And that one was just there to be thumped, and it does get thumped. Gets clobbered out of here. 6 runs. That will finish the proceedings. And it will be 116 to 127. A victory. And a very good victory there for Fresh Tropical. But they were made to work in that one. And Trentino Aquilla, they will certainly take a lot away from that victory. Smiles all around. Zahid Chima there, he's quite happy that he's ended up on the winning side. He didn't bowl at his best, but they win in the end by 11 runs in what was a very good match. And once again, not just to these two teams, but also to all the teams really. And got to say, well done for sticking it out. It's not the ideal conditions when it's raining like this non-stop, but no complaints. They just get on and get out there and play the game. So well done. But big one coming up, because it's the two teams that have been victorious in both their matches today so far. Friends 11 will take on Fresh Tropical. That's going to be a good match. And Friends 11 unbeaten in 2. They picked up 3 and 3. But Fresh Tropical sitting pretty at the top of the moment by 1 point with a 4 and 3 point victories today. As we take a look at the highlights here. And it's all really to do with one. A disastrous start as Lovepreet Singh went early. And Adil Mohammed, you expected to see a little bit more from him really, but he wasn't able to provide the support that was required. You see, I mean, that was a wonderful shot. That was his first 6, and it's probably the shot of the lot in the innings. Mirza Bey just continued to keep going. That was a biz away landing, which Hassan Ahmed executed beautifully, but couldn't stop the ball. There's a few that ended up in the potato field. Lovely pick up and chop, and Mirza Bey was really onto something special. And while he was out there, well, he was keeping his team in the contest. That was a wicket to remove Adil Mohammed. Bilal takes the catch, and the first wicket that Amir Sharif would take. Just needed somebody else to get in, really. Needed somebody else to provide support for that man. And what a nice moment it was for Mirza Bey to bring up his 50. But he wasn't done yet, was he? 50 soon became 64. There was a couple of other big sixes in there, and really hit the ball marvellously well. But you knew that his wicket was going to be the key after 9 sixes and 1 4, and that was it there. And Asim holds on to the catch, and look at the joy. Oh yeah, that's what it meant to Safi. Mr. 100%. And good to see him back. Obviously, he didn't play the earlier match. And that was one that was almost a jalebi catch there for Zahid Chima. He would then come on to bowl. He would pick up a wicket early on, but he would still go for 15 runs, which was more than enough at the time that was required in the over for their opponents here, Trentino. But with time running out and the batters running each other out, it was only going to go one way. And it's him, a very good tidy over from him there towards the end. Just gets the 1 over, but it was a good over as well. Nice and tight, and a good finish to the match for Fresh Tropical. Just the 8 coming off that last one, but more importantly, it was the over before that from Amir Sharif, where only the 3 runs came. He once again is to pick the bowlers, 2 for 13, and with the earlier half century, he, for me, will be the player of the match, despite a valid effort there from Mirza Bey. What a good knock when you look at the rest of that scorecard. And if you think about it, they go down by 11 runs. If any other of the top batters from Lovepreet Singh, Adil Mohammed, or even Adil Ahmed there could have got some runs, it could have made all the difference. And of course, Raza, he batted very well in the first match, but couldn't get going in this one. But once again, Amir Sharif, take your bow, 2 for 13. Well bowled for him. And also got to give a shout out to Bilal Hamid once again, the captain. He bowled very, very well. But big shout out to all the players. Dealt with those difficult situations. You can see there's some work being done on the field as we talk before the next match, which is scheduled to start, of course, in about 10 minutes time, which I will talk a short break and come straight back with that one. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back as we get set for the final match, match number 5 of day 1 here in Bologna in this Fabio Fabri cricket ground. It's not been ideal conditions, it has to be said, but the show has gone on. It's been drizzling now for the, well, I would say for the last 3 matches we've had this rain. It stayed all the way, pretty consistent all the way through, but the good thing is it's not got heavy enough to stop play. I know that just before you've come on air, the umpires were out there. We had a lot of the ground staff there working, some more sawdust being put on. They brushed the mat, and we're fit to go. They think that everything is nice and fine, and of course, as long as the rain doesn't get any heavier, it's no different to the way it's been in the last few hours. So the ground so far, the outfield and the pitch is behaving itself, and we haven't seen any real issues, so we will carry on. And this is a very important big match coming up, because we saw Friends 11 win 2 matches earlier in the day, and we've just seen Fresh Tropical register their second victory. So the 2 teams that are undefeated so far in Group A will go head-to-head in this contest. Match number 5, let's see what happened at the coin toss.
Thanks, Rico. Friends 11 with Fresh Tropical to call.
Head.
Heads is the call, and it's a tail.
Bet first.
They're going to bat.
Thank you very much to Charles Crouch. So Friends 11 going to have a bat first. I don't mind that. Look, both teams have had a good start to the day. I think Friends are probably thinking we don't want to let Fresh Tropical get in there, because they're a team that can sort of bat you out of the contest. So they're going to try and go out there and take the challenge to Fresh Tropical. Let's just see how the 2 teams have gone here today. Friends, of course, they batted first against Bologna and didn't quite go to plan. Bologna, fair play to them, made it very difficult for them with their bowling. Faizan Hussain 3 for 7, Yasin Khan 3 for 22, and it was only Vikas Kumar 25 of 15 and Numan Ali 28 of 10 that helped them get to that score. But they were able to defend it. And when they were then chasing Trentino Aquila's 92, they managed to get there with 15 balls to go. So that was the 2 victories that they had. Quick look at the 2 teams there. So you can see that Fresh Tropical unchanged in that one, and Friends 11 unchanged in that victory that they had against Trentino Aquilla. So Fresh Tropical, they first picked up all the points available to them against Bologna after restricting Bologna to a 99 for 9. They did that with 20 balls to go. A hat-trick from Asim Ali. And also Second Arabas took 3 wickets. And with the bat, Hassan Ahmed, 35 of 13. Javed Atisham, 34 of 12. And Amir Sharif, 26 of 15. Those 3 will be the key going forward. And 2 of them were key in the victory we just saw against Trentino Aquilla, with Hassan Ahmed scoring 57 of 26. But Amir Sharif, not just the 50 of 22, but with his bowling performance of 2 for 13, picking up the Player of the Match award. So the 2 unbeaten teams going head-to-head, 2 teams that will know each other very well. Of course, Friends 11, we mentioned already that most of their players, or some of the key players we've seen before, playing for Kings 11. That's how I remember them when I was first in Bologna. Different ground to this one. So we are ready to go. The umpires are there. Umpire Ali Hassan and umpire Nuwan. And it's going to be, once again, the captain, Bilal Hamid, to start with the ball. I just get the feeling we might see a little bit more of Asim Ali with the ball this time round, who's on the boundary. He's also the man with the towel to keep the ball nice and dry. That's a nice looking shot, a little bit too short to start off first. And Vikas Kumar is onto that like a flash. That's going to be 4 runs. Vikas out there with Manpreet Singh. Nicely played away. Just the 1 player out on that leg side boundary, and that's Safi, who's at long on. On the pad, asking the question, suspect it's probably drifting down the leg side. But the missed opportunity really for Vickers. He doesn't really try to have to hit this too hard. I think any bat would have done this. Nobody really out there. So dot ball. Oh, draws him into the shot. And eyes light up, I think, there for Vickers as well, because the long off was brought into the circle. So they've gone with just the long on back. Third went back. So that's why I think Vickers was drawn into the shot. Clever bit of captaincy there, actually, from Bilal. Keeps mid-off inside the circle. And gets another dot ball in. So joining the dots up here. I want to say well done to all of the ECN crew here today and Two Circles, as well as the teams. It's not the best of weather days for cricket, but they've stuck with it. Everybody's trying to stay warm. Hand warmers or towels or jackets, whatever's on or wrapped around them. Single gets taken here, and Two Circles, of course. Dennis and Martha Marie taking in turns to be up in the tower, where of course you got no protection at all. Now, some of the towers that we have, you sort of have a roof, but no roof on this tower, so they're in the elements, they really are. So well done, I've got to say, shout out especially to Dennis and Martha Maria. They've been great. Super job from them, making sure that you don't miss any of the action. Best in the business, Two Circles. Single gets taken there. That was the end of the over. So it started with a 4, but ended a little bit flat with just 6 coming from it. And continues to always be a top performer, does the captain. If you have a look at all the matches they've played in so far, he's bowled particularly well and hasn't given away hardly any runs. And we had a look at this a little bit earlier. And yeah, I mean, what about you folks? Which group do you think is going to be the most challenging there? I think with the likes of Estonia and Guernsey and Luxembourg, that could be very interesting. Isle of Man in there as well. I think that's the more open one. Group 1, I think maybe the likes of Czechia will fancy themselves there. But Cyprus, you know, you never write them off. I do like Cyprus. They're playing this format. There's some more discussions here now, and not liking this. I get the feeling that, well, yeah, I think they've just decided here that it's time to make that difficult call and bring the covers on. Could see this happening actually as time went on and there was no respite from the rain. They would get a point when it would just start to get a little bit too difficult. And I think there I could see that Bilal Hamid, while he was bowling, was always constantly talking to the umpire. Of course, he's the captain of Fresh Tropical. And I think in the end, with the rain just picking up a little bit more, the umpires have made the call here to say that, you know what, I think we're going to have to come off here for a while and bring the covers on. The thing with that decision, of course, means that with it being like this for the last 4 hours or so, I don't really see it stopping. Nothing has changed. So I know there's plenty of time here. And, of course, there's always a possibility if things do get a little bit better that we could even get a shorter game on. But I just get the feeling that if they're coming off now here, then the reason is because it's already, the pitch has already taken on too much water and it's becoming unsafe for the players. So unless the rain really does stop, I can't see them going back on if it's still raining. So you're going to see the players and the ground staff bring the covers on. It's not something that anybody wants to see. So difficult decision to make. But of course, the most important thing for us, you know, is that that the player safety is number one. And then after that, of course, is looking after the ground. As I've said before, it's only day 1 of 6 in this European Cricket Series, and then we then have 2 days of some T10 women's action. And we're going to make sure that the ground stays nice and safe and doesn't get ruined for that. So can understand the decision is not one that cricket lovers around the world will want to see. But we've done well, and credit to the players for, I was giving a shout out to Two Circles and also to our crew, but particularly to the players. They wanted to play. There was no complaints from any of them. They just got on with it. But in the end, I think with the rain not stopping and even getting just a little bit heavier, I think that decision is the right decision to be made. So for now, we're just going to take a break. Of course, keep an eye out on the bottom of your screens for any further updates. And of course, I also will come back and update you if there's any changes. And also, I'll keep in touch with you in the YouTube chat. So for the moment, we're just playing the waiting game. Of course, it could stop, and it could mean that we go back on and might have a slightly reduced match. So I'm going to leave you for the moment. We'll keep it on your screens, and I will keep you updated if there's any further updates.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back. Well, not good news if you're a cricket lover, because the rain has not stopped. You might have seen on your screens just moments ago that the tournament referee, Charles Croucher, the sheriff, and Paolo, the project manager here, were out there in the middle examining the field. And the thing is, there's been no change really in the conditions. The rain has stayed as heavy, if not, it's heavier than it was when that match between Friends 11 and Fresh Tropical had to be interrupted just after that first over. So the news is that unfortunately that match number 5 will be abandoned. Not news that you want to hear, and that's for obvious reasons. If the rain hasn't stopped, the ground has got pretty wet at the moment. So let's have a look at what we got coming up tomorrow. Of course, another full day of action. Match number 5 will be Trentino Aquilla taking on Bologna. And next match, Trentino will actually stay on and play 2 matches on the spin. That one against Fresh Tropical, of course, didn't go to plan for them here today. So there's a couple of repeats coming up. Bologna against Friends. That's the way we started the day today. And then again, Trentino Aquilla will play the 3rd match against Friends 11. And we will finish with Fresh Tropical taking on Bologna. So that's the way it looks at the moment. Day 2 of day 6 tomorrow. But one thing it has to be said, and don't like to focus on the negative, but this rain that was forecasted for today, it has come. And the good news is it didn't disrupt too many of our matches, though the players had to battle through it. But only the one abandoned. But it is, you know, the forecast is saying it's here to stay, and it's here through the night and into the morning. So we're really, again, in the hands of the weather gods. Let's hope that the rain, it can rain as much as it wants here tonight and then clear up for the morning. Let's hope we get a little bit of a sunshine, a bit of wind that will help to dry the ground. But at the moment, the way the ground looks, I have to say the outfield, it seems to be absorbing the rain pretty well, though we haven't really had any heavy lashings of water. So fingers crossed, I suppose, that it doesn't get any heavier and that it does stop pretty soon, and then tomorrow we're ready to go. But the forecast just looking a little bit iffy, and of course you've all heard that before. So I guess it's time for us to start to say our goodbyes. But before I go, I want to first of all say a massive thank you to the Federation here in Italy. It's great to be in a new venue. I'm loving this Fabio February ground. It's a very, very picturesque. It reminds me, as I've said already on air, of the ground that we have in Austria, the Seebahn cricket ground. Very similar, surrounded by some natural beauty and a lot of agriculture happening around us and behind us as well, where a lot of the balls have disappeared. But yeah, thanks to the Federation for once again putting us up in a wonderful ground. Thank you to the ground crew here. They've been absolutely fantastic. We've needed a lot of the ground staff to fetch some of these balls, and they've been absolutely brilliant, haven't held up play for too long. So yeah, big shout out to the Federation of Italy. I want to say a big thank you, of course, to all the teams. It's not been the ideal day today, not ideal conditions for playing cricket. It's been wet, it's been a little bit chilly, but no complaints from them. They want to play, and they've played some good cricket here today. I think it's been nice to be at a venue where it's been fairly even. In fact, maybe it's the bowling department and the bowlers that have had some more enjoyment out there, more success probably is the right word, because I think the pitch is nice to bowl on. They get some good carry through, some good bounce. The odd one does stay a little bit low. And of course, they're helped by the outfield, which isn't quick and fast and rapido like the one we just come from in Madrid. So I think these battles between the bat and the ball will continue. Hopefully will continue tomorrow. But well done for the players for sticking it out. And also a big thank you to the umpires. I think they're great. First time that we've seen them out in the middle. I think they were superb. They communicated well. I like the way that they kept their eye on the conditions and communicated with the captains. Big shout out to our Sheriff Charles Croucher, the tournament referee, on that. Big thank you to the ECN crew, and also not forgetting 2 circles. It's not easy for the camera crew to be up there in the tower, and when you've got no protection at all, very wet and very cold, but still bringing you those great images wherever you're watching from around the globe. So well done to them. And more importantly, a very big thank you to you wherever you are around the world that have been tuning in. Our cricket family continues to grow and get better all the time. And that's thanks to all of you, wherever you are. So thank you for watching. Remember, if you're on the chat, give us the likes and spread the word. You can always stay in touch with us at europeancricket.com. All you got to do is just type in ECN and we are there. I can hear the music playing in the background. We've had some great highlights today. It's time to have a look at those highlights. So as I always like to say, be good, be kind, be safe, be happy. Shukriya. Thank you for watching. Hasta mañana, mi familia.
My my body back and forth. Move 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 my body back.